Good morning, good morning. What it do, what it do? What's up, y'all? It's your girl, Mickey Truth, aka the Queen of Paperwork, and I am back. I gotta get better at it, y'all. My throat is still hurting. I believe I'm getting sick, unfortunately. But y'all already know my motto: the show must go on. We are in the verdict watch stage, okay? The verdict watch stage. We don't know when this verdict is going to come in. However, we are definitely watching to see how long the jury will be out. But before we get into all that, let's go ahead and take it where we need to take it to. Yo, Hookah, what it do?
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's Tuka Anonymous, and you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
From where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it.
Reporting as Mickey.
We love you, Mickey.
So I'm not sure if on y'all end it was skipping like that, but it definitely was skipping in my ear. I don't know what's going on this morning. Um, yeah, that was something. But yeah, good morning, y'all. Hold on, I picked the wrong picture to put up. Let me get the picture up correctly. How are y'all doing this morning? Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend to pull up. Your girl Mickey Truth is live. Also, um, all information contained in this video is for entertainment and educational purposes only. All information used in this live is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusion that you draw is on you, not me. All right. So basically, y'all, like I told y'all, we are sitting back waiting for the verdict to come in. It can be at any time now, okay? Anytime. Um, Law and Crime is currently live. However, I'm gonna show y'all real quick. It's not much going on over there. They're just waiting. So, what I'm gonna do is until we get the signal that something more is coming on, I'm definitely gonna just like go and recap some things in the meantime throughout the trial so that we just don't be sitting in silence. Okay. Now, although y'all know I would talk the whole time, y'all, I'm not just gonna do that. I'm kind of gonna use this time just, as a little segue. Now, I do wanna just go over, I guess, trending topics, I guess, this morning, if that makes sense. Just so that we can fill in the gaps. So give me a minute. I'm pulling it up now. All right, let's see. Let's go over. Oh, I do want to start off with this. So I did put a short about it, but let's do this first. Good morning, Bree. Good morning. Now the commercial came in while I was on another screen. Here we go. All right. So we want to start off by sending our condolences to Gilly the Kid. For those who don't know who that is, you probably do, but if you don't, $1 million worth of game co-host Gilly, Gilly and Rollo. His son was shot and killed last night in a triple shooting, according to the news. And this is NBC Philadelphia, where I went to just verify it from my actual news sources all over social media. But I'm going to play the audio real quick.
confirm the identity of the victim yet, but a source close to the family confirms with us a well-known Philly rapper lost his son last night. Tributes are pouring in for the 25-year-old known as YNG Cheese. Police say one man died and 2 others were hurt in the shooting on Masher Street in Olney. It happened before 8:30 last night. They say the victim was shot once in the back. NBC 10 has confirmed that victim is son of longtime Philly rapper Gilly the Kid. His podcast co-host posted a tribute to Young Cheese on Instagram that now has nearly 73,000 likes. Fans say he was a promising young rapper looking to follow in his father's footsteps. So far, police have not released any victim description. They haven't made any arrests. Reporting from police headquarters, Brenna White, NBC 10 News.
So yes, again, condolences to the family of Gilly. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely tough to even hear or imagine what's going on with it. So this is updated as of 2 hours ago. So no additional information has been released since last night. That was pretty much the update I had saw last night. But we still want to send out prayers and condolences to the family. All right, let me see what else. All right. So I'm seeing a lot of this going on. Hold on, let me get on my other phone real quick. Because I want to make sure I don't miss while I'm skipping through stuff if they come back in. So hold on. All right, there we go. So I got my other phone watching that. What it do, Bronze? All right. So I did this last night. I'm not really sure where they're getting the 5 years at. I didn't see nothing that confirmed it was 5 years. So I'm gonna look at it this morning. But I saw everybody saying 5 years last night. But like I said, the plea agreement didn't outline exactly how much time. And I'm not even sure how they're getting that it's 5 years when the judge hasn't even approved the plea agreement yet. But I could be wrong, hey, because I'm seeing a lot of people posting it. But I'm just gonna say I can't. But I'm about to read this article to see exactly where they're getting it from. So the Shade Room posted GHERBO is reportedly expected to serve 5 years in prison for conspiracy to commit wire fraud. New details have emerged surrounding GHERBO's legal woes. According to XXL, the Chirac rapper has agreed to plead guilty to conspiracy to commit wire fraud and making false statements. The plea reportedly consists of the rapper spending 5 years in prison. If you recall, he was facing up to 20 years in prison. Reports state the father of 3 will be on supervised release for 3 years. After that, in addition, he has to pay $250,000 fine, a mandatory special assessment of $100 restitution, and forfeiture to the extent charged in the agreement. Currently, the plea agreement is still being finalized and awaits approval by the judge. And then it says plea hearing is scheduled for July 27th. So, what it do, Justified? What it do, Barber? So again, y'all, last night, like I said, I don't know where that 5 year thing is coming from. But let's see. Now, as I said in my video, the second count that he's pleading guilty to, which is the false statement, does carry a maximum term of 5 years, right? However, I didn't see nothing about him actually getting 5 years. But let's look it up. Because when everybody was hitting me up, and after I posted my video, I was like, yeah, Mickey, you didn't see it's 5 years. And I'm like, where does it say 5 years? Let's see. I'm pulling it up, y'all. I'm coming. All right, so nothing has changed since I read it last night. And the next hearing on this case is on the 31st. And this one says shall remain under. Yeah, same thing I read last night. Again, I don't know what 5 years, because like I said, the actual case that has the plea agreement on it is the one for the false statements. And let me pull that one up and see if it's anything new. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I'm trying to do multiple things at one time. Alright, so yeah. So the plea agreement is the last thing that shows up here. As I showed y'all in my video, it says the actual time is up to the judge. So again, I mean, at this point, all I can tell y'all is from what I saw and what I'm showing y'all is that plea agreement did not outline 5 years. Okay, at all. It's up to the judge, and not only is it up to the judge, but you know, he could get probation. Part of it in his plea is that his side or his defense can argue for probation. So I don't know. But hey, only time will tell. 31st will be here in what, 10 days? Dang, time going past fast. All right, let's see. Y'all know what would be so funny though? Like I'll post something and like a lot of people will come watch it or whatever and they comment like, oh well such and such said this. Okay. Like, okay. Like I don't even know what to say to people. Like I used to reply and be like, well, that's not what you know. But then I'll be like, I mean what you want me to say other than that's not what I came to the conclusion of, you know? But that's what they be doing. So hold on, I'm coming. Good morning, boo boo. Why you got a long sleeve shirt on? Like it's not gonna be hot. She got to change the shirt. I don't know why my grandbaby got a long sleeve shirt on right now, but and it be on fire out here. All right. All right, fly back to this computer. Okay. So yeah, that's what they got. I thought they had like some type of document or something, but let's continue on. Let's see what else they got. I'm still watching out. I'm thinking about doing a video in regards to it. But hold on. Okay, yeah, hold on. I gotta go on mute real quick.
Hey, bro, I need some help with this. Like the mother be in your comments, talking, doing all that. You go to their page, bro, they have 12 followers and 20 followers and shit. Like, you think that's your real haters making pages up? Or them robots? Or I don't know. Because it don't seem like they real people. What y'all think on that? Because you be like, let me see who this is, and there don't be nobody. They have like one or two posts. The most of them might have a picture with a few things on it, but they really be nobodies, bro. Like, that shit crazy. I don't be knowing, bro. Hey, bro, I need some help with this. Like the mother.
All right, y'all. I had to walk away real quick and just I had let that play. So yeah, you know, Boosie's gonna call it what it is. My grandbaby come somewhere. She wants you to come right then and there. So she's pulling her mom away. So yeah. All right, I'm gonna play this video real quick. I gotta do something real quick. Let me see. Hopefully I don't get disconnected. If I get disconnected, I'll be right back. Matter of fact, I'll play this one.
For entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used in this video is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusion that you draw is on you, not me. So let's get it. Well, y'all. Well, let me first start by saying make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. Y'all already know when I bring a paperwork party, I bring the paperwork party. Yo, today we talking about GHERBO, aka Herbert Wright III. Yo, I don't know. Chicago been taking a hit this week. Now, the question is, GHERBO, is he clean or not? Right? Is everything gonna check out or not? That's really y'all question. To me, it's more so just reading into it. However, I'm gonna get straight to the point in this video. I'm gonna do something different with the breakdown, but nevertheless, I'll get to that. Let's get into what y'all want to know, which probably is, did he tell? Right? Y'all probably want to know that. I mean, y'all probably want to know that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna go straight to the plea agreement. Okay, bam. All right. And in this regards, now I want y'all to keep in mind here. Okay, I want y'all to keep in mind here. It's two cases that's here. One, he does have co-defendants, five other co-defendants. That's all the fraudulent credit cards and fraudulent identities and names and all that. And then he has another one, which just him, which is where he provided a false statement to federal agents. Okay. Now, they do say they're kind of one and the same because by him providing a false statement, then can be proven again on his guiltiness of the case, on the case with the co-defendants. Okay, just keep clear. My bad, y'all done had to keep muting because of my throat. All right, so let's just get to it again. Like I said, this is change of plea, meaning he originally said not guilty. Now he's saying he's guilty because he's going to take a plea. Okay. Now, if we keep going down, the maximum for the one count, which is the count one in the indictment with the co-defendants, okay, is 20 years. Okay. The other one is 5 years. Okay. And if we go to the sentencing guideline, which is important, all right, it says the United States Department of Justice agree based on the following calculations that defendant total offense level under the guideline is 13. Okay. And it also says here defense based offense level is 7 because the offense of conviction in the United States versus Antonio Strong, which is the one with the co-defendants, has a statutory maximum term of conviction of 20 years or more. Okay. You see, 20 years. Defendant offense level is increased by 8 because defendant loss involved between 95,000 to 150,000. Okay. And it goes on to talk about a false statement. Now, they do say here, okay, that they're going to group this together because the defendant's false statements did not materially obstruct or impede the administration of justice with respect to the investigation. So, like, yeah, you told us a lie, but it ain't like it stopped it, basically, right? The defendant, y'all, I don't know what's going on. I think I might be getting sick. Anyway, defendant's offense level is decreased by 2 because the defendant has accepted responsibility for defendant's crime in his offense level prior to the operation. Now, just to point out, acceptance of responsibility is mandatory when taking a plea with the feds. Okay? All right. Now, defendant agrees with the U.S. Department of Justice guideline calculation, but reserve his right to argue that defendant's offense level should be reduced by 2 on the basis that he was a minor participant in the criminal activity. Meaning, like, they can still ask for a reduction of 2, okay, at, I guess, the plea acceptance hearing. I'm not really sure what it's called off the top of my head right now, but yeah, he could still do that, okay? Also, defendant reserves the right to argue for below guideline sentence, including term of probation. Okay. And again, if you read the indictment, he's only listed twice, and then one of them a little shaky because how it's worded, it seems like he wasn't even aware of the play. But the first one is more detailed that he was aware. Case in point, he used a whole different name. But anyway, defendant understands the court is not required to follow these calculations or even to sentence defendant within the guidelines, and that defendant may not withdraw defendant's guilty plea if defendant disagrees with how the court calculates the guidelines or with the sentence the court imposes. Basically, he's saying, yo, I'm going to plead guilty, take this plea agreement, but no matter what the judge passed down, I got to take it. There ain't nothing I can do. The defendant also understands that the U.S. Department of Justice will object to any reduction in defendant's sentence based on acceptance of responsibility if, at sentencing, the defendant directly or through counsel indicates that the defendant does not fully accept responsibility for having engaged in the conduct underlying each of the elements of the crime to which the defendant is pleading guilty, or by time of sentencing, defendant has committed a new federal or state offense or has any way obstructed justice. So basically, that means, hey, you're going to have to stick to what you told us, right? You're going to have to stick to it. You can't say, well, not really. I didn't really use that name. You know, you got to stick to what you told, or this is out the window. Okay. If after signing this agreement, defendant criminal history score or criminal history category is reduced, the U.S. Department of Justice reserves the right to seek a upward departure under the guidelines. Okay. Nothing in this plea agreement affects the U.S. Department of Justice obligation to provide the court and the U.S. Probation Office with accurate and complete information regarding this case. Sentencing recommendation. The U.S. Department of Justice agrees to recommend the following sentence to the court: incarceration within the guidelines sentencing range as calculated by the U.S. Department of Justice, a fine, 36 months of supervised release, mandatory special assessment 200. Yeah. hmm Restitution of $139,878 and forfeiture. Okay. Set forth in paragraph 7. This is how the amount breaks down to who he would need to pay back, including Wolf Wolf Puppies, which is still part of that case with the co-defendants. That I said, it sounds like he really wasn't aware of it, but nevertheless, hey, that's that. Now, this is about his appellate rights. We're not going to get into all that, you know. It just really say the defendant will not challenge defendant's conviction on direct appeal or any other proceeding, including in a separate civil lawsuit. And defendant will not challenge any prison sentence of 18 months or less or any court orders relating to forfeiture, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now, let's keep going down here. Boo, boo, boo. Defendant understands that by agreeing to the above, defendant is agreeing that defendant's conviction and sentence, to the extent set forth in subparagraph B above, will be final when the court issues a written judgment about the sentencing hearing in this case. That is, after the court issues a written judgment, defendant will lose the right to appeal or otherwise challenge defendant's conviction and sentence to be set forth in subparagraph B above, regardless of whether defendant later changes defendant's mind or find new information that would have led defendant not to agree to give up these rights in the first place. So basically, hey, it's done. You ain't no going back. Okay. Now, let's see. Defendant is agreeing to give up these rights, at least partly in exchange for concessions the United States Department of Justice is making in this agreement. And for those who don't understand, they're dropping charges and all that. So that's what they're getting to. Okay. Now, oh, this is important. The defendant can later or can keep the right to later claim the defendant's lawyer render ineffective assistance of counsel, or that the prosecutor, okay, or a member of law enforcement involved in the case engaged in misconduct serious enough to entitle the defendant to have defendant's conviction or sentence overturned. All right. All right. Now, waiver of Hyde Amendment claim. And that's what that says. Forfeiture. I'm not gonna get into all that. It says how much he admitted that he owes, right, or has to forfeit in this case. All right, let me see. So far, so good. You know what I'm saying? Like we getting through it. Financial statement, yeah. Mm-hmm. Civil liability. Okay, so meaning he could still get sued on a civil level by the companies. Let me see. Do. Okay. That's not important, right? Hey, hey, that was a pretty easy, breezy, okay, situation. It wasn't no, funny wording. No, cooperation wasn't listed. Um, he signed off on it. And hey, so far so good. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, G Herbo, I ain't gonna lie. Just saying. And it says I received no prior offers to resolve this case. All right. Now this is the one for the false statement, just FYI. Now here go the statements of facts. I'm not gonna spend a whole lot of time on it, but I'm gonna definitely hit at a couple things, right? Just for the basis of the conversation. Now, it does say here, right, that the overview is that between March 9th, 2017 through and including November 24th, 2018, the defendant Herbert Wright, aka G Herbo, to those who don't know, conspired with Antonio Strong and others to defraud businesses and individuals by processing, using, and transferring unauthorized and stolen payment card information, okay, to obtain valuable goods and services. During this time, Strong was a music promoter and Wright was a rap artist known as Lil Herb, and G Herbo, and each were based in the area around Chicago, Illinois. All right, let's keep going. They go into details about the actual victims. Y'all probably don't want to care about that, okay? So we're gonna just keep going. Wright used proceeds of these frauds to travel to various concert venues and to advance his career by posting photographs and or videos on himself on the private jets in the erotic cars and at the Jamaican villa. In addition, Wright helped Strong obtain designer puppies from a business by falsely representing to the business that Wright was an actual purchaser of the puppies and by concealing Strong's actual identity from the business. So that's how they tied him to the puppies. Okay, I see now. Um, Also, and that's just gonna say so. He basically was out here faking like he was booming. Ain't that something? Anyway, um, so then it goes on to say more about. Is this the puppies? Yeah, this was the puppies. We keep going. Now, number 8. Lastly, okay, on November 24th, 2018, when a special agent of the United States Secret Service interviewed Wright concerning the fraud and his relationship was strong, Wright falsely stated, well, hold on. Why did they talk? Hold on, let me go back. Why did they talk to him in 2018? Designer puppies, falsely, right, actual purchaser. During the communications between Wright and Strong, Wright, among other things, acknowledged that he did not call Strong anything to rent a vehicle for Wright. And Strong sent Wright a screenshot of Strong account balance on a dark website that sold credit card information as proof that Strong did not have the funds to purchase more illicit account information for Wright. However, the government investigation did not discover any evidence that Wright transferred or sold illicit account information to another person or that Wright purchased illicit account information from the dark web. Oh, spicy. Okay. So for some reason, it still don't say why. But anyway, we're gonna keep going. Um, he was interviewed. Okay, so during this time, this is when they're saying this is when the false statement was made during his interview with Special Agent of the United States Secret Service. Okay, it said he never provided Strong any money. It's a false statement. He never received anything of value from Strong. False statement, according to this. Okay, he had no direct relationship with Strong, which is a false statement. Now, this is them saying it's a false statement, and it's also him saying it because he agreed to the plea. Anyway. However, these false statements did not materially obstruct the investigation or prosecution of the charged offenses. That is something. Why did they talk to him in 2018? 'Cause I'm gonna tell y'all this. The main person on this case, matter of fact, do I got that pulled up? Didn't get charged until the 20th, right? Hold on, let me see. Now I'm kind of interested in finding out this real quick. You know what? I'll save it for another time. I'm gonna keep going. Boom, boom, boom. 10. The communication and transaction set forth below were obtained pursuant to search warrants executed on the various email accounts and social media accounts belonging to Strong, Wright, and others. An iPhone seized from Strong on December 28, 2017, during a law enforcement operation. Mm. And then it say records and information from various business individuals and financial institutions. The Strong iPhone contained hundreds of communications with Wright and listed several numbers for Wright, including, and it gives a number. Starting in at least 2016, Wright frequently communicated with Strong through text message, voice calls, and Instagram messages between the two accounts. No Limit Herbo and GHERBO underscore Antonio. As early as 2016, Wright requested that Strong provide him with things of value such as hotel accommodations and a flight. On May 21st, 2016, Strong sent Wright DMs that stated my iMessage or FaceTime don't work, regular call or text, and provided his number as the number, right? Then they're going into DM exchanges, okay? And like it says that G Herbert said, "Hey, what's up? I need a hotel." Strong said, "Where you at? Church." Church. Wright said, "I'm in the rack. See if you could get me something for tonight. Like to check in when I leave my show tonight." Then it says that G Herbert said, "Finesse me a room or something, dude. Get us a crib while we out here or something, bro, in Chicago." Strong said, "Okay." Then it continues on to say their messages. Okay. All right, cool. Mm, Let me see what is this. Plain Masters fraud. On March 9th, Wright engaged in the following DMs with Strong and an unindicted co-conspirator. Wright to Strong, call me, bruh. What be to you? Like, why I'm still waiting on flight info, bruh. You stand on top of everything else. You must be sleep off that drink or something, man. LOL, wake up your big head ass up. Frankenstein. Whoa. Then G Herbo writes to the unindicted co-conspirator, "Hey, tell Antonio hit the line, bro, ASAP. He tweaking." The co-conspirator to it writes to G Herbo, "I just told him you talked to him, gang." Then G Herbo, this slang is crazy. Okay. "Yeah, I holla at his slow ass. We finna link with y'all though." Oh my god. Okay. So it continues on. That says Strong. So when was this? Okay, so the same day, Strong used the fictitious name Richard O'Malley and then the phone number and the email to book a flight with plane masters from Chicago to Miami for 9 passengers. Right companion AL. Oh, you know what that is. You know who that is. So this is around the Ari Fletcher days. So this is around his baby mama number one days, AF, right? Wright's bodyguard. So definitely he was a rapper at that point because he got the bodyguard, Wright's associates. Yo. Then it says that everybody, including G Herbo and Ari, posted on their social media accounts various photos of themselves and all other passengers inside, either inside or outside a private jet. Okay. All right. So let's keep on going. So March 14, 2017. This is another fraudulent, transaction. The ASG fraud is what they call it. And it looks like about almost the same people are included, and said that Wright was listed as Herbert Light with the same birthday as Wright. Wright's companion, AL, which is Ari Fletcher, right? The baby mama. And then other associates. I don't know who all these initials are, but other associates here. That is something. Okay. Provided, so BH provided ASG with an electronic signed contract for the flight. Okay, so they break that down. This is a lot going on. They got epic music up in that thing. Okay. So Herbert Light again was the name listed. And again, Eric Fletcher was with him and his bodyguard, personal assistants, and associates. This is like a lot. Oh, god dang, okay. And you see AF all up and through here, so this is definitely back in their time together. Call me ASAP. Okay, we gonna skim through a little bit. All right. Oh Lord. So here's a April 23rd, 2017. Right, engaged in following the yams was strong. I need.
All right, y'all. What's up? Thank y'all for pulling up. Okay. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. And right now we're just doing a verdict watch. Okay. I actually thought Law and Crime was gonna be having like some conversations going on, but they don't. They just have the meter up. So I'm just playing some content. This is actually the GHERBO one I dropped last night. Although I'm playing it now, make sure y'all go back and watch it, okay? But yeah, this is about 20 more minutes into this one, and then we'll go from there. Oh, and I think that was all welcome. I wasn't able to find any information about no 5 years. From my view, the number of time or if it's going to be probation has not been decided yet, and probably won't be decided until the 31st of the month when he goes before the judge. But that's my view. Maybe they know something I don't know. But about 20 more minutes of this one.
That Bentley truck. A said, "Get me a whip and an A." Okay, Buckhead. Like, yeah, Brody was definitely outside with this thing. Like, I can see why they're like, yeah, that's definitely a false statement. Okay. All right, let me see. So this is in like what, June 2017 to July 2017. It says here, right, say, hey, Tonio on Vito, hit me today, bro. So whoever Antonio is, I'm assuming Antonio. Oh, Antonio Strong. Duh. For real, you capping it off, big bro. I'm going to another country, bro, not LA. This ish can't be last minute or flunky, bro. I'm finna be in Jamaica. I can't just book no hotel room if you tweet, bro. On Vito, I sent you my money the first day, bro. Stop acting like I ain't supposed to be mad at your ass playing and I'm not talking to you, bro. And then he said, "Bro, I'm leaving on the 7th. I need my shit booked today, dude. Not tomorrow, next week. None of that shit, Tonio, bro. On Vito, I fuck with you time and time again. After you tweet with everybody else, bro, I still fuck with you. So why is you tweaking, bro? I'm disappointed in you, big bro. Make me feel good, cause okay." Then Antonio Strong, right? Shut up. Let me do it now, man. Had to wait a little days closer, bro. Then G Herbo say, right on Vito, I know you official like a whistle. You just like not hitting a motherfucker going missing. Come on, bro. Reserve that big ass crib and some whips for me, bro. On Vito, I'll pay you again. I'm gonna do the verse. Bitch, just lace me the whole little week. This is so unfortunate. So it seems like, so if you pay, so this is why you just pay what you can pay and get what you can get from your price range, because it seemed like G Herbo was trying to live lavish, and the whole time now you about to possibly do some time, and for what? It's crazy. Like the slang is crazy, and is like, I'm not about to read all that, but yeah. So I'm trying to see if it's gonna get to the point of why. He was even interviewed in 2018. So that's the puppy thing. Okay. Mhm. 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 Also engaged strong if they ask. Harbor say down, bro. We finna finesse all week. Don't trip, bitch. You finna stick with me. But this official though, right? Dude finna come bring me the whip right now. You finna pay him. Uh so like how is it official if y'all come on, make sense. But anyway. Right. You and AS just get me a name to put my shit in real quick then they say don't forget Darren is my name if he asks. He doesn't know anything else but Darren. I got you, bro. He good. Just answer when I call you. Yeah, they was deep in this thing, okay? Deep in this thing. All right, but we ain't about to. God damn, what else happened? This is with the dream car rental. It says that right said, nah, bitch, what's that? Where you at? On Vito, bruh. Why you playing with me? Extend that whip, bruh. That bitch ain't for no month. Why you be lying? Why I pay you some more bread, bitch? You already owe me to get the whip. So why you ain't extended when I paid you the other money? You know it don't be costing you shit to do that shit, dude. Oh shoot. Then it says that Antonio Strong said, dude, you good. I told you stop texting me about that car. I told you good already, man. Then G Herbo said, on Vito, I do. He said it was only for a week, nigga. So should you tell me I ain't like the last minute shit, bro? Motherfucker telling me some shit and didn't. Antonio Strong says, cuz I'm doing it the way I supposed to do it. Evidently, if I ain't do it that way, that's not the way to do it, homie. You good? And they say, you right, boss man. So it seemed like G Herbo was just like, it it's kind of like when you see the messages, it's like G Herbo knew or assumed that he knew what was going on, but at the same time, it's like he didn't know what was going on. Cause it's like, bruh, why are you doing all this writing and all this, knowing it's a freaking scam, right? And you making a block hot. That's how. All right, let's read this real quick. Um, so Antonio Strong said, bruh, he waxing us. This shit too high, right? Then it says, call me, yo, Herb. Call dude with car. Tell him Darren taking care of shit now. He started rushing me. I'm just waiting for my shit to load. I told him I'm on the phone with Bank. Tell his ass to cool out. You hear me? And then G Herbert said, I just acted like I'm finna call you. I'ma hit him back in a second and tell him that you gonna get on top of all that shit. He just think you send him off, bro. Probably. Okay. Antonio Strong said every payment he been asking me for, I've been lying it, paying it. But this recent one he just sent for 8K. G Herbo said, yeah, I told his ass go down too on the prices on Vito. Then it says he said, right, what you want me to tell this ninja when I call back though? Strong said we pay him 4 now for this upcoming week on the other 4 next week like we did. Then G Herbo said, all right, bet, just answer. I'ma hit him. Then G Herbo said, take care of that shit. He said, you good pay the 4 now and the other 4 next week or whatever. And I told him go down on them fucking prices too though. But I said we gonna pay this time, but next time he gotta lace us. Just pay his goof ass though, cause I told him you official. He back on his dock cause of me, bitch. Pay for that shit ASAP, gang. Oh my god, this lingo is crazy. Okay. All right, let's keep going because it seems like this bold wording is must be interesting. Okay, so then Antonio Strong said just had to buy hella moves with my last for you, and then G Herbo said, "Yeah, I need that whip though, dude. I'm gonna keep paying you if you can keep getting them. Just don't act slow when it's time to get it for me." Emphasis added. I bet. Yeah, you know I need it, dude. This the same shit we was doing in Miami. And then Antonio Strong said, it's paid. I have nothing now, no gas now, no gas or shit on my site. Now I'm on square one. Then G Herbert said, and I tried to get you the bread this morning. You ain't called me back. Oh, suck it now. Then Antonio Strong said, bro, what do I do? I'm on stuck. Now you leave me on stuck when you together. That's all I be saying. Oh, snap. Emphasis added. Strong then sent the following image of a dark website that sells credit card account information with a balance of only 1541. Mm-mm. Strong said, "Look at my account. I can't get no moves or shit, get a room or nothing." And then GHERBO says, "Bruh, you act like you ain't owe me this, ninja. How the fuck I leave you on stuck, bro? You gotta stop making all this shit my problem. Like I don't come through for you every time. On Vito, bruh. I'm the reason you even did this shit because you was telling me send this, do that, and I'm still just hit you again. I was gonna send you some bread for the crib and shit, but bro, what you want that shit to come out of my pocket every time, dude? And how the fuck I'm gonna get some money to you anyway? You said the other day you can't even pick shit up on the road. You stay blackmailing a MFBOA. What you want me to do, bro? You hell, I'll hit you though when I leave this shit. I'm in the hospital, bitch. Mm, mm. So, in this whole ordeal, after, whew, that was a lot, right? 34,000 was lost. Um, and this is December 15th and 31st of 2017. The Dream Squad representative sent the following DMs to right Instagram account concerning the Squad rental. But before we get into that, this is kind of crazy. Like, what type of mm, it seemed like old G Herbo wasn't playing fair in the whole ordeal. I don't know. So December 15th said, "I need the car, bro. Your guy disputed all his transactions for the whole car rental." December 31st, Happy New Year's, and I'm taking he said Happy New Year's, and I'm taking action about the fraud. It says that Wright did not respond, nor did he pay Dream Car. Just saying, that's something. So this is the puppy situation. I mean, at this point, I'm stressed. Okay, I am stressed. Okay, reading this lingo. Now, well, let's kind of get into a little bit, but not too heavily into it. Let's see. All right, Wolf owner then asked to speak with Wright to confirm that he was actually receiving the puppies and received a call from a person who represented himself as Wright. Now, in the indictment, it does say that that was not G Herbo that made the call, right? So, during a law enforcement operation in Chicago on December 28, 2017, Wright co-defendant Stephen Hayes told CPD detective that his telephone number was the Hayes 999. So that meant so it was Hayes, I'm assuming, right? Using right telephone number, yeah. So it seems like Hayes was the one that acted like G Herbo in this incident, per this, right? The Wolf owner wanted further proof that Wright would be receiving the puppy, so she asked Wright to message her through Instagram. The Wolf owner sent several Instagram DMs to Wright, and Wright confirmed he was getting the puppies. After obtaining this confirmation from Wright, the Wolf owner then provided the puppies to the limo driver. All right. Strong sent the photographs of puppies and that Wolfwood sent him. He said, "LOL, where they're at. I'm in class, folk now. Okay, okay. All right, we don't care about that. All right, so let's keep going. Now, here go another bold statement. So let me see what it's saying. On December 6, 2017, Wright sent Strong a text message related to the Wolf fraud. It says, "I already finessed it."
What it do, Melanie?
G Hero said, "I already finessed these dolls for you and didn't give no fuck. I know you sold at least one. What did you what you did with the bread ain't my problem. But hey, my brother sends that money. I know you got it. I don't give a fuck what kind of crib you get, but make it your business to call me in the hospital when your ass ain't got no bread yet. But make it your business to call me in the hospital." Oh, okay. So this is the whole situation that we were reading earlier, right? Where they was kind of having this back and forth about dude not having no money, and he's saying that G Herbo left him out
in the cold type thing. This is why. So it was his payback, like, yo, I did that puppy thing for you, ain't get no money off of it, so boom. Okay. Now it making sense. Now, it then goes on to say on alright, y'all. So it's about some more time on it. If y'all have not watched it, what it do, Getty? Y'all go check out that video for me. So shout out to Jersey for letting me know that YSL trial is actually going on. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna switch over to YSL. They are talking this time, and then like I said, we are watching for the verdict for YNW Melly. Okay, it could be at any moment, but we're definitely gonna be here to take heed to it. This is a switch over to YSL.
First found that the defendant poses a risk of committing additional felonies and poses a flight risk. There has been no change in circumstances beyond what Mr. Steele has described as the defendant's discomfort, his dissatisfaction with the food that he is given, his choice to only eat certain foods that are provided, and that's it. Using the rationale that Mr. Steele employs, it's tantamount to being unconstitutional to confine anyone, given the description that he has made of his client's circumstances and his assertion that every person should have the right to be free from those type of circumstances. I want the court to take note of the fact that the legislature, in enacting the statute for which Mr. Williams is charged, said that they wanted to make certain that the community is free of intimidation and threats caused by criminal street gangs, understanding that the state has a burden of proving all of the charges alleged in the indictment at trial. We are at a position, however, where we can point to circumstances that reflect that the defendant poses a significant risk of committing additional felonies. These acts that the defendant has committed go very far back. They include acts of intimidation during the time that his brother, Your Honor, I am proffering as an officer of the court.
Yeah, let her finish, please, Mr. Steele.
I apologize for opposing objection.
Well, what's the basis?
It goes against the law for presumption of innocence. This is the charges in the indictment which the court has to presume innocence. It's an improper argument.
I believe it's just her proffer. I understand the legal requirement, and your client is presumed innocent. But I think Ms. Love is proffering how Mr. Williams is or continues to be a danger to the community.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Using the irrelevant information, it's the indictment. That's what Ms. Love is referring to.
It is not.
I don't think she's referring to the indictment. I think she's referring to acts that she claims will support the issues of bond. Bond is different from trial on the merits.
I understand, but I listened intently, and this is the indictment, and that's what Ms. Love just stated.
It's the charging document, but I understand, Mr. Steele, it's different. The state has the burden. Bond is different than proof at trial. I understand that. Do you have any further objections, sir?
The 401 and 402 relevant. It's relevant what she said.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead, madam.
Thank you, Judge. The defendant, as far back as the time when his brother, Mr. Greer, who was before the court earlier this year, was initially set to be on trial, was one of the witnesses, and in fact, a person very close to the defendant, called the police and indicated that the defendant had messaged her, snitch hoes get murked, them and their kids.
Is this Mr. Williams you're referring to?
It is.
I did not get that.
Snitchos get what?
Murked, M-U-R-K-E-D.
Get murked and what else?
Murked them and their kids.
Okay, I got it.
Your Honor, in 2015, Mr. Still may present the objection that this is part of the indictment, but I can play the actual video where the defendant proclaims, so people lie to their mama, lie to their sister, lie to their children, and then want to get in court and tell the God's honest truth. You need to be killed, bro. That's from me and YSL. Those were his words. Judge, the intimidation factor and the risk of committing additional felonies that the defendant presents is not small. I know that you have heard proffers from prior prosecutors and you've heard evidence in previous bail hearings regarding witnesses' representations as it relates to this defendant. I can state, having experienced them.
Hold on, some motion is going on with the with YNW Melly. I kind of don't know what's about to happen. I'm like, dang, I was getting into the YSL. Okay, I'm gonna switch back. I'm a jury questioner, so I'm gonna switch back to the other one.
Trial has begun. We have had no less than 20 incidents, involving various crimes from drugs, shanks, and attacks being committed while the people who have been charged in this indictment are in fact confined. We have recordings of persons who are charged with Mr. Williams reaching out to other parties on the indictment, requesting permission from Mr. Williams to do harm to an opposition member who is in jail with the calling party. The phone. Everyone inside and who is associated with YSL knows who they need to keep the hands clean for, because Mr. Williams is the money that attracts the action and the willingness to act. When the shooting occurred that is referenced in the indictment of the bus for which Jimmy Winfrey was later convicted, it occurred at the same time that Mr. Williams was on stage in the other artist's hometown getting a not so receptive reaction from the audience. Your Honor, in 2015, of course, the court is aware that the state alleges that Mr. Donovan Thomas was killed as a result of conflict with opposition members, and that the vehicle, we do and can state that witnesses state that the vehicle that was used was one rented by Mr. Williams. We have proffers from persons who have pled, who have said that Mr. Williams then gave everyone money to get out of town that same night. In 2015, understanding that this particular evidence won't be used at trial, much like hearsay is inadmissible. But in 2015, Mr. Williams is found with guns and drugs inside his home, one of them purchased through a straw purchase. You would think after being arrested for that in 2022, he wouldn't have a cache of drugs inside his kitchen, a whole drug store, in fact, inside his kitchen. But not only does he have that, he has guns that have been modified with switches to make them automatic and other firearms inside his home. The person who is listed on the indictment, Mr. Jamari Holmes, as a victim of murder and for which Rodelius Ryan and Damone Blaylock were convicted, those persons, after the killing, placed on social media something akin to slime over hose. In 2022, after two persons who are friends with this defendant are gunned down and killed, the same day or a day after, a picture is posted with Mr. Chamel drinks by Kelvin Watts. And the picture has a zipper face over it and two black shells underneath. A day or two later, Chamel drinks is gunned down. The defendant is charged with being a leader of YSL. The legislature made a point of carving out a separate and additional statute for one who is the leader. Because though the leader may be the one that associates want to keep the hands clean for, they are the ones with the most influence. Jurors have come in and expressed or have shown themselves to be unwilling to be truthful out of fear. Witnesses are afraid and intimidated.
I don't know about the jurors, but the witnesses are the only ones I can listen to in terms of proper what you're telling me at this point in time that you've actually interviewed. So
yes,
I'll make that clear.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, even after, again, being arrested and having been found with drugs and guns in his home, the defendant in DeKalb County is stopped and found with drugs and guns. I believe that at a previous bond hearing, prior FTA was referenced by the prosecution. Mr. Steele's assertions regarding the nutritional content of the food that the defendant has chosen to consume while he has been confined does not rise to the level of warranting additional circumstances that merit the defendant's release during trial. We would ask that the court find that based on the actions of the defendant, he presents a risk of committing additional felonies and that he poses a risk of intimidating or threatening witnesses. Your Honor, incidents prior to the ones charged in this indictment involve the defendant's presence at other violent felonies, his participation in them, and witnesses' statements that Thug made me do it. I knew I should have followed my mind and ran with him. Other people who are named in the indictment were charged and later convicted, but the defendant is the one who managed to avoid being accountable or held accountable for those actions.
Ms. Love, can I ask you a couple of clarifications? When did the
snitch hoes get murked?
Snitch hoes get murked, and then they and their kids get.
That was in 2010 at the time of Quintavious Greer's trial.
Okay.
And the incidents where calls were made
Is that more recently?
Yes, it
When was
is.
that?
Those were made in 2021.
Any calls or any other things after the commencement of this particular trial? Anything after December of 2022? Or into 2023?
As we are still reviewing the calls that we have received, I've not come upon ones from 2023. I can only point with respect to things that have been observed by officers and members of the state's staff, the drug transactions that have occurred.
Did you have interviews with more recently? Some of the things you told me, are those based upon witness interviews that you have indicated that have been held sometime by your office, sometime during 2022?
Yes.
Or in 2023?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, madam, anything else?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Steele, anything else, sir?
Your Honor, I reject the proffer. I would ask you to order the prosecution to hand to the court and to Mr. Williams' counsel, snitch hoes get murked, then their kids in 2010. That did not happen.
She's an officer of the court,
And so am I.
okay, and
you should.
I believe the law, Mr. Samuels attempted to, when he was involved in this case, to have me do that, and the law doesn't require me to do that.
Your Honor, if you rely on that, you should know what you're relying on. It does not exist. Calls made in 2021, it's a wiretap that they may be referring to. Mr. Williams is not on a wiretap. I've listened to every call.
Okay, well, I'm going to give that less weight than I would the conversations that Ms. Love has had with recent witnesses in 22 and 23.
Let me give you something out of discovery. Mr. Eppinger's mother said that Jeffrey Williams ruined her son's life, recruited him into this YSL criminal street gang, and led her son down the wrong path. Mr. Eppinger's mother is mentally ill. She's never met Jeffrey Williams, and her son never said that. That is the type of information you are being given today to rely upon. Ask the state for the proof. There's no problem. You'd ask me for the proof, and I'd say, here it is. Your Honor, this conversation that Ms. Love wants to have about the legislature made it different for leaders. She does not cite any provision of law because it doesn't exist. Bond
It's not really relevant for my bond determination at this point in time in terms of, I mean, still, I have to look at the IL factors and that's my principal guiding foundation.
But aren't you concerned at some point, Your Honor, that you're being told misrepresentations? At some point, do you just think...
If that's the case, then there are other remedies for this court to undertake and other bodies that this court can refer those matters to. I have to take your proffers that you tell me as counsel when we all go through a very lengthy licensure to include a professional ethics MPRE examination given in tandem with our licensure as lawyers. So I think most people take that pretty seriously because to lie to the tribunal is pretty serious. So if I find that out later on, I'll make the appropriate decision.
And Mr. Williams will still be potentially rotting in jail. The point, the rubber has met the road, Your Honor. I'm telling the court, I'm imploring the court to, if you're relying on that proffer, please ask to see the evidence. Going back, every other term used here is in the indictment. Those are the allegations. The state wants to turn it upside down and say, well, just presume that this happened. Presume now a search that was illegal. Let's presume that as well. The failure to appear, what they didn't tell you was there was no notice given. It was a speeding ticket that got dismissed. That's the failure to appear. Your Honor, you are being given information that is not appropriate. I'm telling the court that Mr. Williams, I would not come before the court for the third time. Mr. Williams can have a bond with whatever conditions the court needs. It will just be the right thing to do under law, under IALA, which is AYALA. I'll answer any of the other questions, but the tour bus, Mr. Williams was, Mr. Love rather, put Mr. Williams in that. Mr. Williams was out of state. He was not charged in Cobb County. And there's a memo from the Cobb County District Attorney. He's now a Superior Court judge, the Honorable then District Attorney Reynolds, saying there's not enough evidence to charge Mr. Williams in any crime involving the tour bus shooting that involved a gentleman who performs under the name Little Wayne. That's what you're being told, though, today, that somehow Mr. Williams was involved. And I'm telling you different.
All right, sir. Thank you.
I don't know if the kind of refer to the statement of Fort Henry, if any of the other witnesses, I haven't been able to read them. The list of the witnesses that testified, ask who they mean.
Any suggestions from the defense?
Maybe ask what they think this court needs Sutherland testified to, and based on the basis of the testimony, we could probably figure out which witness it was.
I would suggest you respond back that there is no witness by the name of Courtney Sutherland.
So my vote would be, that's what I would do. I agree with you, Counsel. I would just say, please clarify regarding regarding Courtney Sutherland. We have no witness by that name. Is that all right with the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes.
And what about the call logs?
So that is on states 63.
States
And
53 or 63?
63, and then it's within subfolders therein. So there's multiple call logs for the main given thread.
Right. So state 63, and Madam Court Reporter, regarding Mr. Kelly, you indicated that it would take you how long to get Mr. Kelly's testimony ready?
Probably not till tomorrow.
Probably not till tomorrow. And on trivia on glass, you're ready to go on that, correct? Is that right?
Yes, Judge, besides, I just need to go through it.
Yeah, you need 15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So just indicate for the record that the court is advising you take about 15 minutes or so to be ready on Mr. Glass's testimony. Mr. Kelly should have by tomorrow, and regarding Mr. or Ms. Sutherland, we need clarification. So I'm just going to write that back, let you know what it is.
good point. The computer in the back might not have Excel on it to be able to open the call logs for the 9807 phone number. So we could provide a printed copy of those.
Councilors, any objection to that?
Can we have a moment on that?
Sure, yes.
And I think there's another question.
Step outside, please. Step outside, please.
Is on the question, where can we find the call logs of the 9807 number I indicated? Please refer to State's Exhibit number 63. And below that it says, can we hear Mr. Kelly testimony of Trevion Glass, Courtney Sullivan? I said, please clarify, Courtney Sullivan did not testify. Trevion Glass's testimony can be read back today. Michael Kelly testimony needs to be prepared for read back probably tomorrow. Any objections?
No.
In terms of the printed version,
We're not agreeing to print it out. Whatever's in evidence is evidence. So if it's the computer chip or whatever. That's
All right.
look.
Can I see council sidebar for a second?
Yes,
Gary,
yes, sir.
can you give this to the jury to hold this note? Do not destroy the note, so we need to report file.
So yeah, the judge denied bond. Was that security that they had walking them out just now? Walking out the prosecutors in this case? They ain't playing no game. I almost thought he was gonna grant it. Hold on, y'all. I almost thought he was gonna grant it because he was like, oh yeah, he got ties to the community. Oh yeah, he got stable income. But they still say, based on the evidence that the state presented, that Young Thug is still a threat to the community. So that is the reason why it got denied. That's something, okay? I'm gonna go back over because YSL is in recess. Look, I was listening to that. I don't even remember what the question for the YNW Melly jury was. But hey, we're gonna be sliding back and forth between the two cases. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. Shout out to everybody that's here. Don't forget, use code FREEMELLY on www.mickeytrue.com to get $10 off your purchase of $50 or more. That code will be valid until the verdict is read. All right. What it do, Camille? Definitely. Yo, like I said, anytime, it can be at any point. I decided to go live today just because, to be honest, I want to hear it in real time whenever it come out. So we just gonna be, going back and forth between the cases. Like I said, YSL is still got what they got going on. Hey, we here. I'll be here. I don't know. I was about to say I'll be here the whole day, but I may not be. But for the most part, I'm here. If for some reason it come back when I'm not online, don't worry. I will be online. I got all my notifications on. Okay. But yeah, what y'all thinking? Let me see. I did put a poll up. Let me see here. Me too, Camille. I swear, I feel like it's one of everybody's on the edge of their seats right now. And at some point, I just be feeling like I'm at trial. That's how intense it be, okay? This is definitely going to be one for the books. So either way the turnout is definitely going to be something. I can only imagine what YNW Melly is feeling in this moment. Because at the end of the day, whether he actually did it or not, right? Just having your fate just hang. I'm talking about this is life or death. What do, Prince? Look. Okay, like this is something. The anticipation. Because I already know, like, for me, when I'm sitting, waiting for something, no matter what it is, it's like, oh, what's going to happen? So imagine waiting your decision. You've been in jail for 5 years. It's crazy. All right, so YSL is on a recess. This is on a recess. Okay. Hold on, is there any more trials going on? Let me see. Everything is on the recess right now. Shout out to the Truth team, okay? Because y'all was like, yo, Mick, this is on. So I got one phone in one ear. I got this one on speakerphone. I got the computer on. We watching all avenues. Just a recap, I did go over the GHERBO situation for those who came in late. I can't confirm nothing about no 5 years that everyone is talking about. From what I saw, the time, like the actual time, won't be decided until they go before the judge, which is not until the 31st. And that's from my understanding of what I showed y'all. So outside of that, hey, maybe somebody knows something different than I do. What else? What else we got? Again, condolences and prayers to Gilly the kid on his son was shot and killed last night in Philly. So we definitely want to say prayers to him. We went over that earlier. And let's see. How do you feel about the alleged planting of the shell casing in the gray Jeep? I mean, under the circumstance, I mean, it's possible. And I'm only gonna say it's possible because if it was done correctly, when they looked at the Jeep the first time, why did it take all those years for them to find the actual casing? So I think it's plausible. But at the same time, they did say they was halfway, like doing their job, so that could be it too. Let's see. Okay, I guess they changed their mind because I thought they was about to come on. Who is Kelly in the YNW case? I have no idea. Where did that name come from? You know what? To be honest, though, I haven't really been watching a YNW trial like that. because it's just been all over the place. So I just been doing really the paperwork aspect of it. Anytime something new drop, today's gonna be like my first day really watching it. No, second day. Cause remember the last time we tried to watch it, we don't even know what was going on. However, the YNW Melly trial was in full swing, and we just decided to watch the Melly trial. But I'm not sure who Kelly is. Me too, Getty. I swear when I saw it, I was like, oh snap! I switched over from the YSL trial so quick. Inside of the plastic bag after CSI went through the car for 15 hours, they didn't look inside the bag. That sketchy defense should have been all over that. Yeah. It's issues on both sides with this case, but the more I sat down and thought about it, I really feel like that jury is gonna be so honed in on what I said on day one when I first looked at it, when they presented it, is not seeing evidence other than that witness stating Melly got out that car. That video of him getting in that left seat, back passenger, I feel like the jury is not possibly going to be able to get out their head that they don't see or don't have more than one piece of evidence saying he got out. I don't know why the statements from Withers wasn't submitted into evidence. I don't know why, like more of that wasn't submitted on the defense behalf at least, or see why. But I think that's gonna be damaging. I think that's gonna play a role against them. The prosecutor did a great job with using what the defense laid out against them when she did her rebuttal by saying, well, they want you to look at the instructions. Well, this is one of the instructions you should look at. And when she outlined it, it made sense. It's only one piece of evidence that's stating Melly got out that car, which is the witness, Adrian Davis. Everything else, including the other witness, stated he never got in the car. So I feel like that the jury may be unable to, break that down mentally or find a reason for it to be anything else. So that might be against them. They wanted to get transcripts of Travion Glass testimony. So, see. But, hey, again, in my opinion, like I said, shout out to Prince, because Prince wrote me a book, and I was like, Prince. So I started reading it, and then I had to stop, and I had to go back. Prince made a good point in his comment. Matter of fact, let me pull it up real quick. Let me see if I can pull it up. I'm like, what is coming out of my phone just now? See, I got too many things going on. I'm over here like, what is that making that noise? Let me see, where is Prince? All right, let's read Prince, and because he made some good points. I got too many tabs open. I got like 6 YouTube tabs open right now. And I'm about to open another one. I will say shout out to y'all. Yesterday was a good live, okay? I think we got up to like 400 views before we even got off, and then I think it's up to like 7 or 8 now. So, hey, I appreciate everybody that clicks my videos, okay? I'm trying to go at this comment. I can't even find your comment under the video. All right. So, but yeah, I'm going to find it. And because he has some good points. But I say that to say this. Even with I just feel like the prosecution, I don't know if that was their strategy. The way they put it together, I feel like the average person is not going to be able to dissect it to see clearly that they don't actually put him with a gun in his hand. They don't. They don't actually have any evidence other than that phone, right? That he was actually there. So that might be, play against them, and that's just my opinion on that one. But so now they even make it even more like, ooh, I don't know how it's gonna go. Could go one way, could go the other way. The jury wanted to hear Glass. Okay. Melly said, I believe the jury is having problems coming to an agreement. Also, Trayvon Glass said he was sleeping until he got home. Yeah, I said that too. I do recall him saying that. And then he said the thing about he can't see out of one eye. I guess the point is when you have two conflicting statements as a juror, which one do you believe? The credible one, obviously, but how do you determine credibility? Correct. And I said yesterday how I could point out one against the other, but when you're sitting there and you actually, and see, this is the thing, and I must agree with the prosecution how she did it, and I think that was her lifeline, to be honest, when she said, because she said what Gates said. Let me find out the prosecutor over there taking Gates stuff, that looking at everything as a whole, right, without breaking it down piece by piece into the story, looking at it as a whole, looking at it as just as the storyline that's given, you would lean towards that, the state proved this case. But to me, I don't never look at it like that. I look at it as, how does it make sense into the overall? See, she used a puzzle analogy, but she used it as, well, this witness, the defense call doesn't fit the puzzle. Nah, it doesn't fit your puzzle, right? However, if we put that piece into the puzzle with what you put out, you can start chopping it down. But she made it sound good to those who can't dissect it, and that may be in the state's favor for sure. What it do, Loud Pack? Right. They both were high, possibly drunk and sleepy. Both are convicted felons, blah, blah, blah. Who do you believe? You have coordinated evidence for one witness and none for the other. Yeah. Although it's circumstantial evidence for sure, but I get you. I think the jury is having a tough time coming together. Trayvon Glass said he was in the car asleep. I don't know. A lot of people say they don't get notifications. And you know what's so crazy? I actually scheduled this live last night, so I don't know. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know. This one is gonna be just tricky to me. I can't tell you exactly which way they may go, Yeah, shout out to L Gates, okay? She'll be popping up in here at some point. She be at work, but yeah, shout out to Gates though. Like I said, yeah, I don't know. After thinking about it last night and rewatching the rebuttal, because I had to go back and watch the rebuttal. Now, like I told y'all, when she first did her closing remark, it was good, but I still was like, okay. And then the defense did good to me, but that rebuttal may have saved her from getting this case tossed, to be honest. Because although her physical sense, you can tell she was reacting emotionally like she has been doing the whole time, if she feels she's being attacked about something she did. However, I feel like that's going to play into the jury. Yeah, let's rabbit hole what the defense witness introduced as reasonable doubt. Keys to the house. Melly gets into the red car. 3, Melly was at the house when they all found out their friend. Well, see, this is my thing about that. And again, so if I was on the jury, what stood out to me is the lack of cross-examination from the state when the witness was on the stand. Like, it's all good that you got the evidence now, right, to present in your closing arguments, but that would have stood out to me as to why you didn't provide that when you cross-examine the witness, especially since Felicia Holmes, right, when she came back on her cross, she lit Felicia Holmes' ass up to the point I thought they was gonna get down and get busy. Even the judge had to step in. So, see, me, I look at consistent behavior. So once you show me your reaction, how you react to certain things, I'm gonna always look for that. That's how I learn people. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, in this case, the whole case, you can look at the prosecutor's face when she ain't feeling what's going on. She can't hide it. Like one of those, what they call it, resting bitch face or whatever. Like, she got one of those situations when she's irritated with something or something got called out, her face is gonna tell it, right? What is that? Also, what else? What else I was about to say? I had to look off at a notification and threw me off. If that's all true, then Melly should have went to the hospital when they found out. Glass should have noticed him then. A couple of reasons I don't find him credible, so I'm dismissing his statement. Well, see, this is the thing, though. And see, I don't know. And like I said, I went back, started listening to the song, and I'm probably going to do it now, too, because it don't seem like neither one of these trials about to be talking in a minute. But one thing is this. One thing that Travion Glass said was that Drew didn't film it. Took him to the hospital, right? So woke him up and took him to the hospital. So is at that point, was everybody else gone? And let me find Trayvon's testimony. That's what we're about to do. Because I remember bits and pieces of it. But because if he didn't say that he woke up and everybody was still there, then that right there is going to be an issue. Because what if he woke up after the fact? What if Drew didn't film and came back to get him? You know what I'm saying? Like, because he already said that he was in the home, or well, in the room. Hold on, they coming back in. I identified the body. He had no family there, etc. What you talking about? Who didn't have no family? He woke up to phone calls. Right, and then they ask him who called him. Hold on, I'm just gonna play it because I don't recall the whole time, the whole thing. Okay, I was looking at the YSL, see what they was talking about. Let me see. Where's the YSL? Not YSL, YW. Oh, gotcha. Where's the red hoodie? I know they ain't take him off. Okay, there we go. Is this the full one? I need the full one. Where's the full interview? All right, so quick question. Y'all want to listen in on the YSL trial? Y'all want to rehear Travion Glass testimony, which is what the jury just asked to hear? Which one y'all wanna hear? Y'all let me know which one y'all want to hear. Travion Glass testimony or YSL. I think it was Deja Glass. Okay. I'm trying to find his full statement real quick. I mean, his full testimony.
And then getting up there and testifying. That is.
Stand. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your full legal name for the record. Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
TRAETHRUTH.
Thank you.
Please have a seat. Mr. Glass, that microphone in front of you will only adjust up or down. It doesn't move back and forth. All right, so if you could scoot up close to the microphone. All right, you ready to proceed, sir? Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Glass.
Good morning.
And I know you're quite soft-spoken, so I'm going to need you to speak out a little louder, okay? And remember, you have to make oral responses, okay?
Yes.
How old are you?
23.
And where are you currently living? What city?
Real Beach.
And have you lived there all your life?
Majority of it.
Okay. You completed high school, or what was the last grade you completed?
11.
Right. You're not married, correct?
Excuse me?
You're not married?
No.
So I'm going to talk about some prior stuff before we get into why you're here today. Have you previously been convicted of a felony? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And how many times?
To my best of knowledge, once.
Okay. If I were to show you something, would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
A prior judgment? Permission to approach the witness?
Show counsel first, please.
Yes. I'm going to ask you to just look at the document, don't say anything. Okay? Again, opportunity to repeat the document. You have to answer.
Yes.
Right? Is your memory fresh as to how many convictions you have?
2. What was that one? The other one? I'm not sure. Let's see, 2 charges.
All right. Now, you currently have some pending charges in Indian River County, correct?
Yeah.
And those are 2 charges?
Yeah.
Misdemeanor resisting without violence?
Yeah.
And in obstruction of service or execution of a search warrant?
Yeah.
Are those misdemeanors or felonies?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know what the penalty you're facing on those charges?
No.
Okay. Have you been offered probation in that case?
Yeah.
And have you been made any promises in exchange for your testimony here today?
No.
Right? So let's go back to October 26th of 2018. What were you doing like for work?
I wasn't working at all.
All right. Were you involved in the music business at all?
Kind of, sort of.
And how so?
Making beats.
All right. And when you were making beats, were you working with a specific group or music group or people?
One person to be particular, but yeah,
Okay.
supposed to be in a group.
All right. Let's start by saying this. What group was it?
YNW.
All right. And when you said one person specifically, who was that person?
Julie.
Okay. And can you tell the members of Judy's real name?
Christopher Thomas.
And how long have you known Christopher Thomas, who you refer to as Judy?
Over a decade.
Okay. And this is back in October. And did you know somebody by the name of Anthony Williams who went by Sack Chaser?
Yeah.
And how long have you known Sack Chaser?
A couple years.
All right. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with state 73.
It's in evidence, yes?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Again, I'm going to ask you to take a look at state's photograph number 4 and state 73. Do you recognize that person in the state's photograph with the label marking 18-3118?
I do.
And who is that?
Anthony Williams.
So, back on October 26, 2018, do you recall being at the New Era studio?
Yeah.
Who were you there with?
Few other people.
Okay. Was Judy and Sack there?
Correct.
All right. And do you recall around what time you guys got to the studio?
I'm not sure when we arrived.
Okay. Was it light or dark outside?
I believe it was dark. I'm not sure.
All right. And what was the intention going to the studio?
I believe we were supposed to have a 12-hour session.
All right. And that's a 12-hour recording session, right?
Yeah.
And who was the artist that was recording that night?
Really, everybody was artists. And
All right. Did you guys end up staying for 12 hours?
nah,
Okay. What changed and why did you end up staying?
to the best of my knowledge, people were sleeping, so we ended up going home because, sleeping in the studio.
All right. And part of that is because studio time is obviously, it's costly, right?
Objection to leave.
Stay.
Okay, you just said it was paid for. What was paid for?
Studio time.
All right. So you guys had prepaid for 12 hours.
Correct.
And obviously not utilizing that 12 hours, is that a waste?
Objection, Your Honor.
Stay.
Leading.
I'll move on. How long, well, you said that people were sleeping. Who was sleeping?
Everybody but me, Anthony, and Chris.
All right. So who was upset that people were sleeping?
Objection, leading.
Who was upset overall?
There was no testimony that anybody was upset.
Okay, rephrase your question.
Was someone upset that people were sleeping?
I guess you could say that, yeah.
And who was that person?
Sad.
Okay. And how did Zach respond? How did Zach respond to people sleeping?
You woke him up and let him know it's time to go.
All right. And how did you do that?
Yeah, he went and woke him up, shook him up.
All right. Was there an occasion where he threw water on some people to wake them up?
Objection, Your Honor.
Stay.
Your Honor, this is delivered. Can we go sidebar, please?
Counsel, if you make an objection, make an objection. Don't be arguing in front of the jury. I told you that before,
I
all right?
understand. Can we go sidebar?
No speaking objections.
Can we
Come
go
sidebar, sure.
Thank you.
I missed that part. I don't remember that part with all that. I ain't gonna lie, that kind of goes to the fact when I said when I was walking out the door that I think Bortland was saying something to Sack Chaser, and the way he looked back, this could be why, if that's what is going on. That was dang. Yeah, see? Now I'm understanding why they need to hear it again, because I sure missed that the first time. Sure, I'm trying to eat some cereal, so I'm gonna wait for next time.
Okay, so at some point, you just mentioned that you guys were getting ready to leave the studio.
Yeah.
Publishing states 72. I published image number 1 in state 72. Mr. Glass, can you see that photo on the screen in front of you?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And who's that person?
The best of my knowledge, Melly.
Okay. And the person I'm referring to, what is he wearing?
A jacket.
All right. Do you recognize the person on the other side of the photograph wearing what appears to be a black shirt?
I'm sort of.
If you do.
No, I don't.
Okay. Publishing image number 2. Do you recognize the individuals in that photograph?
2 or 3 of them, yeah.
Okay, so what you can do is identify them by the clothing that they're wearing.
Jewelry, black jacket in the left, sack in the middle, jean jacket, Tay, black jacket.
And Sack is he standing or sitting?
Sitting.
And Tay, is he standing or sitting?
Sitting.
And you said Portland was wearing the black jacket. Is he standing or sitting?
Who?
Oh, how did you refer to him? My apologies.
Tay.
No.
Or Julie?
The person wearing the black jacket, who did you identify that as?
Julie wearing black jacket. Also, is Tay wearing black jacket?
The person wearing the black jacket who's standing up, do you recognize that individual?
Chris.
Okay. Do you recognize the people in photograph image 3?
Same one you just showed. Same person.
And who's that person?
Melly.
The 3 images that were just shown from state 72, do you recall when those photographs were taken?
Same night.
Would that be, what date would that be?
10/26.
Of 2018?
Yeah.
What location were those photographs taken in?
New Era Promotions studio.
Was that the studio we just discussed that you guys were hanging out at?
Yeah.
I'm now publishing state 7. Publishing 10/26/2018, beginning at timestamp 2/17/42. Mr. Glass, you recognize the 2 individuals in this screen pause at 2/17/47.
Do I recognize the back of the head?
Yes, you recognize them.
I just see it back of the head.
Okay, I'm going to continue to play. Do you recognize anyone at timestamp 2/17/52?
Still back of the head.
Do you see an individual standing next to a red vehicle?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, you just said that's who?
Cool.
All right. And what is Kobe's real name?
That's what I know about Kobe.
All right. Would anything refresh your recollection as to his legal name?
I don't know.
If I were to show you your prior statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Could.
Permission to approach the witness?
May.
Mr. Glass, if you could take a moment and look at this page, read it to yourself, do not read aloud, and look up when you're done. Has your memory been refreshed as to the legal name of Kobe?
Yes.
And what is Kobe's legal name?
Objection. What's the objection? Sorry, I was right.
Jacoby Mills.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Jacoby
And if you could repeat the last name for the court provisional.
Mills.
Right, I'm going to continue to publish date 7. There is a second individual at the red Mitsubishi vehicle. Do you recognize that second individual?
Not really, no.
Okay. How about the individual that is standing at the gray Jeep?
That's a set.
Okay. And then continue to publish. I'm pausing at timestamp 2:18:21. Do you see that individual who's walking away from the Mitsubishi Jeep?
I see him, yeah.
Do you recognize him?
That's AD.
Okay. And again, I'm going to ask you for AD's legal name.
I know his last name, Davis.
Okay. Would looking at your statement refresh your recollection as to his legal name?
I guess so.
Honor, permission to approach.
Same
Yes, Judge. Approaching the witness. Mr. Glass, same procedure. If you could take a look at that and look up.
We already know the name, Judge won't be the same.
No. Without speaking, has your memory been refreshed as to AD's legal name?
Yes.
Okay, what is AD's legal name?
Adrian Davis.
Continuing to publish, date 7. Mr. Glass, let me know if I need to rewind the video, but you had a chance to look at the face of the individual wearing what appears to be a white shirt and blue shorts.
That's me.
Okay. Continuing to publish. I'm pausing the video at 2:18:41. You see that individual carrying something across his shoulder, wearing what appears to be a blue jacket.
Say it again.
Do you see that person on the video?
I see the back of his head.
Do you see the back of the head of the person wearing the jeans jacket?
Correct.
Was that person the same person that you previously identified in state?
Sustained, rephrase it.
Okay. We previously looked in state 72 at an individual you identified as Melly.
Objection, Your
Sustained.
Honor.
One moment. Publishing state 72.
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
There's no question pending.
What's your question? Do you see the jacket in states 72, image number 3, the front of that jacket?
Yeah.
Okay. You see that jacket in states image 1 of state 72.
I see the same thing y'all see.
We spoke about this, Mr. Glass.
I'm standing that
Excuse
way. I'm standing that.
You ask questions, right?
I'm asking questions, Mr. Glass, and I'm just asking you to respond if you have knowledge. Is that jacket that was in image number 1 and image number 3 the jacket that Melly was wearing on October 26th of 2015?
To the best of my knowledge.
To the best of your knowledge, yes or no?
Yes.
Publishing state 7. And then go. Oh. 72. Okay. Back to state 7, timestamp 2/18/41. The individual that's on screen wearing a jacket and it appears to be something across his back. Who is that individual?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
Mr. Glass, you can respond.
I see the same person as last time.
Okay, and can you tell us who that same person is?
Right.
Continuing to publish.
Ask a question y'all know the answers to.
Mr. Glass, you can't speak when there's not a question. Mr. Glass, do you see that individual carrying something in their left hand? I'm asking if you see them, just if you see them. Do you recognize that person? Okay, and who is that person?
Thomas.
Mr. Glass, can you identify for the record, and I know there's a video, but can you identify which vehicle you got into?
Red Mitsubishi.
And can you tell us who was in that car with you?
Kobe, Tay, and 80.
So AD, Tay, and Cody. Is that yes?
Yes.
So that is a total of 4 people.
Correct.
And in the vehicle to the left of the screen, the Jeep, who entered that vehicle to your knowledge?
Everybody else that was there. Zach, Melly, Julie, Court.
Okay. And by my count, is that also 4 people?
Correct.
Right? And when those, okay. Continue to publish. At 2:19:36. I'm gonna stop at 2:19:46. At the time you left the studio in that red Mitsubishi, where were you headed?
Supposed to be home.
Okay, and who's home?
It's Melly house.
Okay, and was everybody in that red car headed to Melly's house?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay, and what about the Jeep? Where was your understanding that that Jeep was headed? The gray Jeep?
Same spot.
So both cars left the studio with the intention of heading to what you identify as Melly's house?
Correct.
Can you tell us, I guess, what was the mood or the vibe at the studio while you guys were there?
5 years ago. Can't tell you nothing right now.
Okay, if you don't recall, that's fine. Was there any physical confrontation that you observed at the studio?
Just like a regular day. Just studio, smoking, drink.
Right. And you just mentioned smoking. What were you smoking, specifically you?
Weed.
Okay. All right, and now the vehicles, we saw that the gray vehicle on the studio pulled off first. Can you tell us where you guys, the route you guys took to the best of your knowledge?
I can't tell you because I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall getting on a highway at all?
I recall being in the car while I was driving. I don't know where. I don't know. I don't.
Okay. Were you awake the entire time you were in that vehicle?
I wasn't.
Okay. Do you know at what point you fell asleep?
I don't.
All right. And when you left the studio, you were awake. Is that a fair statement?
I was.
And at what point do you recall waking up, or what time do you recall the next thing you saw?
Once you came to a stop.
All right. And where did you come to a stop?
At the house gate.
And the house gate for Melly's house?
Yeah.
When you got to the house gate at Melly's house, who was inside your vehicle, the red Mitsubishi?
Same people you've seen get in the car.
All right. So by your testimony, Cody, AD, Tay, and yourself.
Yes.
Okay. So still 4 people.
Still 4 people.
Do you recall how you guys entered the gate?
The gate was open for us.
And publishing states 47. And pause it at timestamp 3:49, looks like 58. Do you recognize that red Jeep? Mitsubishi?
I do.
Is that the vehicle that you left the studio in?
Yes.
And is this the guard gate you just testified to at Melly's house?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see that screenshot at timestamp 3:51:31?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see yourself inside that red Mitsubishi vehicle?
Yes.
And where are you located? Okay. And do you recall going through the gate, going through the procedure of going through the gate?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So you get through the gate, where do you go next?
To the house.
All right. And can you tell us, you pull into the house, is there a driveway in the house, in front of the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other cars parked in that driveway when you get to the house?
No.
All right. Do you see the gray Jeep that you left the studio with at the house?
No.
All right. So what do you do when you get out of the vehicle?
From what I remember, I went upstairs and went to sleep.
Okay. And you said upstairs. So the house is how many stories?
Couple.
Okay. So you went upstairs to where specifically to sleep?
In Julie's room.
All right. Was Juby in his room?
Nah.
Okay. Do you recall where Melly's room was in the house?
Not upstairs.
Okay. Do you recall where it was if it was not upstairs?
I think it was like first room as soon as you come in the house.
Okay. Was Melly at the house when you got there, from what you can recall?
No.
Did you see Melly at any time in the house?
No.
Right. So you go upstairs in Juby's room, and what do you do?
Crash.
All right. Crash meaning?
Go to sleep.
Okay. At some point, do you wake up?
Yeah.
And why?
Phone
Or how?
Phone calls.
Okay. Safe to say that your phone was getting a lot of phone calls, blowing up.
Yes.
All right. And at some point, you answer the phone, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do in response to the phone calls?
I answered the one that kept ringing, and yeah.
All right. And so what do you do in response to getting that phone call?
I ended up at the hospital.
All right. Do you recall which hospital that was?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what city you were in at this point?
I was in Broward.
All right. What city? Not the county.
Miramar.
Okay. Do you know if you went to Miramar Hospital?
I don't know which hospital it was.
Okay. So you get to the hospital. What do you find out when you get to the hospital?
That Anthony and Christopher was deceased.
Okay. And obviously let me not say obviously, but at that point in time, what do you do? Or how do you react to that news?
Grieving.
Okay. Do you stay at the hospital?
Not long.
Right. Where do you go after the hospital?
I ended up somebody's house.
All right. Do you recall whose house that was?
I don't know whose house it was, but I ended up there.
All right. Let's start with the city. Do you recall what city that house was in?
Miramar.
All right. Do you recall if it was in the same or different area than where Melly's house was?
It looked similar.
Okay. And just to clarify, was it the same or different house than Melly's house?
Different.
Okay. Where did you go when you went to that house?
What you mean?
Like, where in the house did you go? So you go to the house, where do you go?
I went inside the house, I was in the back.
Okay. And would your statement refresh your recollection as to whose house you were at?
Maybe.
I have permission to approach and we'll show as counsel the same statement. Page 4.
Same procedure, Mr. Glass, if you could just review page 4.
right. I can't type like that because I'm doing 3 other things. But listen, look, this is my thing, right? I'm listening to old buddy. I'm hearing what he's saying, but one of the things they got to look at too is how he's coming across. I'm not even talking about not seeing his face. His whole demeanor is just like, whatever. The lady that said, we talked about this, Mr. Glass. Like, what you mean y'all talked about it? So, I don't recall. So do you want me to show you the statement? So, your statement that you provided, we don't know the circumstances around when he gave that statement. So giving him a statement that he's now saying he don't even recall nothing about it is fishy to me. And then another thing about the evidence, again, I personally still don't see the evidence pointing to Melly killing 2 people. I still say that. I mean, I've looked at it, I've listened back to it. I don't see it saying or pointing that Melly, right, killed 2 people. And I told y'all yesterday that after hearing the jury instructions, if anything, manslaughter, right? Because of the instructions of if the evidence showed he did not possess the gun but was part of it, it would be manslaughter. Again, they had no evidence other than that cell phone, right, to say that Melly was even there. Okay. Well, no, the cell phone and the video of the studio that he got in that car. And I spent time yesterday going through each point. If the prosecutor, right, would have poked holes in the story of the one defense witness, which was Adrian Davis, okay, when she cross-examined him, if she poked hole in his story other than saying, well, you didn't tell me he was looking for his phone when we did deposition. And I'm going to play that again too. But that's the only thing that she crossed up with. Another thing, circumstantial evidence, right, is what I'm saying is what they're providing. They showed us a video of the highway of the 2 cars passing by. However, they didn't and they showed us the video from McDonald's and stuff like that. But none of the videos showed the car didn't stop, right? None of the video like smashed that part of the story. And I'm just thinking about Adrian Davis' story as a whole compared to the story that the prosecution has laid out with the phone, right? So again, I still say they didn't prove that he murdered 2 people. And even if, and like I said, I'm gonna even go with, okay, well, if that is his phone, where's the evidence that he killed 2 people? Where is the evidence that he was still in a car at the time of the murder? I said on day 1, before we even knew what was gonna be presented, that the hang up is going to be if some people are like, well, I see him get in, how do he get out? You know what I'm saying? That would have been my thing as far as if I was on the jury. I would need to see how he got out. And this was on day 1 I said it, right? So fast forward, we don't get an explanation to him getting out until the last day when the defense presents the witness. And the witness said, hey, he did get out. You know, we stopped and he got in the car. Now, what the state has done is say, well, this phone dropped the ping at this time. And I said yesterday, I said, well, have you ever been in a area or somewhere, or your phone is not catching service, and you try, especially on the iPhone, and you try to send a message, it will fail, right? You can have the option to send it as a text message. That doesn't mean it's going to go through right then and there, which is, again, reasonable doubt to it. Not saying that's what happened, but it's like, I don't know, for this to be a double homicide, the state didn't bounce on filling in the blanks. It's just, well, all our evidence and our witnesses say this. This witness is the only one saying something different. That's her whole argument. She didn't say that this guy was not telling the truth. She didn't say nothing. She don't even give an explanation to why Moretti never followed up with Adrian Davis. She never says none of that. All she says is, well, our evidence I showed y'all goes along with what the the witness Glass said, okay? Although Glass is up there being coached into remembering what he said during the statement. That's all I'm saying. Let me see. Jerry said there is evidence, Mickey. You just want to say again, y'all. It's evidence of manslaughter at best based off the jury instructions. I mean, you can't tell me y'all really are going to say because his phone was in their area, right? And that is no other reasonable explanation that he may not have been the one using it. And even if you think that, then where does it prove that he shot somebody? At that point, that means, okay, so let me ask y'all this. Why didn't the police catch up to Melly prior to February to get the testing of his hands for gunshot powder, to get his clothes? They subpoenaed search warrants for tracking all that. Why didn't they do one for Melly? If that's what they're saying. If that's what they're saying, why is that? Why wasn't none of that presented? That's my thing. Call up. I'm looking at it from an unbiased standpoint. I'm looking at it for like a puzzle to how it coexists with each other, right? Like the defense, to me, provided an explanation to why it doesn't fit, because they're saying this witness is stating Melly was never in the car at the time of the shooting. Okay, cool. So prosecution, you come back. Hold on. They talking. Hold on. Right? Hold on. Is my phone slow? Hold on, because they talking on my other phone. So hold on. Let me see what's going on. Pause the call. I'll be ready for the debate in just 1 minute. Why are they talking on my phone but not on the computer?
Like Trayvon Glass in particular, who was hiding behind the monitor for half of his testimony and then hiding deliberately behind his dreadlocks for the rest of his testimony. I think his testimony is going to look a whole lot better on paper than it did when it was delivered. The best evidence of his testimony was captured on videotape, and the jury would be able to see it. And so we would suggest that since we're in a situation whereby the testimony has been captured on video, that the best practice in this instance would be that any testimony that is asked back for not be read back, because it would be devoid of its context, but be shown. And with respect to Mr. Kelly, Officer Kelly, whose testimony won't be available until tomorrow, it would also expedite matters, because I'm sure it would be a lot quicker to obtain video footage than it would be to have it typed up. My other point would be this. The request for the testimony of Mr. Glass and Kelly both came in the same question. And subsequent to that, we received a note that indicates that there may be factions that are beginning to calcify. We can only speculate as to what the jury is thinking and saying. But I think it's unequivocal that the substance of Mr. Glass's testimony favored the state. It is also unequivocal that Mr. Kelly made some concessions that essentially his analysis had defects and he really couldn't draw the conclusions that he was attempting to draw. So one can surmise that maybe that might be more favorable to the defense. If we have a jury that's now divided into factions and one side is sending for information that might support their argument, another side is sending for information that might support their argument, then I think it would be unfair if we allow one side of that faction to get their ammunition and wait another 24 hours before the other side is able to meet that argument with whatever they're trying to fashion, or whatever that testimony they're using as a component of their position. So we think it would be prejudicial because we got both requests in the same questionnaire or same question, asking for the testimony of both people. And until both is available, first of all, we'd like it to be shown back as opposed to be read back. And secondly, we think that it should be done at the same time so that both sides, assuming they're for different sides, are equipped with the ammunition they need when they go back and the deliberations continue. But we think it would be extremely prejudicial if Mr. Glass's testimony were to be read today and tell them, wait until tomorrow before we get you papers. So
Thank you, David Spears.
Your Honor, it's entirely speculative. The rules would conform with a readback occurring. The state suggesting Your Honor should stick to the rules of criminal procedure in this case.
So objecting to having some type of seeing what the crime and whatever the born crime video is, and that played back to you, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else, counsel?
Yeah, well, once we can ascertain that it's complete, then clearly it's the best evidence. There might be rules which do not contemplate the existence of video, but now that we know we have it, the court as the gatekeeper knows that it will not be an inaccurate reflection of what has occurred. As a matter of fact, it will be the best evidence of what occurred. And therefore, to use a procedural deficiency as a basis for objection, I think is an attempt to obfuscate what would be the best evidence and the truth. And I don't think the state took a position with respect to whether or not it should be read at the same time, but we would maintain that it would be prejudicial to Mr. Demons. And I know we're reading tea leaves, but because we don't know what's going on, it's all the more important that we give the jury what they asked for at the same time that they asked for it and not split it up.
Thank you. Well, counsel, respectfully, the court reporter is the person who keeps the record of the proceedings. So if they want to read back, that's what we're going to do. They have to read back. I understand the case was live streamed. That's not in evidence. The court reporter could read it back. That's what the rules provide for. That's what we'll do. Regarding Mr. Glass and Mr. Kelly, Mr. Glass's read back, my understanding is testimony is relatively short. It didn't take the court reporter too long to do that. She's going to read that back now. She's working on Mr. Kelly, and when that's available, she'll do Mr. Kelly as well. You're good.
Thanks, sir.
You bring the jury?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did they finish what they was doing? All right. All right. Defense not calling their own medical examiner their witness to reboot. The state finding is. See, I don't know. Like I said, again, I don't have the law background, but outside looking in, right? Why would they need experts, right, to dispute what the medical examiner is saying, if they have proven, right, in their eyes, they have proven that Melly wasn't even in the car at the time of the shooting. See, to me, right, I feel like by going down that road with all these experts to poke at a case, that you're saying your whole defense is my client wasn't even there. Hold on.
In lieu of them watching the testimony, which we maintain is the best alternative, to allay some of the concerns we have with respect to prejudice, we would ask that an instruction be given to the jury, reminding and admonishing them that a readback cannot reflect the matters of demeanor, tone, or voice in which the testimony was given. So we can ask that the jury be reminded that a readback is not a complete accounting of the testimony because it doesn't account for manner, tone, voice, and the things which they may have observed. So we ask that that instruction be given prior to them getting the readback or after.
Steve, you heard?
There is a standard jury instruction 4.4 that covers this. That would be the state's position that that's what you're on screen.
Let me take a peek.
Thank you. That's what I typically would do, that's to read back the standard jury instruction.
I do notice that that the headings of each one of these speaks to readback/playback. So I do believe the rules do contemplate a playback as opposed to a readback. Just to correct the record, because my understanding from the state was that a playback was not called for, but this proposed rule does actually mention playback.
Thank you.
Your Honor, also, this Rule 4.4 does not contemplate the issues that are concerning, particularly with respect to Mr. Glass hiding behind the monitor and behind his hair. We think that it's important that the jury be reminded that tone, manner, and comportment during testimony are also important in their assessment of credit. So we ask that not just the standard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not stated, anything additional?
Yeah.
Two things, Counsel. Number one, my understanding of the readback, playback issue has to do with evidence. That's something that's in evidence that's going to be played back to the jury, not trying to find out something on the live screen, not in evidence, to be played back to the jury. I think there's a difference. That's first thing. Second thing, regarding the witness, my recollection was you said he was hiding behind it. My understanding is you asked him, or somebody asked him a question about it, and he said he was blind in one eye. I thought that was the issue, he was blind in his left eye. But regardless, I'm sure it's in the transcript. But your objection, I'm just going to read this thing. All right, bring the jury.
Thank you.
Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant attorney. I have a jury inquiry form. It says request of view evidence. It states clarification. Courtney Sutherland should have been in court with Henry. We have decided we do not need to hear this statement from the hospital. That goes on Trayvon Glass. We would like to have his testimony read back. Michael Kelly, we would like to have his testimony read back when available. So what I've done, ladies and gentlemen, I've talked to the court reporter, and she is able to read back the testimony of Mr. Trayvon Glass. At this time, I discussed this with the attorneys, and the court reporter is going to read that back now. As far as Michael Kelly, she's working on getting that done, and as soon as it's ready, we will have it read back to his testimony.
Hold on, are y'all really talking about the blowing the kissing thing? What if his mama not on front row right now? Jersey, don't follow Location K. YNW Melly took his girlfriend back in the day. Yeah, I had to look down like, what?
The court, call your next witness, please. Ms. Smith, Trayvon Glass. The court, are you ready, Mr. Glass? The witness, yes, sir. The court, welcome. This is our witness stand over here. Once you come to the witness stand, what I'd like you to do is remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn. The clerk, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The witness, I do. The clerk, state your full legal name for the record. The witness, Trayvon Glass. The clerk, please spell your first and last name for the court reporter. The witness, TRAVEON GLASS. The court, please have a seat. Mr. Glass, that microphone in front of you, only adjust up or down, it doesn't move back and forth. The witness, all right. The court, so if you could scoot up close to the microphone. Ready to proceed, sir? Counsel, you may. Ms. Smith, thank you, Your Honor. Direct examination by Ms. Smith. Question, good morning, Mr. Glass. Answer, good morning. Question, I know that you are quite soft-spoken, so I'm going to need you to speak up a little louder, okay? And remember, you have to make oral responses, okay? Answer, yes. Question, how old are you? Answer, I'm 23. Question, and where are you currently living? What city? Answer, Vero Beach. Question, and have you lived there all your life? Answer, majority of it. Question, okay, you completed high school, or what was the last grade you completed? Answer, 11th. Question, all right, you're not married, correct? Answer, excuse me? Question, you're not married? Answer, no. Question, so I'm going to talk about some prior stuff before we get into why you're here today. Have you previously been convicted of a felony? Yes or no? Answer, yeah. And how many times? Answer, to my best knowledge, once. Question, if I were to show you something, would that refresh your recollection? Answer, yeah. Question, a prior judgment? Ms. Smith, Your Honor, permission to approach the witness? The court, first show counsel first, please. Ms. Smith, yes. Question, I'm going to ask you to just look at the document. Don't say anything, okay? Have you had an opportunity to review the document? You have to answer. Answer yes. Question, all right. Is your memory refreshed to how many convictions you have? Answer 2, or is that 1? I don't know shit. I see 2 charges. Question, all right. Now you currently have some pending charges in Indian River County, correct? Answer, yeah. And those are 2 charges? Answer, yeah. Question, misdemeanor resisting without violence? Answer, yeah. Question, and an obstruction of service or execution of a search warrant? Answer, yeah. Question, Are those misdemeanors or felonies? Answer, I'm not sure. Question, okay, do you know what the penalty you are facing on those charges? Answer, no. Question, have you been offered probation in that case? Answer, yeah. And have you been made any promises in exchange for your testimony here today? Answer, no. Question, all right, so let's go back to October 26, 2018. What were you doing like for work? Answer, I wasn't working at all. Question, were you involved in the music business at all? Answer, kind of, sort of. Question, and how so? Answer, making beats. Question, all right, and when you were making beats, were you working with a specific group or music group or people? Answer, one person to be particular, but yeah, it was supposed to be in a group. Question, all right, let's start by saying this. What group was it? Answer, in YNW. Question, all right, and when you said one person specifically, who was that person? Answer, Judy. Question, and can you tell the members of the jury Judy's real name? Answer, Christopher Thomas. Question, and how long had you known Christopher Thomas, who you referred to as Judy? Answer, over a decade. Question, and this is back in October. And did you know somebody by the name of Anthony Williams who went by Sack Chaser? Answer, yeah. Question, and how long have you known Sack Chaser? Answer, a couple of years. Ms. Smith, permission to approach the witness with state 73. The court is in evidence. Ms. Smith, yes. The court, yes, you may proceed. By Ms. Smith. Question, Travion, I'm going to ask you to take a look at state's photograph number 4 and state 73. Do you recognize that person in state's photograph with the label marking 18-3118? Answer, I do. Question, and who is that? Answer, Anthony Williams. Question, so back on October 26, 2018, do you recall being at the New Era studio? Answer, yeah. Question, who were you with? Who were you there with? Answer, a few other people. Question, okay, was Judy and Sack there? Answer, correct. Question, all right, and do you recall around what time you guys got to the studio? Answer, I'm not sure when we arrived. Question, was it light or dark outside? Answer, I believe it was dark, I'm not sure. Question, all right, and what was the intention going to the studio? Answer, I believe we were supposed to have a 12-hour session. Question, all right, and that's a 12-hour recording session, right? Answer, yeah. Question, and who was the artist that was recording that night? Answer, it was everybody. Everybody was an artist in that room. Question, all right, did you guys end up staying for 12 hours? Answer, nah. Question, okay, what changed and why didn't you end up staying? Answer, to the best of my knowledge, people were sleeping, so we ended up going home because you don't sleep in the studio. Question, all right, and part of that is because studio time is paid for. Answer, paid for. Question, okay, you just said it was paid for. What was paid for? Answer, studio time. Question, so you guys had prepaid for 12 hours? Answer, correct. Question, I'll move on. How long? Well, you said that people were sleeping. Who was sleeping? Answer, everybody but me, Anthony, and Christopher. Question, was someone upset that people were sleeping? Answer, I guess you could say that. Question, and who was that person? Answer, Sack. Question, and how did Sack respond? How did Sack respond to people sleeping? Answer, he woke them up and let them know it's time to go. And how did he do that? Answer, yeah, he went and woke them up, shook them up. Question, okay, so at some point, you just mentioned that guys are getting ready to leave the studio. Answer, yeah. Ms. Smith, publishing state 72, publishing image number 1 in state 72. Question, Mr. Glass, can you see that photo on the screen in front of you? Answer, yes. Question, okay, and who is that person? Answer, to the best of my knowledge, Melly. Question, okay, and the person I'm referring to, what is he wearing? Answer, a jacket. Question, all right, do you recognize the person on the other side of the photograph wearing what appears to be a black shirt? Answer, kinda, sorta. Question, if you do? Answer, no, I don't. Question, publishing image number 2. Do you recognize individuals in that photograph? Answer, 2 of 3 of them, yeah. Question, okay, so what you can do is identify them by clothing that they are wearing. Answer, Juvie, black jacket to the left, Sack in the middle, jean jacket, Tay, black jacket. Question, and Sack, is he standing or sitting? Answer, sitting. Question, and Tay, is he standing or sitting? Answer, sitting. Question, and you said Cortland was wearing a black jacket. Is he standing or sitting? Answer, who? Question, how did you refer to him? My apologies. Answer, Tay. Question, no. Answer, Juvie. Question, the person wearing the black jacket, who did you identify that as? Answer, Juvie is wearing a black jacket. Also, it's Tay wearing a black jacket. Question, the person wearing the black jacket who is standing up, do you recognize that individual? Answer, that's Chris. Question, okay, do you recognize the people in photograph image 3? Answer, same one you just showed, same person. Question, and who is that person? Answer, Melly. Question, the 3 images that were just shown from state 72, do you recall when those photographs were taken? Answer, same night. Question, what date would that be? Answer, 10/26. Question, of 2018? Answer, yeah. Question, what location were those photographs taken in? Answer, New Era Promotions at the studio. Question, was that the studio we just discussed that you guys were hanging out at? Answer, yeah. Ms. Smith, I'm now publishing state 7, publishing 10/26/2018, beginning at timestamp 2/17/42. Question, Mr. Glass, do you recognize the 2 individuals on the screen who paused at 2/17/47? Answer, do I recognize the back of their head? Answer, yes, do you recognize them? Answer, I just see the back of heads. Question, okay, I'm going to continue to play. Do you recognize anyone at timestamp 2/17/52? Answer, still the back of the heads. Question, do you see an individual standing next to a red vehicle? Answer, yes, that's Kobe. Question, you just said that's who? Answer, Kobe. Question, and what is Kobe's real name? Answer, that's what I know him by, Kobe. Question, all right, would anything refresh your recollection as to his legal name? Answer, I don't know. Question, if I were to show you your prior statement, would that refresh your recollection? Answer, it could. Ms. Smith, permission to approach the witness, the court, you may. Question, Mr. Glass, if you could take a moment and look at this page, read it to yourself, do not read aloud, and look up when you're done. Has your memory been refreshed as to the legal name of Kobe? Answer, yeah. Question, what is Kobe's legal name? Answer, Jacoby Mills. The reporter, I'm sorry, the witness, Jacoby. Ms. Smith, question, all right, if you can repeat the last name for the court reporter. Answer, Mills. Question, I'm going to continue to publish date 7. There is a second individual at the red Mitsubishi vehicle. Do you recognize that second individual? Answer, not really, no. Question, okay, how about the individual that is standing at the gray Jeep? Answer, that's Zach. Question, I'm going to continue to publish. I'm pausing at timestamp 2:18:21. Do you see that individual who's walking away from the Mitsubishi Jeep? Answer, I see him. Yeah. Question, do you recognize him? Answer, that's AD. Question, I'm going to ask you for AD's legal name. Answer, I know his last name is Davis. Question, okay. Would looking at your statement refresh your recollection as to his legal name? Answer, I guess so. I don't know. Ms. Smith, Your Honor, permission to approach the court. Is that the same statement? Ms. Smith, yes, Judge. Approaching the witness. Question by Ms. Smith. Mr. Glass, same procedure. If you could take a look at that and look up. Answer, unintelligible. Question, no, without speaking. Has your memory been refreshed as to AD's legal name? Answer, yes. Question, okay, what is AD's legal name? Answer, Adrian Davis. Question, continue to publish state 7. Mr. Glass, let me know if you need to rewind the video. Did you have a chance to look at the face of the individual wearing what appears to be a white shirt and blue shorts? Answer, that's me. Question, continuing to publish. I'm pausing the video on 2:18:41. Do you see that individual carrying something across his shoulder, wearing what appears to be a blue jacket? Answer, say that again. Question, do you see the person on the video? Answer, I see the back of his head. Question, do you see the back of the head of the person wearing the jean jacket? Correct. Answer, correct. Question, do you see the jacket in state 72, image number 3, the front of the jacket? Answer, yeah. Question, do you see that jacket in states image 1 of state 72? Answer, I see the same thing y'all see. Question, we spoke about this, Mr. Glass. Answer, I said that. The court, excuse me. Counsel, you asked questions, all right? By Ms. Smith, question. I'm asking questions, Mr. Glass, and just asking you to respond if you have knowledge. Is this the jacket that was in image number 1 and image number 3, the jacket that Melly was wearing on October 26th of 2018? Answer, to the best of my knowledge. Question, to the best of your knowledge, yes or no? Answer, yes. Ms. Smith, publishing state 7. Question, I'm back to state 7, timestamp 2:18:41. The individual that's on screen wearing the jacket, it appears something across his back. Who is that individual? Mr. Glass, can you respond? Answer, I see the same person as last time. Question, okay, and can you tell us who that same person is? Answer, Melly. Ms. Smith, continuing to publish. The witness, asking questions I don't know the answers to. By Ms. Smith, question. Mr. Glass, you can't speak when there's not a question. Mr. Glass, do you see that individual carrying something in their left hand? I'm asking you if you see them, just if you see them. Answer, yes. Question, do you recognize that person? Answer, of course. Question, and who is that person? Answer, Christopher Thomas. Question, Mr. Glass, can you identify for the record? I know there's a video, but can you identify which vehicle you got into? Answer, the red Mitsubishi. Question, and can you tell us who was in the car with you? Answer, Kobe, Tay, and AD. Question, so AD, Tay, and Kobe. Answer, Is that a yes? Answer, yes. Question, so that is a total of 4 people. Answer, correct. And then the vehicle to the left of the screen, the Jeep, who entered that vehicle to your knowledge? Answer, everybody else that was there. Sat, Melly, Juby, and Cortland. Answer, okay. I'm sorry, question, okay, and by my count, is that also 4 people? Answer, correct. Question, and when those continuing to publish at 2:19:36, I'm gonna stop at 2:19:46. At the time you left the scene in that red Mitsubishi, where were you headed? Answer, supposed to be home. Question, who's home? Answer, I guess Melly's house. Question, and was everybody in that red car headed to Melly's house? Answer, to the best of my knowledge. Question, and what about the Jeep? Where was your understanding that the Jeep was headed, the gray Jeep? Answer, same spot. Question, so both cars left the studio with the intention of heading to what you identified as Melly's house? Answer, correct. Question, can you tell us, I guess, what was the mood or the vibe of the studio while you guys were there? Answer, it was years ago. I can't tell you nothing right now. Question, okay, if you don't recall, that's fine. Was there any physical confrontation that you observed at the studio? Answer, just like a regular day at the studio, smoking and drinking. And you just mentioned smoking. Where are you smoking? Specifically you. Answer, weed. Question, all right. And now the vehicles. We saw that the gray vehicle on the video pulled off first. Can you tell us where you guys, the route you guys took to the best of your knowledge? I can't tell you because I don't know. Do you recall getting on a highway at all? Answer, I recall being in the car while it was driving. I don't know where. I don't know. I don't. Question, were you awake the entire time you were in that vehicle? Answer, I wasn't. Question, okay, do you know at what point you fell asleep? Answer, I don't. Question, all right. And when you left the studio, you were awake. Is that a fair statement? Answer, I was. Question, and at what point do you recall waking up, or what time do you recall the next thing you saw? Answer, once it came to a stop. Question, all right. And where did you come to a stop? Answer, at the house gate. Question, at the house gate for Melly's house? Answer, yeah. Question, when you got to the house gate at Melly's house, who was inside your vehicle, the red Mitsubishi? Answer, same people you've seen get in the car. Question, by your testimony, Kobe, AD, Tay, and yourself? Answer, yes. Question, okay, so still 4 people. Answer, still 4 people. Question, do you recall how you guys entered the gate? Answer, the gate was open for us. Ms. Smith, publishing states 47. Question by Ms. Smith, I'm going to pause it at timestamp 3:49, looks like 58. Do you recognize that red Jeep Mitsubishi? Answer, I do. Question, is that the vehicle that you left the studio in? Answer, yes. Question, is this the guard gate you testified to at Melly's house? Answer, yes. Question, do you see that screenshot at timestamp 3:51:31? Answer, Question, is that a yes? Answer, yes. Question, do you see yourself inside that red Mitsubishi vehicle? Answer, yes. Question, and were you located? Answer, and where are you located? Answer, passenger. Question, do you recall going through the gate, going through the procedure of going through the gate? Answer, yes. Question, so you get through the gate, where do you go next? Answer, to the house. Question, all right. And can you tell us, you pull into the house, is there a driveway in the house, in front of the house? Answer, yeah. Question, are there any other cars parked in that driveway when you get to the house? Answer, no. Question, all right. Did you see the gray Jeep that you left the studio with at the house? Answer, no. Question, all right. So what do you do when you get out of the vehicle? Answer, what I remember, I just went upstairs and went to sleep. Question, okay, and you said upstairs, so the house is how many stories? Answer, a couple. Question, okay, so you went upstairs to where specifically to sleep? Answer, to Judy's room. Question, all right. Was Judy in his room? Answer, no. Question, do you recall where Melly's room was in the house? Answer, not upstairs. Question, okay, do you recall where it was if it was not upstairs? Answer, I think it was like front first room when you come in the house. Question, was Melly at the house when you got there from what you can recall? Answer, no. Question, did you see Melly at any time in the house? Answer, no. Question, all right, so you go upstairs in Judy's room and what do you do? Answer, crash. Question, crash meaning? Answer, go to sleep. Question, okay, at some point do you wake up? Answer, yeah. Question, and why? Answer, phone calls, phone calls, phone calls, phone calls. Question, okay, safe to say your phone was getting a lot of phone calls blowing up? Answer, yeah. Question, and at some point you answered the phone, correct? Answer, yeah. Question, okay, what do you do in response to the phone calls? Answer, I answered it when it kept ringing. And yeah. Question, and so what do you do in response to getting that phone call? Answer, I ended up at the hospital. Question, all right, do you recall which hospital that was? Answer, no, I don't. Question, do you recall what city you were in at this point? Answer, I was in Broward. Question, what city, not the county? Answer, Miramar. Question, do you know if you went to Miramar Hospital? Answer, I don't know what hospital it was. Question, so you get to the hospital, what do you find out when you get to the hospital? Answer, that Anthony and Christopher were deceased. Question, okay, and obviously at that, let me not say obviously, but at that point in time, what do you do or how do you react to that news? Answer, grieving. Question, okay, do you stay at the hospital? Answer, not long. Question, where do you go after the hospital? Answer, I ended up somewhere, somebody's house. Question, all right, do you recall whose house that was? Answer, I don't know whose house it was, but I ended up there. Question, let's start about with the city. Do you recall what city that house was in? Answer, Miramar. Question, do you recall if it was in the same or different area than where Melly's house was? Answer, it looks similar. Question, and just to clarify, was it the same or different house than Melly's house? Answer, different. Question, where did you go when you went to that house? Answer, what do you mean? Question, like where in the house did you go? So you go to the house, where do you go? Answer, nowhere. Inside the house, I was in the back. Question, and would your statement refresh your recollection as to whose house you were at? Answer, maybe. Ms. Smith, Your Honor, please permission to approach. I'm sorry, Ms. Smith, Your Honor, permission to approach. I'm going to show defense counsel the same statement, page 4. Question by Ms. Smith. Same procedure, Mr. Glass, if you could just review page 4. Answer, I don't see nothing about a house here. Question, if you could just read the entire page and when you're done, let me know. Have you finished reading that page? Answer, yes. Has your memory been refreshed as to whose house you were at? Answer, I still don't see nothing about a house here. Okay, I'm going to now show you what's in evidence at state 62. Do you recognize individuals in state 62? Answer, yeah, I do. Question, okay, who are those individuals? Answer, Melly and another dude, Frito. Question, you said Melly and another dude, Frito? Yeah. Do you know Frito's name or any other nicknames? Answer, that's all I know, Frito. Question, Frito. Do you recall ever going to Frito's house? Answer, just that time. Question, just that time being what time? Answer, after I left the hospital. Question, and for the record, what is Frida wearing in the photograph? Answer, a shirt, a white shirt. Question, okay, so after the hospital, you went to Frida's house? Answer, to the best of my knowledge. Question, and what were you doing at the house? Answer, still grieving. Question, who took you to the hospital? Answer, the cameraman. Question, do you recall his name? Answer, Drew. Question, and do you recall who took you from the hospital to Frida's house? Answer, same person. Question, and before you left the hospital, or actually, who went to the hospital with you and Drew? Answer, just Drew. Question, who was at the house, Melly's house, before you left for the hospital? Answer, same people that was there when we got there. Question, okay, same people being the 4 people that entered the Mitsubishi? Answer, yes. Question, so you're at Frida's house. You mentioned, and I forgot exactly where you were in the house. Did you say where you were? Answer, Juby's room. Question, no, not Melly's house, Frida's house. Where were you at Frida's house? Answer, outside. Question, okay, and who was at Frida's house when you first got there? Answer, everybody that was in the house. Question, because I don't know who everybody was or is, can you please specify? Answer, Kobe, Melly, more people I don't know. Question, okay. Was that the first time you saw Melly after you guys left the studio? Answer, yeah. Question, was Melly wearing the same clothes or different clothes than when you saw him at the studio? Answer, nah, he wasn't. Question, nah, he wasn't. You got to specify. Answer, he wasn't wearing the same clothes. Answer, okay. Do you recall what he was wearing? Answer, just had on some shorts. Question, and how long do you stay at Frida Wang's house? Answer, I don't know. Question, okay. Minutes, hours, days? Answer, could be minutes, could be hours. Question, so not days. Answer, not even a day. Question, so when you got to Frida's house, was it light or dark outside? Answer, light. Question, and you previously said yourself and Melly and someone else was at Frida's house. Was Frida there as well? Answer, I think I did see him, I don't remember. Question, okay, what happens while you're there? Like you're there, you're outside, what happens? Answer, I'm grieving. Question, and you're grieving. Are you grieving alone? Answer, yes. Are you at the house at any point in time? Do more people come to the house or do people leave the house? Answer, if they did come, I don't know. I was in the back there grieving. Question, at any point in time, did Melly leave Frida's house? Answer, it came to a point where I was there by myself. Question, all right, so you were there by yourself. So the people that you previously said were there were no longer there, correct? Answer, correct. Question, and so do you know where they went during that time? Answer, I don't. Question, and we're still talking about October 26th of 2018, correct? Answer, yes. Question, and this would be shortly after the hospital? Answer, yes. Question, at some point does Melly come back to Frida's house? Answer, around that time I'm still grieving, getting a little, I don't know, yeah, I guess. Question, I guess Melly comes back? Answer, yes, I guess they did come back. I don't know, I'm not sure. Question, at some point does Melly leave again a second time? Answer, I don't remember anything from after that. For me grieving, that was the last thing I remember, was me grieving, and I end up in Gifford. Question, so before you end up in Griffin, sick, if I were to show you your statement, would that refresh your recollection as to Melly leaving and coming back a second time? Answer, I suppose so. Ms. Smith, permission to show him statement again? The court, yes, counsel. Question by Ms. Smith. Mr. Glass, I'm gonna give you page 5 and page 6. If you could take a look, you can start in the middle and review those pages and look up when you're done. Are you done? Answer, uh-huh. Is that a yes? Answer, yes. Question, did that refresh your recollection? Answer, somewhat. Question, okay, so tell us what you somewhat remember. Answer, I just did. Question, if you recall, you said you weren't sure, you went to Gifford. And then I asked you if your statement would refresh your recollection. Does your statement refresh your recollection as to whether Melly left again? Answer, I'm not sure, I was grieving. I'm not sure what nobody did, I was grieving. Question, let's see. I pointed out to you someone was, the person that was wearing the jacket that you identified as Melly was carrying something across his side.
Do you get headaches with sensitivity to light?
All right, y'all. Continue to run up the chat. Good conversation going on. We're listening to the readback of Glass statement. Okay, that's what we're listening to right now.
Answer, no. Question, do you know what was in the satchel? Answer, I don't. Question, okay. Do you recall seeing anyone else with the satchel that night at the studio? Answer, that was 5 years ago. I don't recall. Question, is there anything that can refresh your recollection as to whether or not anybody else was wearing a satchel? Answer, I suppose so. Question, if I were to show you that video again, would that refresh your recollection? Answer, I suppose so. Publishing state 7. Question by Ms. Smith. I'm going to start publishing state 7 at 2:19:01. I'm going to pause at 2:19:13. Does the video refresh your recollection as to anyone else that was carrying a satchel? Answer, yes. Question, who, if anyone, was carrying a satchel? Answer, I see Chris with one. Question, and that's Christopher Thomas? Answer, yes. Question, did you ever have any business relationship with a person referred to as Track? Answer, no. Question, okay, do you know who Track is? Answer, not really. Question, not really, or answer, I don't know who he is at all. Question, do you know of him? Answer, yeah. Question, did you see Track on October 26, 2018 at any point? Answer, no. Question, do you recall giving a statement, specifically the statement that you previously provided, that I previously provided you with here today to the detective in this case? Answer, uh-huh. Question, you have to answer out loud. Answer, yes. Question, that was a statement that you gave to Detective Moretti and another detective, I believe from Indian River, is that correct? Answer, it could be. Question, would showing you that statement refresh your recollection as to anything regarding your interactions with Track on October 26, 2018? Answer, I don't know. I don't know Track. Question, no. My question was, would showing you the statement refresh your recollection as to any time you saw Track on October 26 of 2018? Answer, no. Question, one moment. You said you ended up back in Gifford at some point in time on October 26th of 2018. Answer, yes. Question, and do you recall where Melly was at the time you went to Gifford? Answer, I don't remember. Question, at some point at Frito's house, do you guys all leave, meaning you yourself, everybody that you previously identified that was there? Answer, I don't recall. Question, you don't recall leaving? Answer, I don't recall leaving with anyone. I don't know where I left. I don't know how I left. Question, okay, just to clarify my question, so you mentioned you left. When you left with Gifford, was anyone else at Frito's house? Answer, I don't know. Question, do you recall Melly making these statements in your presence while you were at Frito's house? Answer, I don't recall. Question, would showing you your statement refresh your recollection as to anything Melly told you while you were there? Answer, I don't recall. Question, so you remember them leaving the house at least once, correct? Answer, yeah. Yes. Answer, yes. Question, all right. Now, when they came back, do you recall any conversations that Melly had in your presence that first time after the first time? Answer, I don't recall. Question, would showing you your statement refresh your recollection as to those statements? Answer, no, it wouldn't. Question, all right. Do you have a Facebook page back in October 26th of 2018? Answer, I believe so. Ms. Smith, I'm approaching counsel with what's been marked as state's quadruple I, which was previously shown permission to approach the witness. The court, you may. Question by Ms. Smith, Mr. Glass, do you recognize these two pages that I'm showing to you? Answer, I guess so. Question, and this is a Facebook, do these statements reflect a Facebook conversation? Answer, they do. Question, is this a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you had on Facebook? Answer, it is. The clerk states quadruple I will be marked as states 83. Permission, Ms. Smith, permission to publish? The court, you may. Question by Ms. Smith. Mr. Glass, can you see that document in front of you? Answer, yes. Question, all right, where it says author, can you read that for the members of the jury? Answer, you want me to read it?
Excuse me one second. Then you and I keep a message of one of your members needs a restroom break, so we'll take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence. We'll be back in finish reading shortly, as soon as we're done with the restroom break. All right? Thank you.
Y'all gonna let Jersey jump me in the chat, okay? Jersey say, hey, if you don't cry me a river, you did it. But nah, like on some real stuff, right? I would say this. Everybody doesn't have an emotional reaction to things. And that's just like on some, and I'm not even about to talk just about the situation here. Everybody doesn't happen or doesn't react emotionally. I am one of them, okay? Like, I don't have, hold on, what he saying? Hold on.
We're in recess. Hopefully forecast.
So to me, it's a defense, a defense mechanism. Okay, my past, my childhood, my upbringing, I've grown to build this wall to lack emotions. Because when I was growing up, like I said, I had a rough childhood. I had to endure and adapt to different situations solo. My parents was in and out of jail. I didn't have any siblings, so it was normally me against the world. So to me, I couldn't show weakness, and at that time, it was embedded that emotions is a weakness. So again, hey, can't help it, but that's how I got through a lot of the stuff I went through growing up. So fast forward to adulthood, it's still stuck in there, okay? Stuck in there. And I say this just off my own personal situation. I didn't go to the hospital when my mom passed away. By the time I got the call, she was already pronounced deceased. Okay. I didn't go to the hospital. I started having to make calls to do other things and send papers for funeral homes and stuff like that. But I didn't go to the hospital. Okay. Outside of my mom's funeral, I don't go to funerals, okay? Because I feel like going to a funeral just it just like opens that floodgate, okay? Back when I did go to relatives' funerals, it seemed like you go to one, that's it hit closer to home. So if you're not in my immediate situation, I'm not going to your funeral. I may stop by your wake, but I'm not gonna go to the funeral. Another thing is, again, I think the last time I went to the hospital to see a relative was my great aunt, like back in 2009. And the image of seeing her just scarred me. I'm not going to no hospital. Again, if you're my child or like my grandchild, definitely. But outside of that, I don't see me going to no hospital. Now, even with the whole situation with Quavo, when Takeoff was killed, everybody had an issue of his reaction at the funeral. And I was like, well, no, you know, people maneuver in different ways. Now, I got another example of how acting normal still don't mean nothing, right? Because it was a story here in Colombia, right? Where the whole time the murderer, right, was with the family, looking for the person, all that, and come to find out he was the killer. Oh, for those who watch, this is even more widespread. For those who watch the first 48, do y'all not remember the episode Leicester Street Murders? When it came to find out the brother killed the brother, the kids, and all that. But the whole time he was in witness, hiding with the family, all that. Normal reaction, right? But he was the killer. So I feel like, yeah, we can look at behavior and whatever, but what's normal? Because again, real psychopaths can be normal to get their point across, and then boom. Now, again, does that say Melly didn't do it? No, I ain't saying that. What I'm saying is just on basis of conversation, not going to a funeral, not going to the hospital, that could be just a coping mechanism for him. Now, the question would be, if we want to go down that rabbit hole, did he go to other funerals? Did he go to other hospitals? Did, like that? Then if you can show a history, like this is like, he always goes, like, I have a cousin. Shout out to my cousin, okay? She go to everybody's funeral. Everybody that died, she writing a post on Facebook, like, oh my gosh, this person gone, like all the time, like everybody. I be like, cuz ain't no way you was that close with this person, but that's her. My husband, he attached himself to death hard. He attached himself to my mom's death more than me. For a minute, I thought it was his mama and not my mama. Some people just maneuver. Is that normal to me? Hell no. I don't think that's normal, attaching yourself to death, but that's his thing, or that's his way of looking at it. But again, like I said, and then let's point out, okay, let's really point out, if we go down the rabbit hole of him having issues, like some type of mental health issues, he's not gonna act normal anyway. Now, I don't recall if the court said, or it was just like a topic of discussion one day we was on here. But, you know what I'm saying? It's like, at some point, when do he supposed to act normal? I mean, like, he ain't normal. Like, look at when he was 16. We watched the interrogation video. Look at what he's been doing throughout trial. Look at his music video. Hell, remember, y'all say he got like personality disorder or something. Now, again, I think that's just more so the internet. But like, why would he be acting normal then if he got all that going on? But hey, I appreciate y'all, because we've been running up the chat. We've been definitely getting the engagement up. We're at over like 2,500 views so far today. Keep it going. We've been at it about 3 hours and 23 minutes. Make sure everybody go tap into MickeyTruth.com. Use the code FREEMELLY for $10 off, $50 or more. And that code will be valid up until the verdict is read. Let me see. I think I got a poll up right now. Let me see what the numbers look like. All right, so I do got a poll, and I said, what will the jury decide? So far, we got 195 votes. 35% says guilty. 56% says not guilty. 9% says deadlock. I'm gonna leave that up because that is the question. We are currently waiting for the verdict to be read by the jury in the YNW Melly case. Now, all jokes aside and conversation aside, okay, this is an unfortunate situation. Although we're on the internet, on YouTube, and as always, this is all entertainment, educational purposes only. We definitely need to keep in mind this is a real life situation, and it's families that's going through a real life battle right now. With that being in mind, let's definitely pay our respects and send our prayers to the family of the decedents, Sat Chaser and Juvie, because regardless, this is their life. If Melly does walk away and they believe that's the killer, they won't seek justice, okay? If he is found guilty it's gonna be backlash from that. Like, this is a real deal situation. So I definitely want to keep that in mind. But again, we're just having a conversation about the situation, just from an entertainment standpoint, nothing more. But I do just want to say that because people are going through this in real life. And again, I think for the most part, we have been respectful of the situation. But I just want to say that on, we in the chat running it up. I do want to just say it vocally. But yeah, so we're waiting. I stopped listening to the YSL trial because I don't know what they're talking about. After they denied Young Thug bond, I kind of just stopped listening. But let's go back to it.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the council, the assistant state attorney, and the ladies and gentlemen jury. When we vote, I think we will vote on the readback of Mr. Glass. Madam Clerk, if you continue with the readback, please.
Question by Ms. Smith. If you can read that, what does it say next to author? Answer, Fargo. Question, what does it say before Fargo? Answer, Fetty Fargo. Question, do you see where it says Fetty Fargo? Answer, I see it. Question, okay. And who's Fetty Fargo? Answer, it was me. Question, who was that? So was that was that how you identified yourself on Facebook? Answer, kinda, sorta. Question, who were you having these conversations with? Answer, right now it looks like I'm talking to myself, like I was texting. I don't know who I sent it to. Question, do you see where it says participants? Answer, okay, so texting Melly. Question, that was page 1. I'm going to now publish to page 2. I'll publish it in part since it's a little small. Can you see that in front of you? Answer, yes. Question, I'm going to scroll up. What was the purpose of you having this conversation with Melly? Janelle Demons. Answer, I don't know. Just everything was questioned. Question, when you got to Gifford, were you looking for answers? Answer, not just me. Question, were people kind of pressing you for answers? Answer, correct. Question, and did they have any impact whether or not you reached out to Melly? Answer, I don't know what you mean by that. Question, so again, you said that people were looking for answers. So did you reach out to Melly looking for answers? Answer, I did. Question, is that the gist of that conversation on Facebook? Answer, is that just? Question, meaning the gist of the conversation was that the purpose behind the conversation and the general conversation that you had with him? Answer, yes. Question, do you know who Jamie King is? Answer, I don't know who she is. I know of her. Question, do you know her relationship? Answer, his mom. Question, do you know the relationship between Jamie King and Anthony Williams? Answer, I don't. Question, if I were to show you a copy of your statement, would that refresh your recollection? Answer, nope. Question. Sorry, Ms. Smith, and 1 moment to confer. Nothing further at this time. The court, counsel, thank you. Any cross-examination of this witness? Mr. Howard, yes, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The jurors, good morning. Cross-examination by Mr. Howard. Question. Good morning, Mr. Glass. Mr. Howard, Your Honor, do you mind if we could move the monitor from in front of the witness's face? The witness, I do, I mind. Mr. Howard, okay. Would you mind, Your Honor? The court, I don't mind. Is there a specific issue that you have, Mr. Glass? Yes, I do. Ms. Smith, Judge, can we approach sidebar? This is direct continued cross-examination by Mr. Howard. Good morning, Mr. Glass. Good morning, sir. Answer. No verbal response. Question. There was no response to this. Answer, no. Question. To your text on the first page. Answer, no. Question. On the second page, the state was discussing that essentially you were inquiring of Mr. Demons, Melly, what had gone on because you were trying to get information. Answer. Yeah. Question. And you see a conversation here where you get a response. I want to direct your attention to. Answer. I see it. Question. That statement. It says, I showed them niggas more love than they parents, right? Do you see that? Answer. I do see it, bro. Question. Thank you. And the next statement by the next message in sequence is again from Melly. It says, TF. What does that mean? Answer. You tell me. Question. Okay. What does that mean? Answer. I don't know. Question. Okay. So you were having a conversation and you didn't understand the response? Answer. I don't know what TF means. Question. So you didn't understand that response, correct? Answer. I just said it. Question. Okay. Then there's another one that says, men, tell them fuck that if they think I did some shit like that. We can go to war. Nigga, you know I would never do nothing like that. Do you see that? Answer. Yes, I see it. Question. Okay, so state had mentioned that you got arrested recently and charged criminally, correct? Answer. Correct. Question. And on May 30th, not too long ago of this year. Answer. Yeah. Question. And one of the charges that was made against you was obstruction of the service of execution of a search warrant. You're aware of that? Answer. I am now. Question. Pardon me? Answer. I am now. Question. So you got charged and you had no idea what you were charged with? Answer. Correct. And you are now on pretrial release? Answer. I bonded out, sir. Question. Okay. And while you're out on bond, you are of the opinion that if you don't come here, answer, I'll be in jail. That's the only reason. The court, excuse me, what happens is when they make objections, you wait before you answer. Objection overruled. The witness. Got you. Hold on just 1 second. I'm gonna reread that portion. Okay, and while you were out on bond, you are of the opinion that if you don't come here, I'll be in jail. Ms. Smith, objection, Your Honor, relevance. The witness, that's the only reason. The court, excuse me. What happens is when they make objections, just wait before you answer. Objection noted, it's overruled, proceed. The witness, got you. By Mr. Howard, question. You're of the impression if you don't come here and sit in the chair and testify, you're gonna go to jail. Answer, correct. Question. Okay, there are several instances in which Ms. Smith, prosecutor, that questioned you, showed you a statement that you previously gave. Remember that? Answer, yes. And you told us you remember seeing me in the deposition not too long ago. Answer, I said what? Question, you remember seeing me last week on Friday? Answer, yeah, I remember. Question, and you recall at the time that your statement to the detective was a few days after the incident? Answer, you say, do I recall? Question, that's what your recollection was at the time? Answer, yes. Question, a couple of days after? Answer, a couple days after. Question, and now after seeing the statement, you realize that it was 4 months later, right? Answer, you say what? You said what? Question, the statement you gave to police. Answer, you're telling me it was 4 months or asking me. Question, pardon me? Answer, are you telling me or asking me? Question, I'm asking you. Answer, that don't make sense. If you asking me, I told you it was there. It was 3 to 4 days after they died. Why are you asking me if it was 4 months if I just told you? Question, okay. So in the statement that you gave to police back then, you claimed that you had gone into the red vehicle in the rear seat, right? Answer, that was 5 years ago. To the best of my knowledge, that's what I said. Question, you're saying the statement was a few days after, right? Answer, question, the statement that you gave to the police was a few days after the incident. Answer, yes. Question, and you said then that you had gone into the rear of the red vehicle. Answer, to the best of my knowledge, yes. Question, and then you watched this trial unfold on TV over the last couple of weeks, right? Answer, no. Question, you didn't watch any of this trial? Answer, I watched it, but I didn't watch it unfold or whatever you're trying to say. Question, okay. You watched this on TV, this trial. Answer, on the phone. Question, and you saw a video of yourself get into the red vehicle, right? Answer, correct. Question, and you learned that the statement that you gave a few days ago, a few days after the incident was gone. Let me reread that question. And you learned that the statement that you gave a few days after the incident was wrong. Answer, because I said I was in the back and I was in the front. Question, yes, exactly that. Answer, that piece? Question, yes, that piece. Answer, okay, yeah. Question, you forgot where you sat in the vehicle a few days after? You can answer. Answer, answer what? Question, that question, is that correct, sir? Answer, did I forget? Question, did you forget? Answer, I could have made a mistake and said I was in the back and remembered that I was in the front. Question, so when you told the law enforcement officers that you had gone into the back of the vehicle a few days after the incident? Answer, that's what I thought to the best of my knowledge. Question, that's what you thought? Okay. And when you got to Melly's house that morning, you had a key? Answer, did you have a key? Question, no, I didn't. Did you? Answer, no, I didn't. Question, who had a key? Answer, I don't know. Question, do you know of anybody having a key to Melly's house? Answer, I don't know. Question, okay, but you did gain entrance to the house that morning after you left the studio. Answer, yeah. Question, and then you said you just went and crashed and went to sleep in Judy's room, right? Answer, factual. And you were awakened by your friend Drew? Answer, I did not say that. Question, were you awakened by your friend Drew? Answer, I said I was awakened by phone calls. Question, did you ever make a statement differently where you claimed that you were awakened by Drew? Do you understand the question, sir? Answer, I don't even remember getting asked a question. The court, all right, restate your question. Question, did you ever make a statement to the police? Answer, I don't recall. Question, okay, do you recall now being asked this question and giving this answer? Question by the detective. Then, and so when you first saw Drew, when did you see him? Where did you see him at? Your house or Frida's house? Answer, at the house in Miramar, at Melly's house, okay? He woke me up. It was like, come to the hospital. You said that? Answer, I don't recall. Question, don't recall? All right. When we spoke to you last week, you said you were awakened by phone calls from Christopher Thomas's mom, right? Answer, plenty of phone calls, different people. Question, pardon me? Answer, different people. Question, different people. And the one that you answered was Ricky. So you were awakened by a phone call from Ricky. Answer, to the best of my knowledge. a lot of marijuana, right? Answer, possibly. Question, you smoke it anytime you get a chance, I think is how you phrased it. Answer, it's your answer, yeah. Question, that was your answer. Answer, I smoke when I smoke. Question, you smoke when you smoke? Answer, yeah. Question, and when's that? Answer, when I smoke. Question, and when would that be? Answer, when I smoke. Question, how many times a day? Answer, twice, 3 times maybe. Question, and on the night in question, before you got to the studio, on the day in question, you had smoked at least 2 joints, right? Answer, that's your guess. Question, that's what you said, right? Answer, I don't recall. Question, okay, and when you got to the studio, you were smoking, correct? Answer, possibly. Question, were you or weren't you? Answer, that was 5 years ago. Question, you forgot? Answer, I don't recall. Question, and you were drinking Hennessy, I believe, or do you not recall that either? Answer, it's possible. Question, possible, but you don't recall. Answer, I don't. Question, okay, so you don't recall much from that night then, do you? Right? Fair? Answer, right. Question, and when you got in the red vehicle and left, you went to sleep in the vehicle when you left the studio, right? Answer, yeah. Question, and you didn't wake up until you got to the guard gate? Answer, I woke up when we came to a stop. Question, you did not wake up until you got to the guard gate. Am I right or wrong? Answer, I woke up when we came to a stop. It was at the guard gate, yes. Question, have you ever seen track with a gun? Answer, it's possible. Yes, maybe so. Question, okay, so you don't know of any friction between Melly and Anthony Davis at any time? Anthony Williams at any time? Answer, not that I know of. Question, and you don't know of any friction between Melly and Christopher Thomas at any time? Answer, not that I know of. Question, you didn't see any friction at the studio that night of any kind, did you? Answer, I didn't. Question, you did? Answer, I didn't. Question, with respect to your daily marijuana regimen, did you smoke before you came here today? Answer, I did not. Okay, I have nothing further, Judge, thank you. The witness, I should have. The court, counsel, is there any redirect, Ms. Smith? Briefly, your Judge. Briefly, Your Honor. Redirect examination by Ms. Smith. Question, Mr. Glass, did you live in Broward County back in October of 2018? Answer, I did not live here. Question, okay, when did you come in relation to this incident in Broward County? Answer, I was picked up probably, I don't know, I was picked up on the weekend or something like that. Question, so how would you, I guess, date how long you were here prior to the incident, time frame? Answer, 3 days, 2 days. Question, okay, so you were not a full-time resident of Melly's residence? Answer, I was not. Ms. Smith, nothing further. This witness excused? Yes, Your Honor. You may step down.
That concludes the readback of the witness Glass's testimony, so you may now retire and continue with your deliberations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain on defendant. Counsel, I have another question that the jury posed when they came in for readback. And the question reads, what is the conversion to 1 meter equals how many feet?
3 feet, 3 inches.
Rely upon the testimony. Rely upon the testimony.
Everybody agrees?
Yes, sir.
Can I do that just in writing here? Is that all right with everybody?
That's fine. Oh. I'm sorry. I think you should say you must rely on the testimony.
That's what I started to write.
I'm sorry.
No, you're right.
I'm sorry. What did you just say? Can I get that typed up, please?
More than once I'll say it. You must rely upon the testimony. Anything else you want to say? State, all right?
That's fine, right?
There are foods here, so we're going to utilize this time for lunch.
You hear that?
Lunch.
Lunch.
When should we be back?
You tell me, I mean, where are you going? You buying?
Yes.
The 30-minute window thing is out the window.
No, I mean, I think 30 minutes, that's fine. Just be available.
Yes, sir. You have our numbers.
All right, think good with you, Madam State?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we need you avoid it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll recess.
All right. So yeah, so just a little understanding real quick, y'all. So as far as the prosecution, they was offering everybody the opportunity to get immunity, okay? And we learned that not from the trial, but if you look at Fredo Baines, I call him Fredo. Fredo Baines' court documents on this case, it says that he was offered immunity, but he declined. It also shows for Jamie King, she was offered immunity and she accepted. So, and this was just people that were providing depositions now. So, I'm just going to say this. Yes, originally, Glass was not... So originally, Glass was not corroborating as far as like providing an accurate address for them to serve him. However, guess what? Adrian Davis eventually got served. Now I don't have his transcripts, but I'm pretty sure they're around. It would say in the transcript if he was offered. You know what we would need now? We would need Trayvon Glass transcripts from his deposition because they have to put on record at that time if he was offered anything. So, hey, like I said, now, yes, on record, it definitely has documentation that Trayvon Glass, they wasn't able to locate him. Not just the state, but the defense too. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, Fresh Chocolate. What do Fresh Chocolate? But yeah, Jamie King does have immunity because they brought her in to talk about witness tampering, right? And in the process of talking about that, they subpoenaed her for her phone. So yeah, but like I said, as far as I'm not saying he was offered, but if we go off the history, right? Hey, we don't know if Trek got offered anything. We'll have to look in his transcripts. So, you know, a lot of these people did get that offer. That offer was on the table. That just showed how serious they was, okay, to get what they needed to fit their puzzle. Because remember, the prosecution said that it's all about the piece fitting their puzzle. And that's why they never did anything with Adrian Davis. Now, to me, I would have, oh, hold on, yeah. in my opinion, although I wouldn't have used Adrian Davis, of course, right? I would have added him in to my opening statement and then packed in everything from there. See, this is, and again, this is just how I'm looking at it. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at, why did you hide this from us, right? Because remember, they put on record, oh, the prosecution was aware of this witness. They provided a deposition of him, right? But the prosecution never told us it was somebody putting Melly in the car. So to me, to clear the, like, you was trying to sweep it under the rug, I would have felt better if I would have heard it instead of hearing, well, the rapper Fredo Bang, or Frito, because they said Frito Bang picked him up and took him all, and he changed clothes. I would have rather heard, well, it's one particular friend that provided to us that Melly was in the car. However, our evidence will show that's not possible because XYZ. That would have made sense to me, right? She didn't have to call the name, right? She didn't have to say Adrian Davis, because to be honest, like I told you, Adrian Davis wasn't the only one who said that in this case. Mills originally said the same story. So again, setting a tone so that we know up front it's another version of events. Then maybe it would set right to me if I knew that. Now I'm looking at it as you bring it in. But to be hit on the back end, that's just me. You know what I'm saying? But let's see what the experts are talking about, because we haven't heard from them today.
Melly was likely not going to testify. And putting him there would have required a lot of explaining and a lot of testimony. And you wouldn't want to open Melly up to too many questions if he was going to testify. But I think it wasn't necessarily the best strategy at the end of the day, because the 9807 number, I do believe, was sufficiently tied to Melly. We believe it was his. And I think that if you follow the phone, you follow and you find out and you learn how the murder took place. So I don't know if it's going to work out, but they use that strategy because of their alibi witness.
Mina, I'll send this next question to you, and it's about Travion Glass. The testimony we just heard read back by the clerk for the jury, and he was with everybody at the recording studio that night. So Cindy Hedden asks from Twitter, I just answered part of the question for you, Mina, but who is Travion Glass? I haven't been able to watch much of this trial.
Travion Glass is a childhood friend of Juvie. They've known each other for over a decade. He was in that red Mitsubishi, which is the other car that was leaving the studio the night in question. He was staying at the house as well, Melly's house. So he has a lot of ties to not only the people who have passed away, but also Melly and this YNW collective. So he was one of two people that were actually in the red car that testified and gave their account. So basically friends of the people who were affected, and they were there so they can give us their opinion on or their recollection of what they remember seeing.
Michael, this next question is from you. It comes from @Reba05 from Twitter. As legal experts, do the questions asked by the jury lead you to determine which way the jury is leaning?
It's always tempting to put probably more into the questions than is the reality. But of course, you want to use that as any sort of insight as to which way they're going. Hopefully, you interpret it as something that helps your side, but that isn't always the case, and sometimes it's totally irrelevant. In this case today, we already know they wanted to get a statement made by Bortland Henry at the hospital, and then they changed their mind and said, no, we don't want that. So what does that tell you? Does that tell you that they've decided amongst themselves that the statement means nothing, and we believe it's the statement in which he first said, hey, this all happened as a result of a drive-by? Does it mean that they believed his statement, don't need to hear it again, or they don't believe it and they don't need to hear it again? So the short answer is you just never know, but you try to interpret it as best you can for your side.
All righty. Well, we're going to sign Offie off. So Offie, thanks for being with us today. We really appreciate it. And we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we are going to have Terry Austin come on and tell us what happened in that courtroom and take more of your questions. So stay.
Shout out to Terry Austin. I like old Terry. I like how she elaborate on what's going on. I don't know what you're. Okay, y'all. So listen, I do have to go get my hair done. Okay, at 3:00 p.m. Eastern time. What I'm gonna do is, if everything is still going on for today, I'll probably just remain live, but I'm gonna have to probably leave the screen off from the hearing. We're gonna have to just listen, I guess, until I get to my destination and can plug up my laptop. Okay, just a little FYI. Let me see what y'all been writing. Ain't no way they believe that bull ass statement now. Glass looking over at the car parked in the dark. Melanie is on that car. Now I saw some lights. I ain't gonna lie. I can't say I think they're headlights though, but I do see what you're saying. The circle lights. The after celebration type behavior really doesn't mean nothing. Okay, hold on. Let's just do a side note. Did y'all not watch Jada Youngin repass? Did y'all not watch that? Like, hey, people move differently for real. Cause that was something. Hold on. I need my other headphones because this phone about to go dead. God dang it. All right, hold on. I'm finding my other headphones. Cause this is all over the place. That's one thing about it. All these devices and nothing can stay charged. Okay? Nothing. Take it this way. Take it that way. Take it that. Oh no, I'll be right back. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? All right. Let me put this phone on the charger. This one on the charger. And then put this one on this charger. All right. All right, man. We in there now. We in there. I think I'm good. I haven't seen nobody say they can't hear me, so we good to go. How long are they on a break? Well, I know a lot of us are at work, but this is what I do. I'll drop the link. And yeah, if y'all want to pull up, talk about, cause like I said, right now we're just waiting. No telling. It could be next week before they make a decision. However, when that decision is reached, it's definitely gonna be something. Okay. How do I feel about listening back over glass? I don't know. To be honest, all on problem line. I don't know. I just feel like it's suspect. It's a little suspect across the board on everybody's side. Okay, I ain't gonna cap. It's suspect of the fact that why isn't all the friends getting to the business when it first happened? A lot of these statements are not done until way later on everybody recall, right? Now I will say it's definitely Melly, you at the gate. Like the gate. Melanie. Hold on, Melanie. What gate are you at? Oh, shout out to the truth team, okay? Yeah. Let me find out. Melanie is at the gate.
Hold on, why is this still up there? Hold on. While we wait on Melanie to tell us what gate she at, let's listen to what Terry talking about.
That. And they were asking for Trevion Glass to be read back. And also Michael, and we remember him, it's Michael Kelly. He's the one who was the crime scene investigator. He talked about trajectories. And they also asked for someone called, Cortland, but they got the last name wrong. They said Sutherland. That was corrected later, and it was Cortland Henry. Then they said they didn't need that testimony because it was the investigation. They wanted to hear a little bit more about what he said, but they decided, no, we don't need that. So ultimately, the bottom line was the judge said, look, we can read to you what the testimony was as far as Trevion Glass is concerned. It will take a little bit longer for the court reporter to pull together the testimony of Michael Kelly. And so she's working on that. But we did hear her read the entire testimony. And frankly, a lot of it was, I don't know, I don't recall, and I don't think this is going to refresh my recollection. We mentioned this before, and I'll just end with this. I do think the parts of his testimony that the jury wanted to hear was who was in that car and whether or not what Melly was wearing was the same as the beginning of the night. And so it's really going to be up to the jury to determine whether or not he is credible. And I will say that part of the defense did read when they were doing their cross-examination about why he was there, and he was subject to charges if he didn't come and testify. So that jury is going to have to determine whether to believe his testimony over what they've seen from the defense side.
There was also some testimony. I guess they asked him if, it would refresh his recollection to see his prior statement about whether or not Melly left and came back at some point that day. Was that right, Terry?
That's right. And he said, no, it's not going to refresh my recollection. So from an evidentiary standpoint, if the witness says it's not going to refresh their recollection, then it doesn't get to be read in, and it wasn't read in. And he didn't say anything more about that particular issue.
All right, just briefly, Terry, we've got the first question coming out to you, the first question of this block. This is from Tracy Dye 00437-887 from Twitter. Who was escorted out of the courtroom today during the jury questions, if you know?
Yes, I actually saw that. It was packed this morning on both sides of the courtroom. And on the victim side of the courtroom, they get an entire side reserved for them, of course. And there was a phone that went off. And when that happens, the court personnel is very strict about that. Those Broward County officers will take a look at where that ring came from, and immediately the person is escorted out. There's no conversation. They get a point towards them, and then they sort of get a finger out and they're escorted out. And frankly, I've seen them say, you're not coming back. And so we'll see what happens. I'll look to see if that person comes back. But yes, it was one of the individuals who was sitting in the audience today who got escorted out for her phone.
Very interesting. All right, let's get to more questions. And this next one goes to Michael Bryant. Michael Jorgensen from YouTube, who is a frequent question asker here. Does the longer the deliberations go lean more and more toward a hung jury? Do the questions give you any indication of what the jury is starting to think?
Yeah, I think in general, if we can generalize here, longer could mean they're hung up on something. In this case, where are we now? 5 hours, a little more than that, not counting the readback period. That's not long enough to really get to that point. Maybe, if we're having this conversation Monday or Tuesday, maybe. And it really depends on whether it's a big split. Is it one person they're trying to, put in a headlock and change their mind? You just don't know at this point. And what we've heard, as I mentioned before, and Terry just mentioned, that statement given by Bortland to the police was first a concern and then not. And now we know that the Trevion Glass testimony in its entirety was important. I think if we hear them ask for Adrian Davis to read back his testimony, that may be enlightening. To me, that would totally laser focus their concern, or somebody's concern, one of them, 11 of them, on this whole alibi. And was it believable that Melly was not in the car when the shooting took place, that Melly was back home just sleeping away, and he got the bad news right along with everybody else? That would be critical to me.
So this one, Mina, I'll send over to you. It is from Ron Janae. I'm hoping I got that one right from YouTube. Do you guys think that the jury is confused because they asked to restate someone who didn't even testify?
I think it is and can be confusing. There are a lot of names and a lot of moving pieces. And then I think the other confusing part is also their government names versus their street names. You know, Jameson Francois versus Track. I think that can be all very hard to keep up with if you're not writing it down. I mean, even in my notes, I made little, you know, I have all these graphs and things going on just to keep track of all the moving pieces. And it does become confusing. And it's very evident from them even getting Cortland Henry's name wrong, which is literally a co-defendant. So he's one of the main names, the main people that are also involved in being accused of this murder. And they can't even recall his name. So I can see them being very confused in there. And I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to ask for more of the testimony from other witnesses. And also, we have to mention the prosecution had 27 witnesses. So to remember all the members of YNW and then their adjacent friends like Fredo Bang, and then also all the 27 people that the prosecution put on the stand, it can be a lot for a jury.
It is a lot, and there are a lot of names. So I could totally see them getting the last name, you know, Cortland Sutherland versus Cortland Henry mixed up. Terry, you know, that brought a question to my mind. Were any of these jurors, or I don't even know, were they allowed to take notes at all? And if so, did some of them take notes?
Yes, they were allowed, Anjanette, and yes, some of them did take notes. Not many, though. You can't really see below the rail, but I know for a fact because they're leaving their notes down, I would say probably 4 of them are taking notes at this point, and perhaps they didn't catch the name. I mean, Nina is absolutely positively correct. If you don't have that list written down and you don't have the alternate names written down that each of them has, I think it's very hard to follow. And so I think altogether, all of them deliberating may not have had that full name. And remember, his name is Cortland and Bortland and, you know, Henry. So he's got multiple names. And so it may have been difficult for the jury to remember.
And just speaking from personal experience, I found myself going back to the testimony. I found myself going back to a lot of the testimony and re-listening, and they don't have that advantage. So I can see them being very confused by just listening to the testimony once.
Yeah, I always do that too. Like at night, I'll go back sometimes and listen to it again. I just make sure I didn't miss anything and that I heard everything right. So they do not have that advantage, and it's tough. Our next question comes from Facebook. Michael Asti Bryce asks, I have 2 questions. So we've got a 2 for you, Michael Bryant. If the defendant is found guilty, what charges would Cortland Henry face? And secondly, do lawyers get paid extra for a win in court?
That's interesting. You know, I guess, let me answer the second question first. It kind of depends, because in civil cases, a lot of cases are contingent, and a win generally means you're going to get a bigger share of money from the win. Criminal cases, you know, not so much. You may get more hourly fees as a result of some work that you've done. And a lot of folks who are paid hourly charge a certain amount up to trial, and then at trial, the fee goes up, the hourly rate goes up. But it's not necessarily tied to a win or a loss. You can still pay the same amount if you lose. What was the first part of the question? It was, the charges that Cortland might face. Well, we know he's now basically looked at as an accessory after the fact, although I think he is also charged with the first degree murder. It's almost a felony murder analysis there, because there were murders that took place while he was in the car. I don't think they're going to put the gun in his hand. So the biggest claim against him, and it relates to that hospital statement the jury was waffling about whether they wanted to see or not, is what part he might have played in any cover-up. If the drive-by shooting was just a cover-up, what did he have to do with that? I think his concern, if the jury, especially if they convict Melly, his concern is going to be as an accessory after the fact. If they acquit Melly, that may change the dynamic a little bit. And it'll be interesting to see what, if any, other charges might be leveled against him. It would be very interesting.
I'm going to take this next question because I can do it really quickly. So from YouTube, Team Pretty 20 asks, how much time is he looking at for manslaughter? If he is convicted of manslaughter, that lesser included offense, it's a maximum penalty of 15 years in prison, and then I believe something like a $10,000 fine. So we'll knock that one off the list. Nicalia Lancaster from YouTube, Mina, asks, what would be the reasoning for them wanting to hear Mr. Glass's testimony?
It was very crucial. I mean, this is where we found out that Melly was at Fredo's house after the alleged murder. This is where we found out that Melly had a change of clothes and he had shorts on. It was very crucial and important. And it was also our first time hearing from someone that was actually there the day of the crime. He was in the studio they were all in. He could testify and speak to the fact that there was no conflict in the studio. That was actually a question that I had. What happened in the studio? Did anything happen in the studio that led to some kind of conflict that could have resulted in these two young gentlemen being murdered? I wanted to know that, and he provided those answers. He said there was no conflict in the studio. People were sleeping. That's why we left. This is also the first time that we find out that it's a 12-hour prepaid studio session, which to me is very important because to me it says Melly went into that studio that day to be there for 12 hours. So now I'm questioning, was this premeditated? Because it was a prepaid 12-hour studio. So his testimony was very crucial, and it allows us to go to that day and go in that studio and see what happened and see how Travion Glass recalled Melly's movements even after the alleged murder.
All right, keep the questions coming to us, and we'll take more of them when we come back. Throw them to us on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Threads, and TikTok, and Facebook, and we'll get to them when we get back. I'm Anjanette Levy. You're watching Law and Crime.
So what y'all thinking? What y'all thinking? What y'all thinking? What y'all feeling? Hold on, I'm finishing one thing and then I'll be back on it. All right, little side note. What do I hear singing in my ear? I'm like, I was like, what is that singing in my ear? So listen, if y'all have not joined Rumble, I need for y'all to join Rumble, okay? The reason why I say that is because I'm going to be doing lives on Rumble because I'm able to play music and stuff over there without all the issues. So please, please, please join Rumble, okay? I'm gonna drop my link. When you join Rumble, make sure you follow me on Rumble, okay? So yeah, make sure you do that so that we can go have some jam sessions over there on Rumble. But of course, I will still be on YouTube, but this is just, expansion at this point. But okay, where we at with it? What y'all thinking? Now, I will say this. Something that caught my attention today. I guess I didn't catch it um when he first gave his testimony, is the whole thing about Chaser being upset about everybody's falling asleep and the whole water throwing. Now, do I think that's enough to just want to shoot him in a car? Nah, but that is interesting. I would have thought if it was that serious, maybe it would have been done, you know what I'm saying? In that moment. But maybe that was like, you know what? I can't do it right now, but I got you. I mean, I give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe that's something along that line. What y'all thinking about it? Oh, not the conspiracy. Conspiracy thought by Miss Melanie. Glass got in the back seat, shot them, and car off in the bushes. Put a dummy in the front seat. Melly in the back seat. Reggie Glass was the shooter. Unfortunately, look. Now Now, Miss Melly, I ain't really a conspiracy person, so I can't really wrap my head around that one. That sounds like far fetched to, a regular person that don't really get into the conspiracies like that. I don't know what everybody else think. That was, I don't know. I can't wrap my head around that one. What about y'all? Somebody break that down for me, cause I'm like, huh? Let's see. Hmm. Hold on, I'm not looking at my screen. Hold on, y'all. Okay, did I save it? I hope I saved it. All right, I did. Okay, boom. All right, y'all, I'm back. So let's see. Um, Bishop, no, he didn't. It looks like a dummy. We have evidence. No need. Okay, good conspiracy thing. He meant to shoot Sad and shot them both. With the misusing wrong name, that can be like not being able to use them. I don't know. I don't know. Y'all got me questioning life at this moment. Not a dummy in a car. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Let's see what Anjanette leave because I gotta let that settle on the brain.
Proved its case on the first-degree murder charges. There's a lesser included offense the jury is allowed to consider as well. That's a manslaughter count that was added yesterday as they heard closing arguments, or before the closing arguments, I should say. So we are taking your questions. The jury finished listening to a readback of Travion Glass's testimony just a short time ago. So let's get to more of your questions and keep them coming in to us as we await that verdict. This one is for you, Terry Austin. Jamer Lee from Instagram asks, why don't jurors have access to video of testimony while deliberating? It seems out of touch to have to listen to a readback.
That is such an excellent question. And in fact, the issue came up today. The jury wanted the testimony read back, and the defense actually argued that it shouldn't be read back, that they should watch the video because this is being live streamed by us. So it could be absolutely played back. But the state said, look, the jury instruction says that it should be read back, and that's what we normally do traditionally. And we looked at that jury instruction, and in fact, defense David Howard said, Judge, I'm reading the jury instruction and it says playback or read back. So the jury instruction is actually ready to go for modern day. And this is the best evidence. At the end of the day, Judge Murphy said, look, we're doing the standard charge. I'm not going to have them look at the video. It's not something that has been admitted into evidence. So they're just going to have it read back to them. And the judge actually said he looks at the word playback in that jury instruction to just mean playback any video evidence from the trial, not playing it back from a live stream. So at the end of the day, even though we have that modern technology, the judge just only allowed the reading back of that testimony by the court reporter.
You know, Michael Bryant, that makes sense to me because that's not how the jury first viewed that evidence. I can see, yes, we'll play back an interview, a police interview, or we'll play back a surveillance tape or whatever. But these viewers watched for themselves in the flesh Travion Glass testify. They didn't watch it on television. So do you think that was the right decision, or do you think they should just be queuing up the testimony from the Law and Crime feed?
I'm always big on the visual. I think they're going to get more out of it than they do a static readback. But here's the way I would argue it. If the testimony they want favors my guy, I want to see it. If the testimony they want doesn't favor my guy, then I say read it because it's a lot less effective.
All righty. Let's get to our next question. Cynthia Dawson from Facebook. Michael, I'll throw this one over to you since I inserted one of my questions. Why did only one person out of a full car decide to testify that Melly got in I can add to that too, but what are your thoughts on that,
Well,
Michael?
I think we know that it wasn't for lack of some effort. They were trying to get a hold of everybody that was there that night. And the question really is how hard they tried, because a lot of folks evaded their efforts, however those efforts might have been. So that's why we only heard from 2, and there could have been probably 3 or 4 others that were there that night. Police were not successful in corralling them or encouraging them to testify.
We do know that Jacoby Mills and Dontavius Withers, who were the other 2 people in that vehicle, I just want to add to this, were interviewed by law enforcement. Dontavius Withers, for his part, gave a couple of different stories about whether or not Melly was in the vehicle or not. So he certainly gave inconsistent statements on that point. Jacoby Mills was interviewed at one point in time, gave a statement to law enforcement. So why he testified or didn't, we don't know, but he said some things that were pretty incriminating to Melly. So there you have it. Our next question comes from Trez Anthony. I have a question. Did Glass also testify, Mina, and say that Melly had on shorts after the studio session?
He did. And that was that bombshell. It was the headline everywhere. All the hip hop blogs. Melly had a change of clothes. It was a big revelation. And he did testify. And now it really just comes down to, can you piece everything together? I think I heard Linda say this. If Melly was home, just throwing it out there, because that's what Adrian Davis said, he might have changed into shorts. I know when I go home, I call it outside clothes, right? If I'm wearing it outside, I don't want to wear it inside the house. So I change every time I go home. I just don't want to wear my outside clothes inside the house. So there's been some conversation regarding if him wearing shorts means anything, but that was a big deal in this case, that not only did Cortland have a change of clothes, but also Melly.
Both wearing different clothes, according to the testimony in this case. And we have video evidence in Cortland's case, Cortland Henry's case. Swag Sternot, I hope I got that right. Swag Sternot from Instagram. It asks, is it common, Terry Austin, to get a guilty verdict without the murder weapon?
I would say it's fairly common. I think most people believe you have to have that quote unquote smoking gun. And in a circumstantial case, I think most people think it's very hard to find someone guilty. But jurors, they are very smart. They piece together, they use their logic, and they figure out what actually happened if you have enough corroborating evidence. So the point being, if you have those shell casings, if you have the trajectories, if you have all of the information from the phones, putting everyone in the same place at the same time, if you have cameras where you can piece it together, if you don't have a gun and you have all of that other information in a case like that, I do think the jury could come to a conclusion that there is a guilty verdict. But we'll have to see if there's enough evidence here for the jury to come to that sort of conclusion. What I will say, it is much more difficult when you don't have that weapon. So it's going to be hard for this jury.
We shall see. These knee, I think I got that right on Instagram, Michael Bryant. Can he be found guilty of killing one of them but not the other one? Or if he gets found guilty, will he be responsible for both?
Yeah, it's very interesting, and it crosses over into the felony murder issue that we've talked about early on, and where the judge decided that was inappropriate because we couldn't determine which person died first. Bizarre analysis, in my opinion. But having said that, in theory, yeah, he could be found guilty of one without the other, but that defies logic. I mean, how would that exactly happen? I mean, talk about holes in the fact pattern. Now we got tons of them, because there's just no suggestion that there was a second shooter, or that somehow the drive-by maybe killed one and not the other. But technically, yeah, they could find he is responsible for one of the deaths and not the other. That would be bizarre.
Let's get to some TikTok questions now. This one's for you, Mina, and I hope that you've done your studying on the cell phone data. So if not, that's fine too. But that was a lot of information to process. It comes from Trey Joseph 23 from TikTok. Couldn't the phone have been given back to Melly when Bortland met back with them at Fredo's?
I mean, anything could have happened. We just don't know what happened. You know, the phone is a big contention here. Who had the phone? Where was the phone? Was it outside? Was it in Melly's house? Was it at Fredo Bang's house? I think that's the problem with this case. We don't know for sure, and everyone has a different interpretation of the phone evidence that is there. But I do think the prosecution did a good job of making sure that we know that the phones are tracking all together. And then also outlining when the phones actually split apart from car to car. Did I get an A? Was that good?
I think you got an A. I think we need to keep in mind too, there was the text with the pin to Fredo. So if you're sending a pin to Fredo and Fredo's coming to pick you up on Miramar Parkway, then how on earth? You know, that's a lot to think about. How on earth are you sending a pin and then not having your phone and then finding it back at Fredo's after Cortland gets there? And then Cortland had already had all of his stuff taken at the hospital. They took his clothing and everything, and they seized the Jeep. So,
well, I think the timing is also really important, because Cortland got to the hospital at I believe 4:35, and I think the pin came down, and correct me if I'm wrong, at 4:42. So to answer the question, you can't be two places at once. So by the time the pin was sent, Cortland was already in the hospital.
Hey, and Jeanette, I have a question.
I think you.
I have a question.
Yes.
How
of course,
far
Michael.
are we really in the not too distant future from saying, you know, there were texts, there were phone calls, somebody dropping a pin. It was AI. You know, there were no texts by any people. There were no phone calls by any people. There were no pins dropped. AI did it. That's who you're looking for, AI. I don't think it's really that far off before we're going to hear those kind of weird arguments.
I mean, I think you're probably right about that. AI terrifies me a little bit, especially when I hear about all these warnings from scientists who've been working with it. Yikes. So you may start hearing that sometime in the future. Who knows? Let's take a quick break. When we get back, we'll take more of your questions. Keep them coming in. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Stay with us.
All right, y'all. What y'all got going on? I was over here trying to update my links on my YouTube page. Look, let me tell you, one thing I've learned is multitask. Oh, I almost fell. Most multitasking. And I think I'm getting pretty good at it. I don't be wanting to add some play on screen. But I've been trying to catch up on the comments, and I see that we're kind of still divided. Okay. I think the only person that's like been standing firm was Jersey and Gates. They like, yeah, fry Melly. And then me and Coco has been saying free Melly. So hey, truth team is divided. Even with all our truth and facts, we still don't know. Okay. We definitely both sides definitely have some good points, to be honest. Just even on our little conversation over here on the panel, but I don't know. We can't. Yeah, we definitely a hung jury over here. We can't. We've been battling this for over a week. Okay, hold on. Who got the jacket? I be trying to keep up. Shout out to y'all for running up the chat though. Like I be trying to be up in there too. Y'all know, running up the chat. Our truth team members were small, but running it up growth and engagement will push us out there in the algorithm, which it did its job today. Because guess what? We had over 3,000 views already. So shout out to everybody that been pulling up on us. Hey, make sure you subscribe to the channel and pull up on us all the time because we definitely be popping our stuff. Okay, we definitely popping our stuff over here, and we have fun doing it. So definitely, the yellow jacket. I don't think nobody had on a yellow jacket. I remember it being in the trunk because then they said it had like a speck of blood or something on it. But I don't remember nobody actually having on yellow that night. Who had a hat? What y'all look? What y'all is this a actual factual? Y'all doing conspiracy still? Because I'm still over here trying to wrap my head on what Melanie was talking about, the dummy being put in the car. Okay, like look, we so doggone we got a little bit of everything going on. Okay, you can get the facts, you can get the conspiracy, you can get all that to make your decision. But if we was all in that damn jury room, yeah, this definitely would have been a mistrial. Okay. Prince says I thought it had DNA for 4 people on the jacket. I gotta go back. Yeah, let me know because I don't recall that. To be honest, I remember something. It was in the backseat trunk, but nobody had on the jacket coming out or even in their hand. So I don't know. Let me know about that one. But yeah, y'all. Look, I'm waiting for them to come back on because to be honest, I don't have no more argument on it. I like I don't know what they gonna choose to do, like for sure. Cause it like I said, I still have my stance on I don't think the prosecution proved their case. You know, Gates came up. Gates came up the other night and had a good debate and argument on the side of they did prove their case as far as for murder. So I mean I think we're just at a standstill. I'm gonna say who texts me now? And I think that's what's probably going on with the jury. I ain't gonna cap. Mm, I was trying to go get me a massage today. So hold on, y'all. I'm trying to text her back. All right. So yeah, I gotta get me a massage because let me tell you something. Sitting down for one, sitting down doing Mickey Truth for one is a lot of sit down time. Let alone sometimes I will be sitting there, I'll lay there. But I also do computer work for work, so that's just my body be killing me. So I be having to tap in and get some hands, okay, like the therapeutic hands. But all right, let's listen back to what they're saying. I actually got to start getting ready because I got to go to the hairdresser. So if you don't see me in the chat, that means I'm getting dressed. But I'll be back, of course. Hey, True Team, y'all hold it down in the chat. Let's run these numbers up and continue to have the debate.
Between someone and Melly, where he said, you know, I did that. I think it was Gibbons who was the other individual who sent that message to him. And the message was, how are you? Are you okay? And this was after the shooting. And then theoretically, we see Melly saying, you know, I did that. But I don't see those messages as matching up. I don't see one as a response to the other. It seems a little bit out of context. The prosecution believes that that is an admission, but the messaging was not related at all to the actual shooting, and it wasn't tracked as far as where the cell phone was at the time that that message occurred.
The next one is Big Pook _ from Instagram. What do you think the jury is thinking, being that they asked for that testimony, Michael Bryant? This is again about the Travion Glass testimony.
Yeah, I really just think it all gets down to the alibi, and I really am curious if they ask for Mr. Davis' testimony. That'll solidify that in my mind that they are really focusing on whether or not Melly got out of that car, whether or not he was just at home when the phone rang and they learned about their friends' deaths. To me, that's it. That's the second part of that puzzle. So to ask for his testimony in and of itself, yeah, maybe they were just curious about the change of clothes, because remember, he said, I don't know, and I don't recall more than he said anything else, and whatever you show me ain't going to help. So if it was just his testimony, then it was probably about the clothing change.
Mhm. Let's get to the next question. Mac 2K.
I'm back. I don't see no hat, y'all. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. Um, like that's a hand, but I'm gonna just go back because they paused it. So
The house key.
And the house gate for Melly's house.
Yeah.
When you got to the house gate at Melly's house, who was inside your vehicle, the red Mitsubishi?
Same people you seen get in the car.
All right. So by your testimony, Kobe, AD, Tay, and yourself.
Yes.
Okay. So still 4 people.
Still 4 people.
Do you recall how you guys entered the gate? Okay. And do you see that screenshot at timestamp 3:51:31?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see yourself inside that red Mitsubishi vehicle?
Yes.
And where are you located? Okay. And do you recall going through the gate, going through the procedure of going through the gate?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I ain't gonna lie,
So you
y'all.
get
It
through the
don't
gate, where do
seem
you go
like
next?
looking back at it don't seem like he was really paying attention to nothing. He looked like he could have been half asleep because he was still looking to the right. I don't see no hat though. I know that was the purpose of us. No, Melanie, I don't see no hat. Melanie, you might be seeing something like that one. Hold on. Hold on, matter of fact, let me get because I don't look. I've been trying to look, but I don't see it, Melanie. But let me see if I can get the full thing without. What day was that? I know I just literally went looking for that same video. Was it yesterday or was it the day before? Mm, okay, here we go. Let's try this one. See, I need this one. This is the guy I'm looking for. Because he's the
like
security
every
person.
couple
I
ones.
need. I'll be looking for the same video. Okay. Who is that? He sleep. Y'all person with the eye is sleep. Dang. Hold on. What video? That's me talking in the audio, not right now, but that was it. I don't see it though. I don't see no hat, Melanie. That's Mills. Mm. Oh, you can't see who back there. You only. Mm. Yeah, the driver look like he about half asleep. I don't see no hat. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I don't see no hat. Mm. So I paused it when they were pulling in after he gave back the gate key. Okay, so let me ask you, what does the hat say? Like, what's the importance of the hat? Maybe that'll help me because I don't see no hat. I see his, because to be honest, his hand, the guy hand is in a way to, and dude is leaned over. Matter of fact, he's leaned to his. Hold on. If he's leaned over towards the window, that's his right side. If he was sitting on the stand, that means his good eye was against the window. He wasn't even looking out his good eye at the time either. I mean, to be honest. Let's see. I don't know, but let's see. Ain't no standstill. They about to put Boo to sleep. Carter. Melody said it's okay. I'm a smart 53. Yeah, ain't nobody taking away your smartness, Melanie. Um, but what? So you pointed out the hat. What was you were saying it for a reason? I was asking you, what does a hat mean? Like, if it is a hat on his head, what does it mean? The dude with the black and white has on a hat. Yeah, he's in the back seat. That's Glass. Yes, Glass is the one with the white shirt on in the front with the dreads. Um, Looking back at it just now, it definitely looked like his head was to the right to the window. Like, he may not have been like sleep, but he could have just been like really in a lax thing. What it do, Latrice? Latrice says she pocket typing. I don't know. Like I say, it's interesting enough. Do y'all think that this testimony um needing to be reviewed is a good thing or a bad thing? What Jersey? Look, I told y'all that day when Glass took the stand. Like, I told y'all before I even knew anything about no Davis testimony. I told y'all, why would that be? I feel like, I don't know, why would that need to be put on record? Like, literally, you're testifying to what you saw, what you can verify of an incident, but then you put on record you can't see out of an eye. I just thought that was crazy. Maybe the jury ain't gonna really take heed to it. That was just weird for me, like for him to say, "Oh, I can't see out of the eye." And I don't know. I don't know. At this point, I'm kind of with Melanie with some conspiracy, but not on the notion of like the crime itself, but like how this trial is going. It's just these coincidences is a little off. Why would you need to put on record that you can't see out of one eye? Why did you put a monitor? Like, they wasn't even showing you nothing. You was just I don't know. It's a lot. Is that enough though to the hat placed on a dummy? Oh my god. Okay, you lost me with that one, Melanie. But look, Miss Melanie said the hat was placed on a dummy dressed up like Glass to deter us from knowing that he wasn't actually in the car. Hey, that's our opinion on it. So, I don't know. Does that show premeditation, Miss Melanie? Or was that something they decided to do in the moment? Oh, what is the other one? I forgot. Boom, 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 boom. I don't want to watch that either. Oh, she's back. Let's see what she's talking about.
Are on verdict watch in the trial of YNW Melly, whose legal name is Jamel Demons. The jury is deliberating and they're trying to determine whether or not the state proved its case against Demmons for the murders of his two friends, Chris Thomas Jr. and Anthony Williams, back on the early morning hours of October 26th of 2018. If convicted of those first-degree murder counts, YNW Melly faces the possibility of the death penalty under a...
Hold on, y'all, 'cause that was weird. Are they talking about the death penalty now?
Unanimous vote necessary to impose the death penalty. There is a co-defendant in this case. His name is Cortland Henry. He goes by YNW Bortland. He will go on trial for the murders of YNW Juvie and YNW Sack Chaser in October of this year. So stay here as we continue to follow the verdict. Also, we're taking your questions for a little longer today in the trial. So keep them coming to us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Threads, and TikTok, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. We have so many platforms now, hard to keep track of them all. Our next question for our guests comes from Ty from YouTube. Do you think the jury will have a hard time with the conviction, given the fact that the state never put the gun in Melly's hand? So, Mina, I'll send that over to you.
I think they're doing a good job of building what they think happened, even without the gun. I think that recreation was really critical with that. It kind of depends on what you want to believe, right? Do you want to believe that the medical examiner and the recreation of the crime scene, do you want to believe that? Do you want to believe some of the people that are witnesses, particularly Adrian Davis, who says that Melly wasn't even in the car? I think it just really comes down to what you remember. There's so much information. We're getting text messages and pictures and contradictory witnesses. And it's hard to keep track of, especially as we mentioned with all the names. So I think this really comes down to what do you remember and what makes sense to you? What's plausible, what's not plausible?
Makes sense. I think that's a perfect answer, Mina. Let's get to our next question. Get Black with Me from YouTube. Do you think since there was no weapon found that the jury might pick the manslaughter charge, Terry?
Well, I think there hasn't been a theory put forth for that manslaughter charge. We know that the prosecution asked for the charge. It's a lesser included charge for the murder charge for that first degree premeditated murder. And I think it was done to sort of have an alternate theory for that jury to consider. But even during the closing argument by Bradley, she basically said, there's nothing here to show or to support the manslaughter charge. So I don't think the jury is going to get to that issue. I think it's either going to be that first degree murder, or I don't think they're going to have any theory for that manslaughter. Remember, you don't have to intend to kill someone for manslaughter. You have to have an intentional act that ends up in causing the death of the victim. But what would that intentional act be? Were they playing with the gun and they shouldn't have been pointing it? None of that has been established in the trial. So I don't think they're going to get to that. And I think the absence of a gun in general isn't going to really affect that manslaughter charge at all. And Anjanette, I just got a message that there is another jury question that just came out. They haven't announced it yet, but I just thought I'd let you and the viewers know that.
Oh, thank you for that update, Terry. You're so on top of it down there. I'll be interested to see what that question is. Do you have any feeling or do you see any movement around there letting us know potentially whether or not this question will be read soon? I assume all of the lawyers are just kind of hanging out around there waiting for either a question or a verdict or what have you.
Well, that's right. I mean, initially the judge said 45 minutes, then he changed it to 30 minutes to come back. And I saw the defense team say, look, what's the time frame? Because you said 30, but you were ready before that. So they are hanging by the courtroom very closely, and they are down there now. I don't think they've read it off. I will also say, Anjanette, as we were leaving, there was another jury question that we haven't even talked about besides the testimony readback. And the jury wanted to know the exchange rate for meters to feet. And the attorneys all agreed, and the judge agreed that they should just let their recollection of what that testimony was just serve as the answer to that question. The answer hasn't been given back to them, but they will be told, whatever you remember, that's what we should go with here. They're not reading anything back for that. So this next question could relate to that, or it could be something totally new, but we should see that shortly.
Wow. This takes me back to running track in high school. 1,600 meters was a mile, 4 laps around the track. 400 meters was a quarter mile. We'll see what happens with all of that. Maybe somebody back there ran high school track. Let's get to this next question. This comes from Malcolm Chandler from YouTube. Michael Bryant, 100K track. That's his Melly's manager. His phone and Melly's phones were both together on Pembroke and US 27, the crime scene. Is this why he turned in the phone to avoid accessory after the fact? We had that testimony about him having possession of Melly's phone and later turning it over to law enforcement who had a warrant.
Well, it was a good idea. And what his motivation to do it was, who knows? But yeah, it's certainly an important piece of evidence. Those phones, they've been quite the headache in this case. And so, yeah, I think it's just common sense. Unless he's trying to hide something, why not turn over that phone?
Yeah, most certainly. And they had that warrant. I read some court documents about the whole thing, too. It was pretty wild. Let's get to our next question. Gavin _Davis 43 from Instagram. Actually, I'm going to skip that one for you, Mina. I don't like that one for you. Let's send you something else. From TikTok asks, hi, Law and Crime Network. Do you think that the prosecution is relying on witness statements? How do you view it, Mina? I mean, we heard testimony from many witnesses in this case.
I think they're just throwing it out and see what sticks. They're just basically putting everything out there, and anything that they have. So I don't think they're relying too much on witness statements. I think they have a plethora of evidence, and it's all different. You have medical examiners, you have people talking about cell phone data, you have the recreation of the actual car, and then you have an eyewitness. And then you have the lead detective. So I think they have a variety of different things that they've presented in order to try to, secure their guilty verdict.
Mm-hmm. Reba 05 from Twitter. I think we've heard from Reba before as well. If the jury is asking about non-witnesses, could that result in a mistrial? I think she means, Terry, the fact that they asked about the name mixed up, probably a mix up of names. But if the non-witness has a connection to Melly and the person was not mentioned during the trial, then it seems a juror may have been doing the outside research. So could this whole name mix up thing cause a mistrial?
I don't think it could cause a mistrial here because it seems fairly definitive that the name that they came up with, this Cortland Sutherland, was not a real person. So I don't think anybody was doing any research. No one got some other names from the outside. They came back and said, oh, we meant, Cortland Bortland Henry. So they just basically got the name wrong. And just getting the name wrong isn't a reason for a mistrial. It was clarified. That's the purpose of having these questions. You don't hear everything all the time. Even with 12 people deliberating, not everybody gets everything. So the system allows them to ask questions, and then the judge will talk to the attorneys and they'll figure out what the answer should be. So I don't think in this instance getting that name wrong means anything at all, except somebody didn't hear, or many people didn't hear exactly what it was. So no mistrial for that.
Mm-hmm. Let's get to another question here. We got a lot of really good ones coming in. Chosen One from YouTube. Why were the messages stating they killed all of them already and the picture was a target over his face never investigated? Could lead to the shooter. So Chosen One, Michael, is asking about messages stating they killed them in the picture with the target over his face. They had talked about.
Counsel, assistant attorney, the jury, counsel, after we went to lunch, I received one message from the jury signed by the foreperson, and it basically is the boxes checked, requested view evidence, hyphen, rescind previous request. It was on stage, jurors who requested to, wanted to hear the testimony of Michael Kelly, have rescinded their request. We apologize for any inconvenience, so they don't need to read back to Mr. Kelly what they're telling us. Second thing is, when Dale was in there, I guess, trying to get them lunch or something like that, bring them a lunch, he received from not the foreperson, but a short note. It was folded up. That's it. And it was folded up. It was passed to him, and it says, "Are we allowed to have Apple Watches? Someone has one." It's not signed or anything, but that was the message that was passed to me, and that's why when we got the message, I try to get everybody to come back to you and just talk about it.
Was that another jury? Oh, sure.
Yes, sir. We're gonna wait for 1 second, so I want Gary in here.
Okay.
And then we just want to respond to the
You got a mic over here. Cause what? I can't even reach it over there.
Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, and the assistant attorneys. So what I was sharing with you regarding the message that Gary advised me was that yesterday when we started, sent the jury to deliberations, Gary asked for all their electronic devices or phones, including smartwatches and Apple Watches. And in fact, one of the jurors has an Apple Watch and presented it to Gary, which he has it secured with all the other electronic devices. Is that correct, Gary?
Yes, sir.
And secondly, he's also indicated that when he viewed various jurors, he was unable or did not observe anybody wearing a smartwatch. Is that correct? Correct. So I don't know how you want to handle this. And, I guess that's one of the things you could talk over for a second amongst yourselves. And I also have a message here from the jury, another message. And it says, what if we can't come to a decision, question mark, everyone is stuck on which side they've chosen. Signed by the foreperson. So,
I think we're prepared to the extent that the courts, I think we're prepared to offer our responses.
That's fine. If you're ready, Madam, you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
I know the court's not going to want to hear this, but with respect to the first of the notes.
Excuse me, when we talk about the notes, we're talking about the one.
Okay, the first would be the Apple Watch. Okay.
The individual juror.
Individual juror out there. As far as that is concerned, my understanding of how Apple Watch works, at least how mine works, is that there has to be some proximity to a phone for it to provide access to the. I don't know if I'm wrong.
Is there a person sitting down? selling and cellular capabilities.
Okay.
Outside of the phone.
All right, so I guess we need to inquire with respect to who that might be that has it. And it would just be, we would suggest that we identify who it is, we just retrieve it and keep it moving.
So I think on that, the remember pass the note to your deputy, bring that potential particular juror out and ask who has it, so we actually know.
You know, I wouldn't want to isolate them. I'd want to bring up the whole panel and have the court inquire as to whether or not anybody has any remaining electronic devices.
But as part of the court's instructions in 3.13 indicate that if anyone becomes aware of the violation of these rules, which includes not having an electronic device, they must inform the court. I think for record purposes, we just identify the person who has the Apple Watch and the speaker in the room. We don't know whether there have been any other violations, perhaps someone looking at something online, unless we inquire further.
Thank you. We all done here?
Well, two things, Your Honor. One, the person in passing up that note did abide by the court's instruction that Ms. Smith just referred to, but it doesn't say necessarily bring them out and single them out and expose them as a snitch. and I think we're jumping the gun by suggesting that if we find that somebody had an Apple Watch, they need to be removed from the room. The Apple Watch needs to be removed from the room. Is that what you're saying? Okay, so we concur in that respect. As far as this goes.
This is my thought, respectfully. I just bring the jury in as a group, just let them know I have a message. It says, are we allowed to have an Apple Watch if someone has one? I don't know if this, when they're talking about this. One of the jurors does have an Apple Watch, but it was taken away, or not taken away, but they presented to Gary when he asked for it the other day before the jury went into deliberations. He goes in and retrieves all the phones and electronic devices, and they presented to him. So maybe that. And I'll ask again, unless somebody else has a watch on them now or anything like that, a smart watch, and just see what the response is. If they say if nobody responds to it, they know it's a smart watch, then we'll take the next step and we'll see where we go from here. But I'm going to ask the jury as a whole if anybody has a watch.
Your Honor, with respect to that, the only suggestion that I would make would be for the court to inquire if anybody does have an Apple Watch. When they go back to the room, please give it to Gary as opposed to them being castigated in front of the public.
I still need to know though, if somebody has a watch and they give it to Gary,
who it is.
I need to know, make sure they haven't used it. You know, because he's specifically, I instructed them they can't have it back. I don't know that I ever talked about smart watches or Apple Watches per se, but I know in the standard instruction, which I read to them, told they can't have electronic devices, phones, cell phones, any electronic device have to be ulterior quote. Gary goes in and does it again, and when they go in, make sure he collects everything. So, and he has it stored. So let me just take it one step at a time. We'll see what they say, and then if we need to inquire further, we'll talk about it.
Okay.
All right. So just ask the jury to come in for a second.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait a second. I'm sorry. Did I mention this to you?
The third?
I got another question.
Your Honor, at that point, I think it's appropriate to read the Allen charge based on that specific comment. I can print copies for the court and counsel.
Well, it says here, what if we can't come to a decision? Doesn't mean they're in impasse now. Everyone is stuck on which side they've chosen. So if they say they can't reach a decision, that's one thing, but this doesn't really say they can't reach a decision. It says, what if you can't come to a decision?
I think they're saying they have not, and what if meaning, what is the procedure that we follow now that we are in that place, as opposed to what if that eventually happens. So we interpret it a little bit differently, Your Honor. As to what we should do about it, I'd like to confer with co-counsel. As to the other, this is the part that I know the court's not gonna like. We have made a position, taken a position that the statements that were requested at the same time and should be read back at the same time. Now we've received a situation, or now we've come to a situation where testimony that by that state witness was put on. And I know we're reading tea leaves, but because we're in that position, we need to account for every eventuality and possible scenario. I would hate for it to be that the jury that has now rescinded its request for the other testimony has done so because they have now been either browbeaten or convinced of a certain position because they lacked the ammo in terms of Kevin's testimony to retort. So I know that forcing the jury now to read a transcript which they have said they don't need might not be optimal. And so in order to preserve our objection, I would not propose that, but I would move forward on that basis.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So there's a motion for Mr. Brown to stay with you.
I want to make sure I understand. The motion for mistrial based on the jurors rescinding their request?
That's the way I understand.
Well, it's based on the fact that we did not provide them the two statements at the same time, and now a request has been made to rescind, the request to see one of them has been rescinded. So it's not the fact that they're rescinded, it's the fact that the court denied our motion to read them at the same time, and now that has resulted in them rescinding the request for one. So that's the basis, to be complete.
Back to my question, stay with you, respond.
No, you're not manifest necessity.
Thank you. Motion denied. All right, so what I'm going to do then is, and what do you want to do about the Allen charge? Is the state agreed that mine is defending?
We've asked them to print it out so we can look at the Allen charge, if they could, and then we need a few moments to discuss it with the court's permission. I'm sorry.
I'll print it now, if that's okay. Just don't feel like
That's all fine, well and good. That's fine. Go ahead, we'll be listening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ooh, child. This is something. I ain't both my profiles on here. Well, dang. All right. Well, hopefully y'all can hear me because I had to come in on my other phone because I'm getting dressed. But anyway, so for a brief moment, okay, they did put the motion on the table for a mistrial. However, the judge, without blinking, breathing, or anything, denied it. It kind of sounds like it's gonna be a hung jury because it's only the first. I don't even think it's been 8 hours since the liberation started, but they're saying that the jury question was, what if we're not able to agree on a decision? Because saying that it's divided, and I told y'all, even over here on the truth team, we're divided, okay? And if we were the jury, it definitely would have been a hung jury because we still don't agree, okay? So it seems like that's what's going on in the court, in the jury room.
I would be a little concerned. And I don't think the prosecution made their case, so I'm actually not surprised.
So, Miguel, with so much evidence to go over, we know they asked for the readback of Trevion Glass.
I ain't gonna cap. They started talking out of nowhere. I'm like, the hell? But listen, we're gonna listen in to them because I do have to finish getting dressed so I can be on time for my hair appointment. I'll be in a chat and then we'll talk about it, okay?
Together with this latest question about, hey, what if we can't come to a decision?
Look, I think it seems like it's premature, right? Because we're only about 6 hours and change into the deliberations, and they're already asking a question like that. And they had testimony read back to them. And so I think they're they need to go back and deliberate more. I think this is premature. And I think there's something to be said about this being Friday and they're sequestered, right? They're not looking forward to not being at home, not having their own life on the weekends. And so they may be trying to see if they can wrap it up quickly, but I definitely think this is premature.
Yeah, I'm confident they're doing their job, but they're humans and they've been at this now for a long time, and it's enough already. Again, if the initial impression within the group is that we're just not going to come to terms on this. Let's go into court here for the moment at which that particular question from a jury member was asked.
Defendant, this counsel, the assistant state attorneys. So what I was sharing with you regarding the message that Gary advised me was that yesterday when we started, sent the jury to deliberations, Gary asked for all their electronic devices or phones, including smartwatches and Apple Watches. And in fact, one of the jurors has an Apple Watch and presented it to Gary, which he has in security with all the other electronic devices. Is that correct, Gary?
Yes, sir.
And secondly, he's also indicated that
we're okay with that in total.
Life is expensive. Tools don't have to be.
Agree on a verdict or disagree on what the facts of the case may truly be. We are fine with that as well. The third paragraph, I don't think is necessary. I don't think it's implicated here. And it says there is nothing to disagree about on the law. The law is as I told you. If you have a disagreement about the law, I should clear them up for you now. That should be my problem, not yours. I don't think anything about any question or any statement the jury has made so far implies that they're unclear about the law and they have a set of jury's instructions there. So we would object to that paragraph. The fourth paragraph reads, if you disagree over what you believe the evidence showed, then only you can resolve the conflict if it is to be resolved. We would prefer that it says only you can resolve the conflict if in fact it can be resolved. The words, if it is to be resolved, that phrase has a certain sense of inevitability, which seems like it's urging them to resolve it. And so we would ask that to be changed to if in fact it can be resolved. The next paragraph we would like eliminated completely. And it says, I have only one request of you by law. I cannot demand this of you, but I want you to go back in the jury room, then taking turns, tell each of the other jurors about any weaknesses of your own position. You should not interrupt each other or comment on each other's view until each of you has had a chance to talk. After you have done that, if you simply cannot reach a verdict, then return to the courtroom and I will declare this case mistrial and will discharge you with my sincere appreciation for your service. I don't think we should be telling the jury how to go about the function of deliberation and suggesting to them that they each get up in turn and give a dissertation as to what they think the weaknesses of their own position are. I think is an unconstitutional intrusion on the function of a jury in its deliberation, and we would object to that. The final line says you may now retire to continue with your deliberations, and we're okay with that. Excuse me.
Your Honor, I have a vague recollection of any modifications to that being a problem. I'm trying to read, I believe, it's out of this circuit, 2015 Almeida v. State. I haven't had a chance to read it in full, but I have.
But you're objecting to the change?
Yes, I'm trying to read through, I know it's.
Thomas versus State, which is a Florida Supreme Court case 748 Southern 2nd 970, 10 point or citation point 978. And it says in part, a somewhat similar situation arose in Young versus State, and it cites Young versus State, where the court held the judge's mediation for the standard jury instruction by one sentence was error. I know that there's a lot of case law on disapproving a modification of the Allen charge. The state's position would be that it should be read in total to the jury as to not comment on what portions or not. I think to isolate certain paragraphs would be truly suggestive and have a negative impact on whatever issue we're having.
Your Honor, I'd like to know if that case that you read concerns jury instructions at large or an Allen charge?
Allen charge.
It is an Allen charge.
Who asked for the modification, the state or the defense?
Probably the defense. Yes, Thomas, the defendant, asked for the Allen charge for the standard jury instruction after the jury deliberated. The standard Allen charge is not given.
And it says that a modification can be or is error.
It says in Young versus State, which is cited in the Thomas case, that the deviation from the standard instruction by one sentence was error.
Okay. So it's all contextual, so we want a chance to take a peek. I guess it's done as well.
This is my question though. The way I read this jury inquiry form, it states, what if we can't come to a decision, question mark. Everyone is stuck on which side they've chosen. That's the question. So are you telling me, both sides telling me that they interpret that the jury is deadlocked? It doesn't say that to me. It says, you know, what if we can? It doesn't say we can't come to a decision. It doesn't say they're deadlocked.
The second part does. That we're stuck in our respective camps. So that's the declaration of deadlock.
They agree, it's an indication there that.
So if both sides agree, this is interpreted as a deadlock and they're stuck. Is that what you're telling me? Both sides agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Then I'm going to read the Allen charge. I mean, I'm not modifying it. That's a standard that's been around for 40, 50 years. I'm not modifying it. The state objects to any modifications not agreed. I'm not going to modify it.
Can we take a chance to look at the case law?
Sure, go ahead.
See whether or not there's some distinguishing language.
Tom, you know it.
Thank you. Even though Howard didn't say that.
I apologize for this.
We're happy to look at whatever case you want.
Thank you.
1999 for Thomas versus State.
I don't have anything.
I'm gonna need somebody to fill me in because I was listening in and out while I was putting on my clothes for the day. But are they saying it's about to be deadlocked if the jury comes in there and say they can't reach or get past whatever issue they got going on now? Somebody let me know in the chat. And make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. Your girl Mickey Truth is live. Shout out to I think we're at 3.5 total views for the live since we started about 5 hours and 18 minutes ago. I appreciate everybody. You know, we be chilling over here on the Truth Team, but we definitely run the chat up every time. So y'all continue to post your comments. Also, make sure everybody's subscribing to the channel, okay? Because without you, it's no channel. So I appreciate y'all. So let me see what they're talking about.
To the jury, it was as to whether or not the effect of their further deliberations. So in other words, it's giving them an Allen charge and then telling them, and even if you were deadlocked, I'm going to send you home, which is a completely different from the substance of the charge itself.
And I think, at least the way Thomas interprets Young, it's saying that the judge made that error. And that was the judge's suggestion to modify the, and defense objected to the modification. So that's, yeah,
So I don't think I need to speak further to the distinction there, which is the defense saying if the jury is saying they're deadlocked and we've read them Allen charge, and Allen charge says that if you still can't, case over, sending them back in for another day would be an element of compulsion that would be unconstitutional. So we could see where that, but we'd like to see being distinguished in any other reasons. And actually, Allison wanted me to make this point, which is pertinent, which is that in that case, the defense was the one that objected. Here, the defense is requesting. So we would have waived our opportunity to object should the court grant our request.
Are they on mute or I can't just hear?
Or that explanation was that Thomas.
Hold on,
No, I see it in Thomas. I mean, I see it in Young. That's in Thomas as well. It's the same issue.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, Your Honor, the Thomas case that the state cited was Thomas v. State, 748 Southern 2nd, 970. It's a 1999 case, Supreme Court of Florida. And that also cites to a state, Young v. State, which is 711 Southern 2nd, 1379, a 1998 case out of the 2nd District Court of Appeals. And the state has represented the issue that Thomas addressed. I'd like to just read some language here from Young that indicates that Young was treating the same issue. In the very second paragraph of the opinion, it says the jury began its deliberations in this case near 5 p.m. on the second day of trial. At or near 9 p.m. it informed the court, quote, as a group we cannot agree on a verdict, end quote. The trial judge made the decision to give the jury an Allen charge. It is proper for a trial judge in a criminal case to give the standard Allen charge where it appears the jury is deadlocked. The trial judge also decided, however, that he did not want in this trial that night and would bring the jury back the next morning. So it's the same issue, which is we're going to give you an Allen charge, but it's not going to be effective because if you still can't reach the verdict, we're going to bring you back tomorrow. So it's the same issue in Thomas, and we think that's different from the notion that a Allen charge cannot be modified at all to suit the circumstances of a particular case. Here, I don't think there is any need to tell them about the law because nothing they've said implies the law. And we also think that it invades the province of the jury to tell them that they should each get up one at a time and explain the weaknesses of their position. That is not only counterintuitive to an advocate, and they're advocates for their respective positions. It's counterintuitive to an advocate, and I think it's an unconstitutional invasion of the province of the jury. They should conduct their deliberations and discharge their constitutional function as fact finders without our interference. So we would object.
Anything else? So let me ask you this, how do you want me to, my thought is, when I handle this question first about who's got a cell phone, if anyone. I'll ask them that as a group, and then I'll read the second inquiry form as what if we can't come to a decision, and then I'll read the jury deadlock. I understand the defense's objection to it. The instruction's been around for over 40 years. Stood the test of time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm not going to modify it.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd just like to read this before the court. I understand the court has made its decision, but Mr. Alstein brought something to my attention out of the Thomas case, which is a Supreme Court case. And it says, as noted, every Allen charge issue must be decided upon the particular facts and circumstances surrounding an individual case. So that goes to the issue of individuality and whether or not it should be tailored to the circumstances of a particular case. And we're taking a position that mirrors what the Supreme Court has declared, that modification of Allen charges is not foreign. As a matter of fact, the Supreme Court has directed that it should be tailored to the circumstances surrounding an individual case. So that we maintain our objection.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So you want to bring the jury in?
Yes, sir.
Jurors entering. Thank you, counsel. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, the defendants, the counsel, the assistant state attorney, and the ladies and gentlemen jury. Ladies and gentlemen, two things. First, I received a note from my bailiff did. It's not signed by the foreperson, but it's a note that was handed to him. It says, "Are we allowed to have Apple Watches?" Someone has one from one of the members of the jury. As I tried to explain to you earlier, all the electronic devices are basically, we're not allowed to have those in the jury room. So we asked our bailiff, Gary, to try to collect them. Does anyone have an Apple Watch? Yes or no? In their possession? I asked the question. Does anyone have one? No. I see everybody raising their hands, or several raising their hands showing they are. There's no Apple Watches. Thank you. The second thing I want to do is, based upon, I received this juror inquiry form that is signed by the foreperson that reads as follows. State of Florida versus Janelle Devins, case number 19-001872 CF10A. Check the box, ask the following question. What if we can't come to a decision? Everyone is stuck on which side they've chosen, signed by the foreperson. All right. So what I'd like to tell you or read to you is an instruction that's called Jury Deadlock 4.1. And it reads as follows. I know that all of you have worked hard to try to find a verdict in this case. It apparently has been impossible for you so far. Sometimes an early vote before discussion can make it hard to reach an agreement about the case later. The vote, not the discussion, might make it hard to see all sides of the case. We are all aware that it's legally permissible for a jury to disagree. There are two things a jury can lawfully do: agree on a verdict or disagree on the facts of the case. There are two things that a jury can lawfully do: agree on a verdict or disagree on what the facts of the case may truly be. There is nothing to disagree about on the law. The law is as I told you. If you have any disagreements about the law, I should clear them up for you now. That should be my problem, not yours. If you disagree over what you believe the evidence showed, then only you can resolve that conflict, if it is to be resolved. I have only one request of you. By law, I cannot demand this of you, but I want you to go back to the jury room, then taking turns, tell each of the other jurors about any weaknesses of your own position. You should not interrupt each other or comment on each other's views until each of you have had a chance to talk. After you have done that, if you simply cannot reach a verdict, then return to the courtroom and I will declare this case mistried and will discharge you with my sincere appreciation for your services. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now retire and continue with your deliberations. Step down, counsel may roll the defendant. We'll be in recess.
Thank you, sir.
All right, y'all. I am here. Hopefully, y'all can still hear me. I am getting ready to leave out the house. All right, what y'all thinking? Y'all think they about to, by the end of the day, be like, man, we tried, we can't do it. Let's go. I'm ready to go. I don't want to stay here with these people all weekend. What y'all think the thought process is right now? I kind of wants to I can't remember who that was talking. Um One of the experts, I'll be back, y'all. One of the experts, and they were like, yeah, it's the weekend. They probably don't want to sit there after being, not being able to go home. I ain't gonna lie. That'll get you be like, yo, you getting frustrated. You start getting aggravated. Like, yo, I'm trying to go home. I might sleep with my neighbor. You know what I'm saying? My husband probably with his mistress. And I need to be there, okay? Phone connect right to my car. Be right back. What it do, Shivers? What's up, Classy? All right, y'all. So I can't look at the comments. Right, hold on. Let me put it. I'm gonna put it up, but I might not be able to see them because look, we've been running this chat up. But y'all know I am out and about. We are waiting for them to come back from a recess. They just sent the jury back in to deliberate. Because they're saying they're coming to a point where it's split, right? It's coming to a point where they don't know if they can come to a unanimous decision. So, y'all, this is only day one of deliberations. And they're already like, no matter what, you've read the transcripts to the hearing for the state's witness, Travion Glass. And we still don't know what's what, okay? I'm gonna be honest, KG. I don't know. Okay, as far as like I told y'all, even if we look at just us over here on the truth team, we've been deadlocked since before the jury went to deliberations. Y'all know I done battled almost half of y'all in a debate, okay? And still don't know like what's what. I haven't even been able to sway y'all over. No matter how many points I make, you know, Jersey and let me tell you, Gates came up on the panel like, no, I hear you, but this still is that. So if that's what's going on, like I told y'all on the other night, if that's what's going on in that delivery room, not delivery, oh Lord, somebody's trying to have a baby. In the jury room, they're not gonna be able to reach a decision. Cause like I said, we done battled it out. Hey, Prince and KG has been on both sides at some point. So, yeah, they got a rough job, okay? And I can't tell you which way it's going to go. At day one, I thought my whole truth team was going to be on one accord. And as y'all saw, as day by day start transpiring, hey, we start switching sides, okay? So, they got a tough job. I don't know if it's going to be, and to be honest, even from a situation of if it is a mistrial, right? I would think the state will do it again, but then I'm like, would they be able to do it again though and get a different outcome? I don't know. So I really don't know if a mistrial is gonna be good for Melly or not, to be honest. I would definitely think a not guilty would be the way to go because, they can't retry you once you're not guilty, right? But if it's a mistrial, remember it's gonna fall on the prosecution too, her job. I don't think they're gonna go with just taking the loss. I really don't think a mistrial is gonna free Melly, to be honest. It would be a better situation if it's not guilty, not a mistrial, right? I also feel like, just like with, do I think he'll get bail? I feel like they'll have a better argument now than they did 4 years ago. And I say that because 4 years ago, they said the evidence pointed to him and not Bortland. That's why Bortland was able to get out off after the Arthur hearing. But see, now with a mistrial, that it got to be enough evidence to say he may not be the one who did it per the jury, right? So, I think he has a stronger chance now of getting bail if it is a mistrial. Now, will I say by getting a mistrial, will it give the prosecution time to clean up their shit? Definitely. And if they try it again, maybe it'll be totally different vibe to it. So, I don't know. Like I said, personally, I just don't feel like the mistrial is gonna really do what we think it would do for Melly. I say if it is a mistrial, he may get bail for now, but I definitely think they're gonna be on his ass next go round. I don't think they're gonna let this L go and just let it be what it is without retrying him for sure, in my opinion. So, hey, I don't know. I'm kind of hungry. Do I want to get something to eat first? I'm gonna go get me something to eat first. Yeah, cause like I waited too late to like affirm my appointment. So now my aunt is like, well, I'm gonna fill you in because yes, my hairdresser is my aunt. So now she's like, I'm gonna just fit you in, but I'm like, oh Lord, I mean, I'll be sitting for a minute. All right, let me see what y'all write. Let me get on my other phone because let's see. Y'all been running up. Hold on, let me see. I'm in the bed with the drawers. Like, I don't know, 10 toes, right? I do. Prince said he don't think Melly will get bail. Jerseys with, hold on, y'all. Let me order my food real quick. Thank you. So yeah, I was over here ordering my food. The whole time he wasn't even talking to me. He was talking to the other one though. All right, y'all, I'm bad. Let me see what y'all was saying. What my card? All right, let's see. Jerry said, "Oh, you might as well get you something to eat." Okay, I'm telling you, I'm gonna be there all day. But yo, my hair, I'm natural, and it gets like my ends don't never really get like puffy unless like I get it wet. But my roots is hot too, man. Let me tell you, it look like it's a wig because it's poofy in like in at the roots and then the end street. And normally I wear braids on the summer, but not this year. Cause I really don't like the weight on my head, so it'd be like I be spent money and they be knocking your head off these days for braids. It'd be like a good $200, and then they go off a limb, so they be like, "Oh yeah, you got long hair and you natural, $300." Like for me, just to wear them for a couple weeks, Cause like I said, I start sweating, especially when I work out in the top of my head. But yeah. All right. So Prince says, "What to do, Yaya?" I just saw Yaya said not guilty. I mean, ideally, not guilty would be the way to go, for sure. Ideally, y'all make sure y'all tap in with the Queen of Paperwork bundle raffle. It's $2 an entry. You get a chance to win a Queen of Paperwork T-shirt, Queen of Paperwork tote bag, Queen of Paperwork special gift that's not even on a website yet. Okay, and also a decal along with a gift certificate for a consultation with me one-on-one about a case. It could be your case, a family member's case when it comes to the paperwork, and we're gonna talk about it. It's worth $50. Normally, you will pay $50 for 30 minutes, and guess what? You don't have to pay it. So make sure you tap in with the raffle. $2 per entry. Cash App Mickey True 2022. Okay, and make sure you put your name now because I got to put it in the on the wheel to pick who's gonna win. Okay, you can put you don't gotta put your real name, but the name that I'm gonna know you by. Like make sure if it's Jersey, put Jersey on so I can know that's Jersey. Okay, the struggle is real, ladies. Okay, this natural ain't. But I will say I don't foresee me ever going back to relapses, and that's for sure. If I ever do, it's gonna be because my aunt hands fell off or something, or I can't find somebody to deal with. Cause me personally, I don't technically deal with my hair. I would wrap that thing up. I don't like dealing with it, so that's gonna be the only way I will go back to like relapses is if I had to deal with it. Okay. Prince said I'm natural. Look, the struggle will be real, okay? But yeah, my hair grows so much better. Cause like I was wearing, and this is just side note since we just filling in the blank until they come back. But I was wearing sew-ins, and my hair had got like so damaged to the point I just one day was taking out my braids from a sew-in, and it was just so messed up. I just cut it all off. Like right then and there with the scissors, just cut it off. Then I started wearing braids, so I went through that little transitional stage where it was just a little mini afro. So I started wearing braids, and then my aunt was like, "Yo, you need to let me trim your ends and blow your hair out." And I said, my hair ain't long enough. And she was like, "I'm telling you, it's long enough. It's just like shrunk because it's in its natural state." And I went in, and guess what? Hey, I went in, and she blew my hair out, and I've been getting blowouts since. So yeah. Prince said, "Did you just misgender me?" Okay, that's me being funny. Don't get big. No, Prince, you know I done heard you talk before. Well, you know what? You right. You could just sound like a man to be a woman. You right. So I don't know. Maybe Prince is non-binary. My bad. I'm glad you called it because I just thought about that. You just because you sound like a guy don't mean necessarily you're a guy. Let me see what Miss Melly said. Miss Melly said, I agree. Sew-ins tore my hair out too. I don't do fake hair either. Sew-ins try once. Then Prince and Mickey, no cap. I just got my beard blew out. Oh, okay. Hey, Prince, I'm pretty sure you got all the money, so I can see you getting a blowout for your beard. Like that don't even sound far-fetched. Like I can see Prince over there. Like yes. Hold the curls. I wanted just a straight beard this week. Alfred, like I bet you your stylist name is Alfred or something like that. I'm weak. I just no, don't say you fell off for listening to me. All right, let me see what Fresh Chocolate said. With mistrial, won't that keep them from using all the same evidence? Now, I don't believe that's what. No, they can't reuse it. But see, the thing is, the whole purpose, right, is to make sure that you don't want to repeat the same trial. Because again, how you presented it this go round, right, cause it to be divided. You don't want that to happen the next go round. So, if anything, in my opinion, you will come at it from a different way, even if you use the same evidence. Like I had said before, if they would have added the fact that it's possible, because again, everybody in the red car is listed as a potential witness. However, they didn't call everybody. So if she would have set it up to already throw in that it is one occupant stating that, and then built her evidence around that, I feel like it would have been better off for the jury to comprehend. Because then once he was called as a witness, they're already like, oh well, we don't care what you say because we already saw this evidence poking a hole at it, in my opinion. You get what I'm saying? Prince, you are funny, okay? It says, so Fresh Chocolate said, if you mistrial, I think jurors will go home today. Mistrial / hung jury. Oh yeah, if they rule it today, they definitely will go home. The question is, will Melly go home? Okay, and like I said, personally, to me, I definitely don't think that the state is gonna allow him just to like completely get off. Like I've seen on Snap, like yes, Snap. I've seen states try somebody 3 times. You know what I'm saying? Like if they feel strongly that you are it, and it's just because with this, like, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I feel like this go round, the defense didn't prove that he didn't do it. Okay, they proved there's a chance he didn't do it because of the witness stating he wasn't in the car at the time that the state is saying the murders happened. And I feel like the case would have been stronger on the state's end if they presented it differently. They did a piss poor job presenting the case. So if they redo it, you know what I'm saying, and do it more complete, then yeah. Now, on the defense side, I feel like they will just have to be ready to attack Moretti, because regardless, they have to bring Moretti back. If they try this case again, if it is a mistrial, they have to bring Moretti back. There's no other way around it, because guess what? He's the lead detective. So I feel like the defense would need to be able to attack him more, or more complete than they did, because they really didn't get on him. They really didn't point out the fact all the way that, it's been inconsistencies on his investigation. So as long as they're prepared to attack that more the next go round, if it is a next go round, then, I just feel like both sides could have, is able to do something different. Jasmine says free Melly. And with that, that's a great segue. Make sure you use code free Melly on MickeyTruth.com to get $10 off of your $50 or more purchase. Okay. Free Melly code is usable until the verdict is read. So make sure you use free Melly as your discount code. Also, as y'all see in the pin message, $2 raffles for the Queen of Paperwork bundle set, meaning you can get everything Queen of Paperwork related in a basket, free or no charge. I mean, at no cost to you, right? Other than your entry. And look, you can enter one time and win. You can enter 20 times and win. You just never know. So definitely tap into my Cash App, $2. Make sure you put your name in the subject bar. And yeah, so right now we just really talking, because like I said, I'm not at home, so I can't move the screen. Yes, ma'am. I'm not at home to move the screen. I'm actually about to go get my hair done. Thank you. There we go. Sorry about that. You too. So we just having a conversation until something happens. Well, if you don't have Cash App, hey, how are you? If you don't have Cash App, I actually have a site that you can go to, and you can just, put it as a donation and just put your name on it. I have to drop that link in a minute because I don't have it. Oh, matter of fact, Miss Melanie, you can just go to my About section on my YouTube, and you can hit the Linktree link. And once you go there, you will just put, you will hit the one that say donate, and they'll take you to my site. Because I'm not able to get it to you right now. Yeah, shout out to all of my supporters. Y'all have been telling me, hitting me up, giving me different pieces of info that will make it easier for y'all to continue to grow with me. And I have been listening. So now I got everybody covered, okay? And then even for those who say they don't use the internet, although, we all use the internet because YouTube is the internet, I even now have PayPal. So, I mean, any way, I got everything covered, okay? All bases. You can support whenever. The drawing is going to be, that's a good question. Let me see. I'm going to do 1 week because I actually started the other day, but nobody entered yet. So 1 week from the first entry. So if somebody entered today, is 1 week from today, and I'll let y'all know. I haven't got no cash apps though for the drawing yet. So once I get the first entry, it'll be a week from that date, and I'll let y'all know. No, they ain't putting no salt on these fries. No salt. Princess Mickey, have you had a corporate sponsorship yet? Nope, not yet. I'll just be over here winging on my own solo dolo. But no, not yet. No, everything is self-funded. Self-funded. These fries is nasty. Don't y'all hate that? Y'all go get food and then you get it and it's like, ugh. That's good because I just finished paying a few bills and I went to go, okay, I appreciate it. All right. We just got 2 entries. So a week from today is the drawing. Matter of fact, let me look at the date. I'm gonna tell y'all the exact date. And if somebody can put it in the chat for me. So next Friday, July 28th at 3:12 p.m. we will do the drawing. Okay? So the Queen Paperwork Bundle raffle giveaway will be announced live on July 28th at 3:12 p.m. Okay? Y'all put it in the chat for me because I'm driving so I can't write it so I can remember the time because y'all know I be late. But yeah, 3:12 p.m. we're going to do the drawing. So y'all make sure y'all get y'all entries in. Alright, now let me see. Let me adjust my phone so I can try to see what y'all saying without looking down. Say question, why didn't the other 2 people in Mill's vehicle testify? So I think it's a matter of not being able to subpoena them because I think the only other one, I don't believe Willers was ever one they wanted to call. I think it was Mills. And I don't believe they was able to get him subpoena, I think, off the top of my head. Because I went over the document where Melly's defense team was like, yo, y'all got these people on the witness list that we haven't been able to get an address to do a deposition. So I think that's why. But we'll have to look back at that. I think off the top of my head, that's why I'm remembering. And if I'm smacking into things like I got my headphones on, I apologize. I don't mean no harm, but I'm hungry. But yeah, so that's that. Oh, I can play something. I forgot. I am in the car. Hold up. Let me see. Let me see. What y'all want to recap? Because I can't play YouTube. Hold on. I'm glad I ain't hit that. I'm glad I saw that. I can play, like, playback something. Oh, so Bruce Rivers just posted a video. We can listen to that if y'all want to. Let me see. They don't be corroborating when it's time to testify but snitching to the cops. They all about that life. Okay. And that is so true. I don't be knowing if they think it just ends at when they talk to the police, but nah. Especially with a case like this. Yeah, definitely. Do y'all want to listen to Bruce Rivers? Oh, yeah. Because it seems like they're just going to be deliberating. So I don't think they're going to come back on until either. Oh, did anybody catch? Did they say how long they have to go back? Well, I know they said like every person got to tell or speak their confliction. So how long do y'all think that would take for 12 people to speak their confliction before they determine, yeah, we deadlocked? I wonder how long that's gonna be. Well, I'm gonna play Bruce Willis real quick, so y'all don't just have to listen to me eat. Hold on. Shout out to Bruce Rivers, okay? I be liking, he's funny, okay, when he be doing his stuff. Alright, let me cut it off.
Guess what happens after lunch, after you just got done eating a sandwich? I've had that happen.
Y'all let me know if y'all can hear that.
Oh,
Oh, shoot. Dang, that had nothing to be loud.
Wake them up a little bit.
Is he a principal or a shooter? That's what the state addressed. And the reason they said that is because they don't even know. Otherwise, they would select either him being a principal or the one who caused the death of Williams and Thomas. It's that simple. Where is the fire?
So you're not going to have a PowerPoint, I don't think, from this guy's old school. He's got no hair. He's been around a while, and he's going to give you a fire brimstone speech.
What's the message? They say it refers to guns. That's their interpretation.
See, we get right into this. The first thing that I do is I educate the jury on what the law is in terms of burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and beyond a reasonable doubt. One of the things I always say in every case is that the evidence should be viewed through the prism of the presumption of innocence. You should look for doubt. Doubt is healthy. Doubt is what you need to find, and there's doubt all over this case. And when you do that, at least in my, it's a stylistic thing, but when you do that at the beginning of the closing argument, then everything that you say is viewed through that lens, or at least you try to get the jury to see it through that lens. And then you wrap it up saying, this is what we showed you. And you do that same prism analogy. That's what I do. It's just, not everybody does it the same, and you can't copy somebody else's style. You got to have your own.
My interpretation, based upon the evidence, is where's the weed, the marijuana? That's the problem here, folks. They're interpreting it as opposed to calling these various people to tell you what they mean. They mentioned Frederick Gibbons, Frito Bank, Mariah Hamilton, Peasy, Patrick Deloach, Dontavius Withers. They opened the door. We don't have a burden. As the court told you in jury selection, the burden of proof is on the state.
So there you go, burden of proof. The burden of proof is on whoever brings the case. So if I sue you because you ran me over, well, I got to prove my damages. I got to prove the case. The state is charging this case. The state has the burden. The defense has no burden.
And the court told you during jury selection that this is a first-degree murder case, wherein the penalties are either life without the possibility of parole or death. You folks are going to determine this young man's fate. And they come in here and give you alternatives. They come in here and give you their interpretation.
Now, I'm not sure what the rule in Florida is, but generally, a jury is not supposed to consider the outcome or the consequences of a guilty verdict. And so it must be permissible because she didn't object.
When we don't have to do a darn thing. And that principle was so important that His Honor read you that instruction at the beginning when you were going through the process. That he just read to you before the state got up and gave their opening and closing statement.
the way he's talking, it's like more conversant, and he's like more relating to the jury, and he's got an outrage, and you should be outraged because you should feel the same way I do about this case. And what is the state trying to do to you as the jury? That's an effective way to argue this case.
I told you that this young man has pled not guilty. That means you have to presume him innocent.
What do we say? Burden of proof? Now presumption of innocence. Soon we're going to hear reasonable doubt.
That means that presumption stays with you until and if the state of Florida can prove their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. The judge goes on to tell you, and it's in your packet of jury instructions, that the defendant, Melly, is not required to present any evidence or prove anything.
So, in other words, we only presented one witness. We can't hold that against us if we only presented one witness.
So it's nice that they're interpreting these things, but the bottom line is they don't even know. Because they've given you just two alternatives. Either he's the shooter or the principal. Make up your mind. Tell these folks what it is. Now, how do you go about doing this? Well, the judge gave you an instruction on that. You're to look at the evidence that's been presented to you. Remembering, we don't have to do a thing. All we have to do is show up and behave. Now,
show up and behave. Well, if all he did was showed up and didn't say anything, he would be sued for malpractice.
I don't know if I behaved totally correct during the course of this trial.
I don't know if I've been. Here's the thing. That's one of the things I say. I said it in my last trial. I said, look, I have my way of doing things, and sometimes I get a little animated, sometimes I get bombastic. And if I have done anything throughout this trial to offend you or that you thought was
Either him being a principal or the one who caused the death of Williams and Thomas. It's that simple. Where is the fire? Was the message. They say it refers to guns. That's their interpretation. My interpretation, based upon the evidence, is where's the weed? The marijuana. That's the problem here, folks. They're interpreting it as opposed to calling these various people to tell you what they mean. They mentioned Frederick Gibbons, Frito Bang, Mariah Hamilton,
Peasy, Patrick Deloach, Dontavius Withers.
Objection, Your Honor, Halliburton.
They opened the door. We don't have a burden. As the court told you in jury selection, the burden of proof is on the state. And the court told you during jury selection that this is a first-degree murder case. Wherein the penalties are either life without the possibility of parole or death. You folks are going to determine this young man's fate. And they come in here and give you alternatives. They come in here and give you their interpretation when we don't have to do a darn thing. And that principle was so important that His Honor read you that instruction at the beginning when you were going through the process. That he just read it to you before the state got up and gave their opening closing statement. He told you that this young man has pled not guilty. That means you have to presume him innocent. That means that that presumption stays with him until and if the state of Florida can prove their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. The judge goes on to tell you, and it's in your packet of jury instructions, that the defendant, Melly, is not required to present any evidence or prove anything. So it's nice that they're interpreting these things, but the bottom line is they don't even know. Because they've given you just two alternatives. Either he's the shooter or the principal. Make up your mind. Tell these folks what it is. Now, how do you go about doing this? Well, the judge gave you an instruction on that. You're to look at the evidence that's been presented to you. Remembering, we don't have to do a thing. All we have to do is show up and behave. Now, I don't know if I behaved totally correct during the course of this trial. So, on behalf of us, let me apologize if I have or we have offended any of you. And I would ask you, I would plead with you, if I or any of the other individuals have done anything to irritate you, don't take it out on this young man. Still hold the burden of proof to this table. Now, why do they have the burden of proof? Because they are the state. They are the government. As we learned in this case, they have the police department of Miramar. They have the Broward Sheriff's Office. They have the DNA labs. They have experts, the FBI. They have everything at their disposal. And that's why our system of justice is different than anyone else in the world. We recognized a long time ago that when the government accuses somebody of a crime, they have the money, the resources, and the person power to attempt to prove to you all that a person has committed a crime beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Now, how do you go about doing it? And before I get into that, first of all, let me also thank you, because we have interrupted your lives for it seems like months. And we have put a horrible burden on your personal lives, your family life, and what have you. And all of us applaud and thank you for your service. You folks have gone way beyond the call of duty. And I think we all recognize that. But how do we go about determining I shouldn't say how do you folks go about determining if the state of Florida has proved their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt? Well, the judge just gave you that instruction. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. Remember, we just got to show up. And how does a reasonable doubt occur? Well, the judge told you. It can come from the evidence itself, a conflict in the evidence, or a lack of evidence. You don't need all three of these areas. But I suggest to you folks that we have a reasonable doubt from the evidence that has been presented, that there is a conflict in the evidence, and there's a lack of evidence. This is an unusual case, kind of like the medical examiners. The two medical examiners said it's unusual because normally you can't tell what shot occurred first, second, and third. And the chief medical examiner came in here, Dr. McDougall, I think, and told you it's only happened to her in her entire career, I think 2 or 3 times, that she could tell you which shot occurred first in this case. So, knowing that, let's look at what the state presented. But before we do that, we can agree upon a couple of things that are not in dispute. They said that Melly is a talented music artist. We agree with that. At the age of 19, based upon the evidence, he was making more money than probably everybody in this courtroom, including us. Number 2. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you okay? Usually the judge stop me immediately. Number 2 is that Cortland Henry changed his clothes before he went to the hospital. That's what they said just 10 minutes ago. Number 3, that there is absolutely no eyewitness.
Well, that was a recap from the defense closing arguments. I don't know. Like I said, I really feel like the defense did a great job in their closing argument. And I also felt like the prosecution did too. Except I didn't care for the rebuttal. But you know, I definitely say they did a great job at it. Now, is that enough to get a not guilty? I don't know, right? But I will say this. It shows that both sides made their point to a certain extent. That's why the jury is like, I don't know which side I want to choose, or it's split in what they want to do. Now, do I think a decision is going to be made today? I don't think so, just because they had to go back and give everybody the opportunity to say where they're at or what's making them choose to be on the opposite end. That's probably going to take time. But we're going to see what happens. I appreciate everybody for rocking out with me. We've been at this thing for about 6 hours and 20 minutes. We've had over 4,000 views along the way. We've been holding steady at about 100 concurrent viewers. And hey, I appreciate it. Y'all know we normally be small over here rocking out. So I appreciate everybody that done pulled up to join the Truth Team. Make sure you subscribe to the channel so that you can be notified when we go live and get to the conversation. So what I'm going to do, because like I said, I'm not even at my computer anymore. I'm at the hair salon. I'm not sure exactly how long they're going to be on break. I was letting it play, but at some point I may have to get off live since I can't move the screen, can't even play nothing else. The the raffle, $2 entry. You can enter as many times as you want to. We had our first entry, so guess what? In 7 days, so on July 28th at 3:12 p.m., we will be pulling a winner of the Queen of Bundle raffle, which includes a t-shirt of Queen of Paperwork. Did I say Queen of Bundle? Queen of Paperwork t-shirt, tote bag, okay? A special customized item that has not been put on the website yet of the Queen of Paperwork. Also, you get a gift certificate for a consultation with me. Whether you want to talk about your paperwork, somebody else's paperwork, you get a 30-minute consultation with me, which is normally $50. So that's included also, okay? And yeah, so I think y'all know I don't like ending on an odd like time. So I think how long we been going at this thing? You know what's I'm gonna be so upset if I get off live just for them to, to come back with a verdict. I am gonna be so upset about that. But I can't really carry a conversation because I'm in the salon. I had to come out in the hallway. So yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and end the live because I can't do anything else right now besides talk. And then I gotta be careful what I'm talking about because I'm in public. So I'm going to end this live. If for some reason, let me tell you, if for some reason it comes out today, I will be back on here regular live through YouTube. But I'm going to go ahead. I don't know. Is music, Mermaid, I'm just getting a blowout. I just be wearing blowouts. I don't even know. Is Music 101 still live? Can somebody see if Music 101?
That will implicate this young man.
So I can either let this play out, but like I said, I'm at the salon, so or matter of fact, Loud Pet, give me the link to Music 101 Live. What we're gonna do is I'm just gonna drop the link, the Music 101. And if everybody can just go over to his channel and finish watching the live, that would be greatly appreciated. Like I said, I do appreciate everybody for pulling up on your girl. If a verdict is not reached tonight, you can definitely catch me back live at 7 p.m. Eastern time for Triple Threat Friday, where we will join Music 101 and Iceberg Watkins, okay? And I'm pretty sure we're going to talk about the Melly trial. But yeah, so Loud Pack is going to get me the link so that everybody can go over there and rock out with the music gang, okay? They be a little iffy over there, especially this one moderator over there named Trap Talk. Y'all watch him, okay? He a little funny acting sometimes, okay? He's the sniper of the group. But yeah, make sure y'all say y'all from the truth team. Say Mickey sent me over here. But yeah, there go the link. So if y'all can hit the link in the comment section, go over to Music 101. Yeah, welcome to the Truth Team, Mermaid. Make sure you subscribe over to Music 101 too, okay? Y'all hit that link, go over there. Make sure y'all put in the chat that Mickey Truth sent y'all over there. And I will see y'all tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern time. If for some reason something comes up in a Melly trial, I will be back. But yeah, everybody hit that link and go over to the music game. And when y'all get over there, tell Trap Talk I got his paperwork. Okay? Y'all tell him that he gonna fly out the comments when you say it. So I'm gonna give it a minute. I'm gonna let this play for a minute, give y'all time to hit that link. But yeah, y'all go over there and make sure y'all tell them I sent you. I appreciate y'all. Y'all make sure y'all keep rocking out with your girl, and y'all know I'm gonna keep doing my thing. Make sure you hit the site MickeyTruth.com. Use code FREEMELLY for $10 off of any purchase $50 or more. Okay, free Melly. Okay. Oh, Prince for sure. I think Trap Talk must got a little crush or something. But y'all make sure y'all use the code word Free Melly on MickeyTruth.com. And I'll see y'all tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time.
And the 9807 phone that Melly uses, as other people do too. These are the two key pieces of evidence. These are what I suggest you focus in on, because you can take any one of these items, any one of these text messages, any one of these pinging on maps, and you still don't know what was said, what was meant, and more importantly, who said it. I leave my phone, and I'm sure you all, in the house, and my wife picks it up and sends a message. And it looks like it's coming from me. And sometimes she sends messages that I'm kind of shocked about. But you don't know. So let's put the 100 plus exhibits to the side for a moment. The state called 26 witnesses. I think I counted. And I suggest to you that you should look at 11 witnesses very carefully. And why do I say that? Because when you look at these 11 witnesses, you will find out that there's a conflict in the testimony, that there is a lack of testimony, and the third way is from the testimony itself. The first one that I would like to talk about well, before I talk about the first witness, I want you to remember one thing. On October 26th, that day of the shooting, we learned immediately that that Jeep was taken to a secure area, and it was searched for over 15 hours by 2 crime scene technicians. And you heard how they pulled out the evidence. They got some foam, some projectiles, I think a can, everything, and photographed the vehicle. Now, why is that important? Because that vehicle was searched. You okay? Want to take a break? That vehicle was searched again months later. But it didn't stop there. Because about 3 years later, miraculously, even though it was searched for hours by crime scene technicians, Sergeant Williams comes into the scene at the request of the state of Florida, this particular prosecutor right here. And miraculously, he finds additional evidence, 2 projectiles and a bloodstain that obviously everyone else missed. That should tell you something about the quality of this investigation. That should give you a clue as to what's going on in this case. What happened was, once they got the surveillance tape of individuals leaving the studio, they knew that Cortland Henry, Williams, Thomas, and this young man got into the Jeep. It's shown on the video. In the Mitsubishi were Adrian Davis.
All right, y'all. I'm about to end this live. Y'all hit that link in the chat and go over to
Trevon
I appreciate
Glass.
y'all for pulling up, and I'll see y'all at 7 p.m. Eastern Time for Triple Threat Friday. Hit the link in the chat.
Withers, Dontavius Withers. And we know that on October 26th, when Moretti saw that surveillance, Cortland Henry identified all of them. And in fact,